All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the 2023 Football Hotbed Media Day. Appreciate everyone coming out. We got our first team up here. We got Barbara Goldman. So I'm going to go ahead and let Coach introduce his players and himself and give a little statement ahead of ourselves here. Go ahead, Coach.
Absolutely. So I'm the head coach. I'm Ariel Cabrera. I'm actually going to have my players introduce themselves. Let's go ahead, guys.
RJ Alphonse, class of 2026.
Anthony Rodriguez, class of 2025. Dillis Lee, class of 24. Daryl Bell, class of 26.
Yeah, and Coach, go ahead and give a quick statement about these guys, about the team, anything you want to say.
Absolutely. So we had a young team last year, and all of our kids came back. And right here, this is the core of it. A lot of young guys that got a lot of experience last year. 2 years ago, we were in the independent league, and last year was our first year back in a regular district. So it was challenging. We had our ups and downs. This year, having a great spring, having a great summer. We were very active in the summer. We went to padded team camps. We were in 7-on-7s. We feel really confident going into the season. We've had a great first week of camp, and we feel we're miles ahead of where we were at this point last year. So we're really excited where we're at, and we're excited to be here.
I guess we'll go ahead and open the floor up to questions. So, Oscar, go ahead.
Questions, raise your hand from the media.
I get the first question over here.
My question is for Trey. How did it feel last year being freshman All-American, and what did that mean to do it at a school like Boca?
I mean, I was surprised because I didn't think I did that good, but clearly from other point of views, I did amazing this year. I'm really happy to accomplish something at Barbara Goldman because it's not really normal for people to accomplish that big of a deal at Barbara Goldman, and yeah.
Next question.
Hey, Coach, how you doing?
How you doing?
Manny Navarro with The Athletic. Can you tell us a little about each of these guys, what makes them good at their position, and sort of what goals you've set for them individually?
Absolutely. So I'll start off with Anthony Rodriguez. So Anthony's a linebacker and a running back. And he's a kid that he's matured a lot since he came to us. He came to us at the beginning of his sophomore year. And just his maturity has spiked and his ability has spiked, really. So this spring, in addition to being a linebacker, he started to play running back for us. And he's added a significant portion to his game, being a power runner for us. All right, that's something that we needed as a team, and he's provided that. Next gentleman, RJ Alphonse. He's a kid, same thing. He was a freshman last year. Really started to come on. He started off with our JV program last year, and he was dominant. All right, by the end of the year, he was playing against some serious competition. He's had a great spring, a great summer. Once again, also a participant at our team camp. And you could just see the colleges start to really put an eye on him because he's got great measurements. All right, he's got a great attitude. All right, one of the things you don't see about RJ is he's a 4.0 student. All right, so we had in the spring we had schools like Stanford coming around our school to talk about. All right, that's something at Goldman we have never really had. You know, and we're proud that we built it into that direction. Dylan Salid is the next gentleman. He is a program kid. He's a kid that came to us his freshman year, and it's one of the things that we pride ourselves in. We develop our players, right? So Dylan, year after year after year, got better, right? So this year he's going into his senior year. His sophomore year, he broke into the varsity lineup a bit. Last year he was a full-time starter. This year the expectation is for him to be a full-time starter, right? And he's a kid that can definitely play at the next level, right? Lastly, Daryl Bell. He's one of the most confident freshmen I've ever had, right? He came in right away, and he was a playmaker for us, all right? But what makes Daryl special is it's not just his ability on the field, right? It's off the field. It's work ethic, his leadership ability. I've never had in my, now this is my 11th year at Goldman, right? And I've never had a sophomore be a team captain, and he's one of them, right? And it's not just because of his ability. It's his ability to lead our kids and lead them into situations, right? We had a 7-on-7 situation this summer. We had to go against Miami Central, right? And that's That's crazy thinking we were in the independent league a couple years ago. Now we're facing off against Central, even in the 7-on-7. And he gathered the team, said, hey, let's go out there, let's play. All right, and we gave him a tough game. So with Daryl, it's just that continuing growth on and off the field as a team leader. And on the field, forget about it. I mean, listen, he's dominant, you know, at strong safety, at free safety. I mean, put him wherever you want. Receiver, running back, he can do it all. That's how I feel about it.
Hey, Coach, thanks so much. I know that one thing that in the offseason usually Goldman doesn't do a lot. This year you did. You went to team camp. You took advantage of 7-on-7. How beneficial was that to the growth of the team and the maturity of the team?
Massively. I mean, look, the team camp that we did up in Kaiser, where we took 40 of our kids. They had to dorm up there. That was a big experience for them. A lot of them, that's the first time they're on by themselves. And just the fact that we had 3 straight days of padded camp, that it was just contact after contact after contact, team situations against some very good football teams in that area. The maturity of these kids just rose, and just their confidence level rose. We saw that, where we didn't have great results in our spring games, but we went to this team camp, and we got some really good results against some really good teams, like a team like Eastlake. You know, it was a playoff team last year, and we were able to go toe-to-toe with those guys. You know, with the 7-on-7s, that's also partly just a philosophical difference for me or my growth. I've never been a guy that was very high on 7-on-7. I just don't think it necessarily translates completely to the actual game. I think you got to block and tackle. However, I think just from a competitive standpoint, just having these kids go out there and compete against some of the top teams in South Florida, you know, in the state, I think that added an added level of confidence to these young men.
Coach, last question. You mentioned this is your 11th year at Goldman. I remember seeing you guys at the 2-2 tournament. You mentioned going up against Central. There was a little hype around you guys. You looked like you had new uniforms, kind of a new rebranding going on. What's different now coming from the independent league and now going to your 11th year? What has been something that has kind of changed the culture for this team?
Sure, I think it's a commitment to football. I mean, bottom line, it starts with our school administration. It starts with them understanding that football is a viable sport. Look, when I started there in 2013, you know, we had 30 kids. You know, they wouldn't buy me uniforms. They wouldn't buy me helmets, you know. And little by little, I think the schools realized, you know, football is a viable way for these kids to get an education. You know, and a couple years ago, 2 years ago, we sent our first kid to Division I. It had been 20 years since Goldman had sent a kid to Division I. Now, you know, a kid like Daryl already has 6 Division I offers, you know. So I think that it comes from that administration realizing, look, football is an important part of just the school culture, you know, and it's also a slow process, right? We're not what I call a microwave team. It's not like 25 transfers came into our school. These are all homegrown kids. These are all kids that have been with us since the moment they stepped into high school, and I think that's very important. And I think that that's something that doesn't get brought up in South Florida football as much, right? You know, we develop our kids, and we made a commitment, and we found coaches in our staff. You know, we got a staff of 16 coaches that we're going to develop our kids. We're going to teach our kids to block and tackle. It's not all about hype. It's not all about that. It's really the nitty-gritty work that you do at practice, you know, because you can have talent, and now we're starting to definitely get some very talented football players. But if the fundamentals are not there, then that talent's just not going to show, you know. And if you have that talent and you have the fundamentals, listen, I think that takes you up to another echelon, another level, you know. So I think that's part of the slow growth of our program. You know, the funding is there, the talent is there. Now it's just we got to put it all together with a competitive schedule that we feel that we have, and, you know, just let the results show.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Okay, if you don't have any more questions, appreciate you, Coach. Appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you guys for having us
I
out.
guess we'll let the next school up. All right, the next school we got up is Christopher Columbus. All right, the next school we got up is Columbus. So Coach, I'll give the floor to you, introduce your players, give a quick statement about the team this year.
I'm Dave Dunham, the head football coach at Columbus, going into my 7th season at the school. We're really looking forward to this year. Obviously, we had one of the best year in history of the school last year, going 14-1 and winning a state championship. These guys that I have with me right here, they'll introduce themselves in a second, but they've led the way in the offseason to ensure that we'll have continued success for their entire senior year. So starting with Jose here to my left, they'll introduce themselves.
Jose Leon, class of 2024, wide receiver.
Benji Blackburn, class of 2024, tight end.
Alberto Mendoza, class of 2024, quarterback. Jeff Bandy, class of 2024, cornerback.
All right, now I'll open the floor up to some questions for all these guys.
Hey, Coach, Manny Navarro with The Athletic. Can you tell us about each of these guys individually, you know, what their accomplishments have been in the past and what areas you're challenging them going into this year?
First and foremost, all these guys are Columbus men through and through. They've all been there forever. Alberto's dad played at Columbus. We've had several Bandys through the program. Jeff's one of 3 Bandy brothers that have been through our program. And Benji and Jose have been with us since their freshman year, day one. And all of them have played at a really pretty early stage. Jose, 2 years ago when he was a sophomore, we kind of threw him in the mix and really showed some flashes that he could be a great and very dynamic player at the slot position for us. And then last year he just took off. Benji is we've had a couple really good tight ends since I've been at Columbus. We have Gus McGee who's playing in Charlotte right now. He's kind of along the same line as that he's a complete tight end. He's 6'5", 240 pounds, can run and catch, and is a very good blocker. Alberto had to follow his brother's footsteps, Fernando, so I'm going to coach both of the Mendoza brothers at quarterback. So he was chomping at the bit his sophomore year when he was backing up his brother and had a battle to win the spot last year. And I'll be honest with you, I've never seen a young man throw everything that he had into winning that spot and winning over the team. And he went from being at the end of spring to really being a backup to flash forward 4 or 5 months later, he was the 4M player of the year and a state champion and caught the winning touchdown pass in the state championship game. Jeff came in, he was a quarterback to start, and then he was really athletic and we needed help at corner. And he's been starting at corner ever since. All these guys either committed to Division I or have Division I offers.
Benji, this is for you. Obviously, you combine skill on the football field with an amazing GPA. And talk about that, because there's a lot of kids right now that are starting out in high school football that may not understand how important to get schoolwork done and to be eligible. Talk about who instilled that into you, and obviously 5-point GPA is pretty damn good.
Yes, sir. So, growing up, really my parents were the ones that taught me how really important school was. Because at the end of the day, like without football, without athletics, that's what's going to get you to the next level. And so, I think it's extremely important to keep your grades up, because at the end of the day, you could be athletic as any person in the world, but if you don't have the grades, you can't make it to the next level. So, yeah.
Coach, Joe Forsaro, SB Live. Every team has its own personality. Last year's team wins state. A lot of kids back. What is the personality of this club?
I think with us, it starts with our school. It's kind of the brotherhood. Our guys really look out for each other. This year, you win a state championship. We have 309 players in the program right now, 3 teams. And our big thing is building the proper culture. And the culture is really led by the seniors. And these guys have been there since day one. So they've done a great job of that. I think we always kind of have a hard hat mentality, the lunch pail in terms of, our guys, our number one thing is we're going to work harder than any team we play. We're not always going to, I'm not saying we're not talented, because we are, but we're not always the most talented team when we take the field. But we always feel that our guys, through what we make them go through every day in the summer, every day in the off season, that we are going to outwork you.
Isaac Edelman, New Era Prep. I have a question for Alberto. Obviously, you're a JMU football commit. Talk about your commitment and also your expectations for the upcoming season at Columbus.
JMU was a great fit for me. I can get there, play early, great conference, Sun Belt Conference. So I'm really excited to get there with a great quarterback coach, Coach Nasiri, who was at Alabama at one point and can really develop me. And as far as this upcoming season, I'm super excited. We have a lot of guys returning on the defense and offense. We're looking really good. First week of fall camp, I was really excited with how we were looking. A lot of definitely improving a lot, and I'm really excited for this upcoming season.
How you doing, Kevin? Daily Deposits. I got a question for Jeff. Coach mentioned that he made that switch from quarterback to corner. Could you talk us through making that transition? What's been the hardest part? Make that transition from being a quarterback to now relying on strictly your athleticism at cornerback and just reading the game from offense to defense.
I would say even when I played quarterback, I was still training with my brother at cornerback each and every day. So it wasn't really a hard switch, but now it's just about confidence and everything like that. And just going out there and working hard, that's it.
I got a question for Jose. So Jose, talk about going to SLY, Sunday school, so to call it. Talk about what that has done to your development as a route runner, just as far as competition, and how's that gotten you better as a player?
Yeah, for anybody here who doesn't know who Sly is, Sly Johnson, every Sunday religiously, me and a couple guys like Jeremiah Smith, Josiah Trader, Chance Robinson, we go train with the receiver coach that he's developed me since maybe I was like 4th, 5th grade. And as a 6th grader, I was going against college guys, one-on-ones, getting pressed to the floor. And at first I didn't get it, but now that I see how much that relates to my game, that football is more than just drills. It's more about competing, going out there every day and maybe not being the best, but competing every day and trying to push yourself against guys that maybe you don't stand up against, maybe you're not there yet. But I mean, that's developed my game to where I am now, honestly.
This is open for any of the players, but Columbus is obviously a very historic program, a lot of tradition. What does that mean to you guys being a part of a team like that?
I mean, it's an honor being able to follow in the footsteps of so many great players that have come through here, like Xavier Henderson, Henry Parrish, and even way before that. And be able to follow my brother, which is an honor. I got to back him up a couple of years and got to learn from him, and just be able to be developed and learn in this program is an honor, because it gets you so much better than just not being able to learn, maybe playing really early at a young age. Yes, that helps, but being able to learn against really good players, really talented players, develops you in great strides. So I'm very thankful for this opportunity to be able to be developed under these great players.
Thank you, guys.
Feedback for today. Okay, let me move it. Austin has that one.
Who's next?
Oh, I'm sorry. Austin? Do you have it, or?
All right, next we're going to welcome North Miami to the stage. Okay, here we got North Miami on the stage. Want to appreciate you guys coming out and making it here today. So I'm going to hand the floor over to Coach. Coach, feel free to let your players introduce themselves, give a quick statement about the season, what you're excited for.
Good morning. Good morning. First thing first, I'm Coach Gerald Cox, going into my second year at North Miami High School. Overall, probably 17th year coaching. 5 championships at Miami Central, Coconut Creek, Booker T, and now here at North Miami. I got Demetrius Kitchens, Michael Zephyrin, and Jadarius Gaines here with me today. We expect a lot of things, man. We're kind of a quiet underdog bunch, man, and most of the guys in here know that's me anyway. You know, I don't do all that flashy stuff. I ain't a coach all in the camera, and I don't do all that, you know, because my kids work, and that's what it's about for me. You know, seeing them day in and day out do what they're supposed to do, and then we go in and shock some people along the run. You know, last year I don't think anybody thought we were gonna win district championship. Won that, going the first playoff in probably 10 years in the school's history. So we expect to do a lot of things this year. People don't know what I got in my building, and people don't know what I got on my team. So I'm gonna let everybody do all these graphics and hype up everybody else, and then when we line up, we'll let it do what it do.
So I got a question. So I know going back to North Miami a few years ago, you guys had a very prolific offense. Before you guys got there, that was kind of the identity of the team and the program. That whole spread, West Coast, or just open, wide open offense. What would you say is the identity of this team and the strengths of this team?
So I'm gonna be biased because I'm also the defensive coordinator this year. So I'll transition back over that title this year alone. After a legend left me, Coach Hanks, he went back to his alma mater. But so think right now, and my quarterback, one of my quarterbacks that's here, he's gonna say otherwise. But right now, it's my defense. We probably too deep and physical and scrappy and fast. Like, I'm long as all outdoors too, so it's crazy, man. But I think going into it, we're bringing back that smart dog defense that was known back in the days. So that's gonna be our where we hang our hat this year. Our offense is still pretty good though. Like we literally go too deep and wide out. I got a good running back in Jadarius Gaines. He got some good quality guys behind him that are young, and they gonna bring the thunder. So we can kind of go either way, but right now I'm gonna give it to the defense a little bit more. I'm being biased, so Mike, don't hold this against me, but I'm being biased a little bit.
All right, let's open the floor up to some more questions from the rest of the press.
Hey, Coach, thanks a lot for coming out. Obviously, I'm a little biased of North Miami. Heavy hearts last year. Loss of your quarterback, tragic. He brought his jersey today. Talk about what that's been to motivate this team and maybe do it in his honor this year.
Oh man, it was tough. I was thinking about it this morning. I said, man, that happened in November. January, I had no direction. We had no direction where we were going with the program. We had no quarterbacks. Luckily enough, and I say Makai is funny for this, we ended up getting 3 quarterbacks in. So, sometimes that don't happen. You probably get 1, maybe 2, but we were blessed to get 3. So me and my wife joked about that, said that was just Makai's being funny. But everything we're doing in this program, man, we're going to make sure he's a part of it. We're going to make sure our kids hold up to the expectation because we expect to do some things because we expect to do it with him. So I don't want these guys though to feel like they have to replace him and do some extra things, but we're going to do things to make sure that number 3 this whole year gets to play a little longer. So that's our whole thing. We break down on 3 every day. So it's still a mainstay in our program. This year, every one of the seniors will get a chance. That's in skill position. They'll get a chance to wear his jersey every game. So we're gonna make sure number 3 plays in every game this year.
Andre from Daily Deposits for quarterback. How do you feel about this team coming in from Edison on to North Miami?
I feel like this team, like it's a better program. The coaches, they love us more. We do more. We work harder. And yeah, we're surrounded by great weapons.
Kevin here with Daily Deposits. Opening it up for the players. What are you guys' expectations for this season, and what are some areas that you came into the season knowing that you wanted to improve on?
Okay, so expectations coming into the season with, of course, we are aiming for a state title. But some improvements we can make. We just gotta work harder than everybody else. Since we're an underdog, we're a small school, but nobody really got faith in us but us. So we have to work. We have to outwork everybody else. And yeah, that's about it.
Well, kind of like he said, like a state championship. Like, you feel me? Like, in improvements, I feel like I got better at receiver and all of that. Like, coming in, I ain't like had no footwork and all of that, so I got better footwork while running routes, getting crispy and all of that.
My improvements, I feel like I got more mobile from last year. Like, I could get out the pocket anytime. I could put the ball wherever I want to put it. Yeah.
All right, appreciate you. We got another question? One more question over here.
Chuck Simmons, Section 104. Got a question for Coach Cox. I'm off the train of thought that quick. Oh my gosh. Sorry about that. Yes, now I got him back. I'm back. Coach Cox. You just said that, you have a lot of hidden gems in the building that we may not know about. We the people, we want to know something about these gems, something more about these gems that are not up here with you today, especially about the defense that you just spoke about. Give us some players that we may not know about.
Okay, so we'll start, one that everybody knows about. Every school has been beat down my phone about him, Lewinsky Adore, linebacker DN. He's going to be this year he'll be technically a third varsity player. He's 6'4", 225 pounds. He's killed it on the summer circuit this whole summer. Then I go to my secondary, which is led by Gerson Alette. He's one of my captains. He's going to be a three-time varsity starter. He's a 3-time state semifinalist wrestler. He can fly around. He's my Tyron Matthew. I have 2 2026 corners that are both 6'1", 6'2", long, can run. I got Mr. Kitchens right here next to me. Came in, y'all know the name. He has the same mentality as his brother. Behind him, I have a couple of young guys, secondary-wise. Like I said, I'm probably too deep with 6'1", 6'2" guys at point. Wide receiver-wise, I got Kendrick Cannon, who was there with me last year. He's, again, 4-year varsity guy at North Miami. He stepped up tremendously over the summer, over the spring. His confidence level has grown. He's 6'2", full of muscle. He's probably I want to say 205 and he can go get it. Like, he's gonna high point the ball. He give you everything. Then I got a guy named Antoine Moore. If you've been in this area the last 4 years, it was a guy named Moore that played for me at Booker T that went over to Northwestern. That's his little brother. He can play on both sides of the ball as well. But athleticism out the door and wide out. 6'1", 6'2", can run. He can go in the corner and lock down. This summer, he locked down one of y'all top wide receivers that, you know, everybody been raving about. But then I got Mr. Michael here, along with William Bell right now at quarterback, and I got a young quarterback, Isaiah Murphy. So that is a kind of three-headed monster. Two of them are the older statesmen in the bunch. They're gonna duke it out, but they're all different. Michael is more of the dual threat guy. Will is sit in the pocket. He's gonna pick you apart. Isaiah is he's gonna be a combination of all of them when it's all said and done. Running back wise, Darius Gaines coming into high school as a freshman. I told him the other day he was one of the top running backs in the county. He still has that mentality. He still has that ability. He's still done the same thing, but the difference is, and like I said earlier, for the last 3 years or whatever it is, a lot of media outlets haven't came and saw what we were putting on the field. And that's me as a coach, even when I was at Booker T. A lot of them didn't come. So for whatever that reason is, I don't know why. I don't know if it's me. I became the black sheep all of a sudden, but they didn't show up. And that's the reason why he doesn't get the same things and the same outlook as everybody else, because some media outlets are being very biased. But if they come see our games, you come see what this kid does. The kid is he jumped every game for probably 100, 120 yards a game. But nobody knows it because they didn't take the time out to come see him. So I offer everybody, man, come out and visit me. Daily deposits, Mr. Drex here, he started with me last year, man. So I'm one of them guys, I'm one of them coaches out here that promote a lot of assistant coaches that become head coaches. I promote guys like Mr. Drex here, man, and put them on the map. I do the same thing for my kids. You know, so again, when I say it's not about me, it's about everybody else, I truly mean that. And that's what my program is, it's family. Forget about me, I love you. So I'm gonna continue to do that, you know, and at the end of the day, when it's all said and done this year, when we start off against a marquee and we go up the Lake Gibson, the team knows that's our game. That's gonna be our test. When we play Lake Gibson, we show up the way we're supposed to show up, everybody gonna know this game. We did everything that happened. We're gonna win this title again. We're gonna go back to the playoffs.
Okay.
And we're gonna make a longer run this year.
Awesome. All right, Coach. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Bring the next school up here. Monarch, you guys can start making your way to the stage.
You want me to keep time for you?
We're on the time, we're running behind to start, so that's why.
Is that what? Excuse me?
We have the time and going ourselves.
Okay.
Started late.
Okay. Okay. But you have a 15-minute timer already.
Yeah.
So you don't need to go? You sure?
You usually like a signal.
A signal? I'll let you know 2 minutes till. Okay.
Let's give me like 2.
2? Okay.
All right, guys, we got Monarch on the stage. Coach, I'm going to open up to you if you want to let the players introduce themselves and then give a quick statement about the season afterwards.
Hey, I'm Coach Roberto Martinez Jr. I'm the assistant head coach, offensive line coach. Right here, I brought 8 players today.
Aiden Schwartz.
Aiden Lynn. Quarterback.
Terrell Ray, receiver. Clayton Can, receiver.
This looks up. What's up? Right tackle. No bucket. Left guard.
So going into this year, we're expecting for a lot of things from us in the forehand classification. Last year, we lost the regional semifinals going 9-3, winning our second ever district title. As a returning player from the 2015 team that won the first ever district title, this team has a lot of expectations on it, from the alumni standpoint, from the school standpoint, and from the Broward County standpoint. The foreign classification is probably one of the widest open state titles there's going to be this year. We have a lot of tough competition in front of us. And what I'm looking forward and seeing from my players is the growth that we have shown in the last 4 to 5 years, the growth in our program, the growth in our school, and growth individually. As a lot of these young men have gotten better every single day. My offensive line, we practice about 6 times a week. Every single day, working on our craft, working on our technique, so we can protect A.J. Harrison, the Broward County reigning player of the year. As we get better, this season we're playing tough competition. We're going to play St. Thomas. We're going to play Cedar Grove from Georgia. We're going to play Delray Atlantic. And we're going to play our district opponents, which we are expected to win district. There's no question about it. Our goal is state championship this year. That's what we're trying to do.
You mentioned you're an alumni, right? Class of 2015. So talk about, that was kind of a top time during the program. You guys had a lot of top players. So talk about that experience and that kind of experience you could, drive onto these players to show them the success of the program.
Well, the one thing about my group was that we were very driven. Our school had no history. A lot of us came from humble beginnings. A lot of us from foster care youth or different type of home settings, which we came together as a family. One of the biggest things we talk about with this team still is family. Family, team, together, 24/7. That's all we do. We hang out every single day. My kids hang out with each other. Anytime I call on them, there's about 5 other kids in the background. That means the bond together. They're a family 110% through the way, and that's going to help us through the season. When things get tough, we know we're going to be back on. Everyone will back each other up, and we're going to be successful. As we go down, that's the expectation from my team and this team, is the unity.
Yeah, I guess let's open the floor to some questions.
Hey, guys, thanks for coming, Coach. Thanks so much. AJ, what is the biggest difference of this team this year than the past 2 years?
I would say the biggest difference, maybe our work ethic. Everybody's determined to work and get each other better, and everybody's competing. We compete a lot every day in practice, early in the morning, long days throughout the weight room, outside on the field. We all just competing to get better.
Coach, so as an alum, I remember you guys had a pretty pass-heavy offense, quarterbacks throwing for a lot of yards. What's kind of your philosophy going into this season?
Our philosophy is get the ball into our athlete's hand, no matter who it is. When I played, we had 3 running backs that could have started for our team. We had 5 to 6 receivers that went Division I. Some of them, they're in the NFL, Calvin Captain, Jerry Judy, Greg Russo, and a couple other kids that, different times of variation of how people get recruited. With this receiver core, we have as close to that talent that I saw. I grew up personally with Calvin though, and looking at Jabari, Bright, Samari, Terrell, and all of them, they have very slight similarities to those receivers. So I see a lot of them in those guys right there. Now, AJ does remind me a lot of Michael Harris. Michael Harris is one of my best friends from Little League football, and he was also Monarch rated touchdown champ and yards champ with over about 36 touchdowns in the season. AJ was 4 touchdowns shy this year, but he led us to the second round. So AJ is growing as a player, and the expectations for AJ this year is going to be humongous in the sense that he has made some mistakes. And everybody knows it, he knows it, and that's how we're going to go.
So I guess the last question here for the players, any of you that wants to answer, what is one game this season that you guys are looking forward to? Maybe there's a rivalry game or some kind of bad blood where you guys you want to prove yourselves.
Definitely St. Thomas. We're not shy of competition. I feel like last year some of these boys were scared, and this year we're going to be ready.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you, man. So welcome Miami Central to the stage. Okay, so we got Miami Central on the stage. So Central is seeking their fifth straight state, and they have a tough schedule this season. So, Coach, I want to give you the floor to say a quick statement and then let the players introduce themselves.
Good morning. My name is Julius Joseph, head coach of Miami Central Football Rockets. Thank you guys for the opportunity. Any opportunity we get to talk about our brand and our standard is always a great opportunity. And thank you guys once again.
Yo. My name is Elon Coleman, class of 2025 receiver.
My name is Luke Morris, class of 2024 offensive lineman.
My name is Dwayne McCoy, class of 2024 wide receiver.
My name is Ezekiel Marshland, class of 2025 linebacker.
My name is Randy Aderica, class of 2025 defensive lineman.
My name is Amari Wallace, class 2025 defensive back.
My name is Albert Jones, class of 2024 offensive lineman.
Yes, I got a question for you guys. So, obviously, the big elephant in the room is the quarterback competition. So, you guys have to replace, now in FIU, Keon Jenkins. So, what does that competition look like? Your thoughts on it? Who do you think's gonna be the guy?
For the kids or for this? Well, we're in the competition. It's been going on for a while since the spring. All we ask that the kids do their best every day, be the best versions of themselves. Filling those shoes of Keon Jenkins is not an easy task. He's been a 3-year starter. That's 3 state championships. But you got to think about these kids who are willing to step into those shoes and show the resilience and aren't shying away from any competition. In today's world, a lot of times, people may take the easiest road. But this is taking the road less traveled, especially when you sign up to play for Miami Central and a quarterback room so full with talent, so full with prowess and football IQ. Every day is a different day, and every day is a day to get better. We always talk about reflection, going home and reflecting on who you were that day, how can you improve upon that, and those guys are doing a tremendous job, not only just trying to lead the offense, but be leaders of the team, be an extension of the coaching staff on and off the field, because we know playing that position, that quarterback, it's a central position where it really needs you to be just a voice, continuous voice of leadership in the locker room. So those guys are doing a great job, and it's still a tight race going into the first week, and we wouldn't have it any other way. We're here at Miami Central. We breed competition. We tell them that because at the end of the day, you're gonna have to compete for everything in life. You're gonna have to compete for your job. What are you gonna do to separate yourself on that stack of resumes? I always tell my guys, you gotta compete for your woman. You're not the only one that thinks she looks good. So, at the end of the day, we always try to get them, just compete, and that's what they're doing. And all I can ask, and my coaching staff and the kids can ask, is that they're the best versions of themselves every step, every rep.
I got a quick question for all the players. What's the one game on the schedule this year you guys are certainly looking forward to? It's going to be a test that you're looking forward to this year.
We're looking forward to all the games. We're taking all our games one at a time. Everybody has our undivided attention as we go through the season.
Let's open the floor up to some questions.
I have a question for the head coach. Isaac Edelman, New Era Prep. 4 straight state titles coming off an undefeated season. Not many high schools can say that. How can you keep up with that success and get a 5th straight state title?
I can just tell you, just keep our head down and stay focused and be resilient. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And we've got a system and a formula here at Miami Central that's tried and proven. The kids understand what's the task at hand. They understand what's mandatory, what's the expectation. We don't shy away. We don't lie to them. We're very transparent as far as what we expect from them on a day-to-day basis, and they stand tall in it. And they actually they buy into what we're selling them, and they all connect with it. So for us, it's just a rinse and repeat thing where hard work, our separations and our preparation. And in today's age, when you get a group of kids, a collective of kids who buy into the old school mentality of you work for what you get. You wake up early in the morning, you leave late, and you come with your lunch pail and your hard hat. And at the end of the day, the desirable outcome is limitless and success is inevitable.
Hey, Coach and team, Joe Frisaro, SB Live. What's kind of the personality of this team? Last year's team, a lot of players are returning, but a lot left as well in key positions. What's kind of this year's team, Coach, that you're kind of noticing?
It's funny that you asked that. I think every team has its own personality. Last year's team had a lot of characters. They were talented, but they had a lot of characters. This year's team, me and my coaching staff we joke about it as far as how they practice. One word that comes to mind is focus. They have this unwavering focus about them. It's an aura where they already know what's expected of them. It's almost to the point where they're on autopilot, to the point where sometimes I'm like, yo, I'm kind of bored at practice because they literally know exactly what to do and when to do it, and they know the task at hand, and they're chomping at the bit. They cannot wait until the season starts because they want to showcase what they've been working on for the past months at Miami Central.
Coach, Oski Servin, Florida Men's Sports. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're undefeated in your coaching career, correct?
That's correct.
So you mentioned a lot about this culture of competition, and that's clearly top down. So for you personally, how are you able to keep that energy up and let it just affect everyone else around you?
I mean, honestly, that speaks to every fiber within myself. Just on a continuous basis, always trying to improve on a daily, as far as not just being a better coach on a daily, but just being a better man, being a better person, to be able to use this vehicle of football as a vessel to teach them how to be better individuals in society. I always try to teach them, football's not who you are, it's what you do. And I try to develop them holistically. And, those victories, they're just a byproduct of impact that I have on their lives, my coaching staff, and the administration at Miami Central. Day in and day out, we're a big cog in their lives, and we're just a small piece of the puzzle. I try to make sure, that we're an extension of the values and ethics that are being poured within them at the household, so we're all speaking the same language. So, the X's and O's and the Jimmys and Joes, they're going to take care of themselves, but just that energy that I have specifically is caring about kids, caring about their development, caring about their personalities, caring about them being the best versions of themselves and functional adults in society.
Coach, and this is a question for Randy and Ezekiel. This defense every year has an identity. What's the identity this year, guys, of this Central defense?
We are a very hard-working defense. We're really aggressive. We are a veteran group this year, so I feel like the vets of the defense, we just taking over, and we unstoppable. Like, we just a great veteran defense.
The identity for this year's defense is, like Coach Drew said, we're focused. We know what we have to do as far as defense goes. We're a veteran group coming in, and yeah, we know what we have to do this season.
Let's talk about the offensive identity. So quarterback is up in the air, but do you think that identity is going to change depending on who's in there?
I don't think it's going to change no matter what quarterback's in the game. Everyone knows the system. If you just stay in the system, we'll be good.
All right, appreciate you guys.
Yes, sir.
Straight ahead, straight ahead.
play a video or YouTube, how they YouTube.
I think all three play. And all three are as good as each other.
While we waiting here on section 104. Got some highlights here. We can show you guys while we wait on the next team. Some promo videos.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, they have three of them this year, but the Anthony's, I think Sinus most accurate. But hey, Mike, I think if you went to South Ridge, I thought the mom, she didn't, she just went, listen, she said, how can you lose being where you're at? It's gonna get national exposure. It's gonna play at South, at Central. She's right. And they live right in North Dade. Mom, Garrett.
All right, that's on me then.
So his dad's the head coach. Would you, if you had a chance to go to Central? They have Delaney's there, the kid from here, that high. They're telling you things are gonna be a whole lot better than they are. But they got North Miami. Yeah, right, now they got some kids.
Mm-hmm.
Where they going?
Hi, Brandon, enjoy footballhotbed.com. Listen to post-game wrap-up show, Saturday edition. Marcus Benjamin, I see you right here. Listen, I've lost my boys. We're so exhausted, but it's been so much fun. Florida High School State Athletic Association, it's amazing what we've seen here in the last couple of days. Let's talk about early this morning with a great game in the 3A final.
Yeah, Chaminade-Madonna was able to beat Oxbridge Academy. It was a great game. Came down to the final minute. David Broward was able to drive his team down the field, and they were able to get the last second field goal within 10 seconds left to seal the 3A state championship.
It was an incredible game. Let's go out to the field. Chaminade-Madonna and Oxbridge Academy from West Palm Beach. First quarter, oh my goodness gracious. Sean Shivers, this kid is really, really outstanding. Didn't quite get into the end zone, but then on the next play, he gets in and Chaminade is rolling. All of a sudden, there you go again. Sean Shivers just could not be stopped. He was moving and grooving the entire time. He finished.
Videos.
Oh, yeah. There's no benefit to it, because they're not safe. But you notice every time someone puts that they have an open
Because they got no cake. They play Lakeland. Lakeland killed.
Lakeland killed. But it's just, I don't get it.
But they beat Venice.
I don't know why.
Those kids are all 20.
Yeah, like I know.
They're all 20.
My mind is.
Oh, yeah. They got kids, though.
They can't block comedian kids.
Yeah, mostly all.
The whole thing.
Huh?
Let's keep drinking my coffee.
There you go. Yeah, Central can be awfully tough to beat. They're loaded.
Very
Smaller guys.
You think? Really? I haven't seen him in person, but I
Kids
think
like 90% active.
no, that's what I'm saying. I
In
watched,
their
I
spring
watched
game,
his
I was
highlights.
at their spring game,
He
he's
needs to
20 and
change.
20.
I think he's a D1 kid, I think, honestly.
Yeah.
He needs to change his film rate. His
Stay.
highlights.
Stay.
No, I'm saying his film.
Oh.
Beginning of his highlights ever, like it's like his best throws towards the end. I'm like, dude, you gotta change it. It's like 6 minutes in, no one's watching that.
He'll get.
He'll get it.
He'll get one. Significant. Yeah. Yeah. More like, what's his name? Cam Newton. He runs all. Yeah. Yeah. But he's only a junior, so he's learning. Yeah. But they'll all play. They're all
played as a freshman.
You know,
Yeah. And I'm sure blowouts.
Yeah. Good. I think.
Yeah, down south somewhere. Yeah. It's more like a JUCO. So it's more like a JUCO for them type of schools.
I ain't want to see it on.
That's what they calling them now, though.
Yeah.
I still want to see it on camera. I want to right behind them. People get a come up in their feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Coach, you in the middle. There you go. Step up. There you go. Once it's done, Justin, you can come out this way. All grade prep.
Okay.
Okay, we're back. Okay, we got the next team at the podium. We got Palmetto Academy. So I'm going to let Coach, or I will allow the players to introduce themselves. So say your name and position. Then Coach, give a quick statement about this year's team.
My name is Amir Wright, slot receiver. My name is Nespresso Demostein. I play DB.
Gil Velez, I play linebacker.
Pierre Thomas, I play linebacker.
Kerry Perry, I play free safety.
Jeremiah Lee, I play quarterback.
Terrell Jones, I play running back.
And Coach, I'll let you say a quick statement about these guys, about the team.
My name is Andre Daniels, head football coach at Palmetto Preparatory. We have a young team. I know last year, this my first year there. Last year team, it was basically, I think, prior they went 1-9 last year, but it's going to be a change this year. We expect to win. We expect to win right away.
All right, we'll open the floor up to some questions from the press.
Hey, Coach, thanks for coming up. I appreciate it. I saw you had a bunch of things this year up in Gainesville, saw you at FIU. This is a team, obviously, you wanted to get exposure. How beneficial was it to go against some of the top teams?
That helped with the development process of this summer. We went to UM, went to FIU, went to UF. We just got a lot of work. And I tell these guys all the time, hey, we got to work. We got to work constantly, daily, and that's the only way we're going to get better.
All right, Coach, you said it's your first year. Last year, you guys were 1-9. What specific things did you look at from last year that you think you need to correct for this season to improve?
Last year, because I'm fairly, this is my second team year as a head coach. So when I took the job right before Christmas break, what I looked at was, I went back and watched all the game film, and I just overall evaluated the talent that was on the team and what was coming back, and that wasn't up to my expectations. So I had to go out. I had to beat the streets. I had to go out and find talent that's going to be relevant to what I'm expected. So, and then also had to put a coaching style together and stuff like that. I went and got Coach Harris from St. Brendan last year. He was a receiver coach there. A great young guy, innovative guy. He gonna bring a lot to what we want to do offensively. In the vision of what we have, we're gonna be explosive. We're gonna score. We're gonna be fast. So I expect a lot from us this year.
Coach, you mentioned going out and kind of recruiting some new talent. Obviously, these guys are probably some of the leaders of your team. Let's hear from them kind of what's their expectation for this year and how they can build on that last season.
Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I'm Gil. I came in. I feel like we are a good team, but we just lack a little bit of discipline. So once we, like old people from last year and all that, once we evaluate them and we have more discipline and come together as a team, we'll be great. And we just kind of start by getting our ass kicked first, and then that's how we win.
Let's hear from the quarterback. Let's see what he has to say.
Jeremiah Lee, we have a new team, and we just want to compete for the new season. We want to win games, and that's all.
Yeah, he's a young guy, man. I mean, he's kind of shy and stuff like that, but he's class of 2029, so he's a real young guy. So we got to protect him as much as possible. He's kind of shy, but he's going to be a good quarterback for us. And we expect him to lead this team, especially with the other core guys we have on the team. Currently, we only have 4 seniors. We have 4 seniors on the roster. So, and the majority of the team is made up of 9th graders and underclassmen. So,
class of 29. I'm trying to do the math. What grade are you in?
Great.
Going into 7th?
Yes, going into 7th grade. Because we're middle high school.
So what are you looking forward to being a 7th grader playing varsity? What has been the toughest thing for you, whether it's learning the offense or stepping into this leadership role as such a young kid?
It's just you gotta grow into it. It's kind of hard. These people are pretty big, but it's not that hard for me.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
No, appreciate y'all. Thank y'all.
All right, Northwestern, you guys can start making your way to the stage.
Boy, you late. You trying to get to that picnic. You trying to get to that picnic.
Your bitch put you out the crib again, what you pay rent for? I paid a bitch to fuck and she ain't call, I need to trick more. Hey, I got a drug problem, 10 on me now. I'm just at Home Depot rug shop.
Huh?
Everybody look this truck, leave me alone.
Can't stop this money.
Yeah. I'm like, how did it get over there? It's fine? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Wait, get a shot. Come over here, everybody come over here. The same position, come over here, get a shot. Everybody stand up. Stand, how y'all stand? One in front, one in back. Come on, bro. Switch. Yeah. Get on the end. Yeah, they got 69. Now, here's shorty. Yeah. Come on out. Right there. 3, 2, 1. Got you.
I mean, I can support that. Let me show you.
Yeah, it sounds like you're on the phone.
Your bitch put you out the crib again, what you pay rent for? I paid a bitch to fuck and she ain't call, I need to trick more. Hey, I got a drug problem, 10 on me now. I'm just at Home Depot rug shop.
24 quarterback, starting quarterback for the Columbus Explorers. Listen, man, this is almost the worst day of your life. As far as you throwing a big play and having this team be up 10-3. They came back and scored and tied it and had a chance to win with a field goal. What was going through your mind? I know it was in the South, man. They had a great opportunity to make a lot of stuff. That was incredible. And I knew it was something. And you know, they're going to keep my elders. I knew it was something. And every one of those interceptions and back behind it happens. I should put on my house up and put on the Lions. And happens, but because of the government, it's all about getting the job done. It's overtime. They go up 3-0, so the process over. You can't go another bit. Just to do the play call, it's on you from a quarterback into a receipt. You do all these cards, you do it fair to win, but you're going to leave the process to the ground. And when you have it in the back pocket, I'm supposed to do it. And we get you to stop it. And when you talk it all off, and you try to get it off to the right, and no
You in church, bro. You in church, Brody. You in church, Brody. You turned what now? Brody, I ain't talking about that. I guess if you say so. Who am I to come in between a relationship between you and the Lord?
It's like a dick in here.
Might as well. Might as well. Oh, I gotta be stopped. Okay. Well, great. Right. Yay.
Bulls will be up shortly. We're waiting on your coach to arrive. Northwestern Bulls will be up next. High school.
Every game, even on Saturday, you lost, you saw the game happen always, you don't get down each other. It's a crazy team, it's almost fairy tale. You never get down each other, always beat each other up. They don't want to on the field goal or on win. Everybody on the side and cheer each other up. But this team had a different. We're going back to back after sure. You talk about Dr. Bell. You got back from an injury in 6 weeks. Can you describe what that was like, the surgery or whatever you had to do, the rehab, just to get back, play your first game in a long time in the state championship, to help your team win? I'll be a check. I might correct you, but I broke my collarbone 3 weeks ago, and man, I've been thinking about it. Got in the middle, and I walked out there for 2 weeks, and they said I my foot out, and I feel it. And I came and I showed up to the team, and the team, and we all showed out, and I know we got the victory tonight. Well, the reason I said that is because they told me you were out for the season, but obviously you were able to come back 3 weeks ago. That's something unprecedented. So I'll just say this to you. What message do you have to send to everybody about the 22 version of the Columbus football team? That's 2 words. We are time. We are different. That's the only thing I have to say about this team. Congratulations. Great. Great to do it for Hotbed.com here with Columbus Sports head coach, coach. We had high schools in football, to our first year. But before that, you weren't there. You come in your first year, you win. Basically, come back from being down with this crazy situation, an outpass, and then a couple years later, you probably would have wanted to go to years like beyond years old. You come back and not get cruising, all game long. And then, what went through your mind when I run up through that thing and go to
I thought about it. I should have.
Yeah, every after.
I know. Let me go see if they still out there.
I've been like kind of.
Kind of grew in that short, 10 men type of situation. You got a lot of college experience. Funny that
It's got to be like.
He has been a quarterback he was converted into a humble kid, senior. Was that part of the fact that they can scout that he could potentially, not only throw the ball, but also run it himself? Also, one of the big ones had to be a defensive player, just talk about their performance tonight. It's pretty much awesome.
They have a strong receiver on our team, and they showed it tonight. We became Rudy Story, Derek Park, Daniel Russell, Dylan Stevenson, Rob Williams, and those guys played a big part of the tail.
Without TJ tonight, and here's the strange thing about Syracuse, really for other people, most of the guys come back.
Yeah, we're excited for that. A couple weeks off now, so we're ready to go.
Coach, that's super. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, Palmetto. Hey, Marlon.
So the people that sit right here is considered press. You got Oski that sits right there, and you got Marlon that sits up there. Those are the people that we ask all the questions. So press is right here. Press. Oski sits there. Marlon sits right up there in the orange shirt. They ask the question. So that's what your camera is on. So whenever Marlon is speaking up there, you make sure you just point it to him. If he's speaking in the other orange shirt, point it to him. And then if the person everything is like, I gotta make sure you point to whoever. But you don't have to worry about them. The football players just like what's like
Stay right behind.
I'm standing, okay.
Stay right behind the guy in the middle. Right behind the guy in the middle.
Right there. Everybody look up.
Yeah. Let's go.
You said he on the way. Remember, no question. Oh, there you go.
Okay, we're back after a brief break. So we have Miami Palmetto next. So I'm going to want each player to introduce yourself. So say your class, your position, and if you are committed to any college yet, say the school.
My name is Charquez Lee. Class 2024. I'm a linebacker, and I'm committed to East Carolina.
My name is Lawrence Johnson. Class 2024, I play defensive back. I committed to FAU.
My name is Jacory Barney, wide receiver, committed to University of Nebraska.
Lucas Guanaga, quarterback, class of 2025, not committed.
Davion Dixon, class of 2025, defensive tackle, committed to Notre Dame.
George Stewart, class 2024, I play offensive line.
All right, then, Coach, why don't you introduce yourself and then give a brief statement about the team and this year's expectations.
Yeah, my name's Mike Manasco. I'm the head football coach of Miami Palmetto. It's my 10th year coming up. Really excited about this group. We had a little bit of a down year last year, losing in the regional semis. It's just not good enough here anymore. Really blessed, had a great spring. Been able to beat this heat a little bit by going early in the morning, and had a great first week of practice. Just excited to get back to work on Monday.
Let's open up the floor for some questions.
Hey, Coach, guys, thanks so much for coming up. I appreciate it. Coach, obviously, the one place that you did work on is the offensive line. You added some beef, you had some experience. Talk about that, because I think maybe last year the depth on the offensive line may have been the reason that you didn't get a little bit further, but I don't think that's going to be the case this year.
No, last year we were on our third center by week 5. I've never, in 22 years of coaching high school ball, I never had a stretch of injuries like we had. But we've had some great kids grow through the program. We've also picked up some guys along the way. We have 2 offensive line coaches that are just coaching their tails off, and these guys are as talented as any group we've ever had. This big guy right here is probably the most athletic kid that we've ever had at that position. But man, we are blessed. We've definitely beefed up on both sides of the line, which, to play in our league and to win at the highest level, you got to have that size.
Coach, we got to see you guys at the Palm Beach Garden scrimmage. You guys were able to move the ball pretty well, whether it's, inside the tackles, tough run game. We even have some big shot plays. Who are the guys on this team that you're looking to take the biggest step this year?
Yeah, I mean, it starts with our quarterback, Lucas Guanaga, being able to get your quarterback back, especially since he's only going to be a junior. He won the job last year as a sophomore. And a sophomore playing the schedule we play, it was tough. It was a learning curve, but we're super excited. I mean, we haven't had this much optimism on that side of the ball in a long time. Jacory Barney is, if not the best player in South Florida, one of them. Every time he touches the ball, it can be a home run. We have a great group of receivers. That's probably our deepest position. So, finding them the football is going to be tough, but we got the right guy in Lucas Guanaga going to be able to get it to him.
Speaking of Jacory, I had a question for you. So I learned about your relationship with the Boodle brothers, and I was lucky enough to meet DCAT myself. Tell me a little bit about how they've influenced you. Obviously, they're Nebraska guys. How much has their relationship meant to you in kind of developing your work ethic and kind of learning what it takes to be a big-time player?
So with them playing with me in high school, Deuce played with me. I trained with his brother, DiCaprio Boodle. Idolmakers, we all work together. Them boys at Nebraska, him, Corey Collier. I played with Corey Collier too. They up there. So it didn't really play a role into it, like me going there, but it's a plus that he's there, so I'll be good. I'll be with my brothers that I played with in high school, and that'll be, it's just, but when I get there, it's like, it's not high school ball no more. I'm trying to outwork y'all, but at the end of the day, we brothers, and it's all work.
Got a question for the quarterback. So what was it like as a sophomore being surrounded by all these D1 guys, all this talent, and having to be the core piece to lead all these guys to winning a bunch of games?
I mean, it was awesome having a bunch of guys around you that have a lot of experience and can help you, and especially as a young guy, like last year, like I was, first year on varsity, first start last year, Manasco took me in, I won the job in the summer, and I mean, it was hard at first, and I think I kind of got used to it, and I think this year is going to be a lot better for me, having that experience of 1 year last year, and having a lot of guys surround me that can make plays and stuff like that.
I have a question for Davion. So you just transferred from Belen. How's that adjustment been? You're obviously a big recruit. You're committed to Notre Dame beforehand. What does it mean to you to join this group of guys, and how have you been able to kind of find a role as a leader on this team?
It's been good. We've been working all summer and trying to get better as D-line so we can win a state championship. And they just welcomed me with open arms, and we just been working every summer.
For any of you guys, what game are you most looking forward to this season?
Homestead, week 1. Homestead, week 1, you know, that's my hometown. You know, that's where I'm from, Florida City. None of my guys, but at the end of the day, I'm trying to put them up in the hood. I'm trying to beat them. We're trying to win states, and we come for it all for what we're talking crazy too. So, you know, we got to smash them. We won.
A question for the O-lineman in the back. So, like Larry said, the O-line was kind of the weak spot of this team. So, you coming in and being kind of the lead man of that group, do you take pride in knowing that last year that was kind of the weakness of the team, and this year you guys, you know, need to make something happen to make that switch?
Yes. I feel like we have a lot of work, but we're gonna get there. You know, I feel like we're gonna be able to run the ball, pass the ball, whatever we need to do. So that's gonna come.
All right. If there's no more questions, I appreciate you guys. You guys can step down over here. Thank you. All right, next on stage, we got Miami Northwestern.
That's us, baby.
You a bull?
Glad to be to see it.
Okay, so we got Miami Northwestern. So each player, introduce yourself, your class, and if you guys are committed to any schools, you know what the name of those schools.
Pedro Dossi, class of 2024, quarterback committed to UAB. Tarbell Mathis.
Tarbell Mathis, class of 2026, running back.
Calvin Russell, class 2026, quarterback, receiver, athlete.
Felix Ward, class of 2024.
Jarvis Hill, class of 2024, defensive tackle.
Leon Stark, class of 2026, quarterback.
Jeremiah Young, offensive center.
Tawan Cox, class of 2025, defensive guy. Delvin Martin, class of 2024, defensive tackle. John Perret, class of 25, defensive back.
Jay Geller, class of 24, kicker.
And Coach, if you want to introduce yourself and give a brief statement about these guys and the upcoming season.
Good morning. My name is Michael Lee Harris. I'm the head coach of Miami Northwestern. This is my 9th year in coaching. Blessed to have this prestigious opportunity to lead these young men and mold them into men and get them ready for life after football, not just preparing them for football. And I selected these young men because these young men have been working hard, and they showed that they can represent the Miami Northwestern Bull the right way in media day. And so we have these guys sitting here today, and they're prepared to answer whatever questions you guys have for us.
I got a question for you. So talk about being a younger head coach and these expectations of being in such a top prestigious program. How do you handle those expectations, or do you embrace those expectations?
Well, being young, I think that's what makes me embrace the expectations. Young, energetic, passionate, enthused about what I'm doing. So the pressure, understanding what comes with being at this prestigious program is what I live for. Still being young, we live for the thrill. So understanding what comes with this and knowing how hard we have to work, what we have to put in to get out what we expect and what our community expect, and not even our community, You know, when you think about the entity of Miami Northwestern all across the country, you think of a contending program, you know, state-wise and national-wise. So that's something I expect. Growing up and competing for Miami Northwestern is already something that's built in my nature. You know, the same pressure that you have as a coach, you have as an athlete on the team. And I believe playing for Miami Northwestern on some of the biggest stages in America at such a young age prepared me for days that I did not even know would come, like today.
Yeah, let's open up the field to some questions.
Coach, so we know this week was just Bulls week. You mentioned having these expectations. It's a successful program. And I remember this morning you guys were out there at practice in the dark, 5 a.m., full pads, all that. How do you get these guys to really buy into the culture, and what does it mean to be a Bull?
So the first thing is nobody's making them play football. You know, nobody's making them show up to practice. This is something that they want to do. As young men, I'm preparing them for manhood, and I'm preparing them to understand what you're signing up for. So if you signed up to play for Miami Northwestern, and you signed up for knowing what our schedule is, what we have on our calendar, then there's no ifs, ands, or buts about what we're going to do. And the moment you decided, the same way as I decided to accept this role, the moment you knew what comes with how tough our schedule can be, how tough our community can be, how tough our criticism can be. So there's no excuse. And if you want to be greater than your opponent, you have to do what your opponent is not doing. And for the most part, we don't know if any of our opponents are up 5 in the morning consecutively the way we're trying to do. And not only just that, everybody in this generation and the generations before, and not only just football, we talk about sports in general, the goal is to be a D1 prospect. The goal is to be a professional athlete. And we know on the professional level and on the collegiate level, 5 a.m. is the normal. So this is me getting them prepared for when they exit the doors of Miami Northwestern. You know, can you get up in the morning because you have practice at 6 a.m., so training room opens up at 4:30. Can you be on time for that? And one thing I know as an ex-college recruiter is that a lot of our guys come from the Miami-Dade area unprepared for the collegiate atmosphere, the collegiate schedules. So with me being blessed to have this role is something I'm constantly preaching. That if this is something you really care about, this is something you really want to do, you'll be here when we say be here, because this is not punishment. This is us embracing the process that it takes to be where you guys said you wanted to be. You know, so that's how we get the team to buy in to being there at 5 a.m.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty contagious feeling throughout this team. I mean, this team plays a lot of passion. It was only 7-on-7, but at the 2-2 Atwell tournament, you guys made the championship. You faced off against Chaminade, and that's your first matchup for the real season. Just 7-on-7, maybe missing a few guys, not the full team you're going to put on the field, but how are you guys looking forward to that matchup? And, you know, is there any kind of tension building up to that point?
Well, I think there's a correlation between all the questions that you asked. So we know what we signed up for. We know the strength of schedule. We know what comes with being a Miami Northwestern Bull. And we know that we're playing against arguably the best team in Florida. So every day that we go out there, our goal is to get 1% better and to trust 1% better each day. Because our goal is if we could get just 1% better, let alone 10 in one day. In 2 weeks, that's 15, that's 14% better. In 1 month, that's 30% better than we were 30 days ago. So for us, is understanding we're a young team, we have a young coach, the world is against us. The only people that believe in us are the people in our locker room. And that is how we approach every single day. Knowing that we have the strength of schedule that we have, we're not going to wait until our team has a lot of 20s or seniors. You know, we're not going to wait for our class of 2026 guys to be seniors. We're not going to wait for our class of 25 guys to be seniors. You know, we're going to play right now out the gate. We're going to get ourselves prepared because the truth of the matter is, and the blessing in disguise is, this is the kickoff classic. So what is a better way to prepare ourselves for the season than to play, in my eyes, arguably the best team in Florida? Though we know it's not 7-on-7, but it's the mindset of every time we step out on the field, we're competing. We're playing as hard as we can play. I don't care if it's tug of war, I don't care if it's Jenga, whatever it is, Uno. When we step out there, it is our goal to represent, one, the Miami Northwestern brand, the way the tradition has and the program has created itself to be, and two, to compete. You know, to get to where we want to be, we got to be outstanding competitors. So everything we do, that's what we're doing. We're competing. 7-on-7, 2-on-2, 1-on-1. It don't matter what it is. So that is our goal.
Coach, thanks so much for coming up. I appreciate that. This question could be answered by one of your players, but Northwestern's always been that type of program where former players come back. They come back to, talk. They come back to, kind of preach a little bit to the kids. During your spring game this year, here's Teddy Bridgewater, here's Cam Kinchins, there for the kids. I'd like to know from any of your players what that means to see somebody like a Teddy Bridgewater or a Cam Kinchins who, with Cam, just played there 3 years ago. What it means to you guys.
Them coming back and showing you, it's basically showing you that you could do it. They're giving you the tools, they're giving you everything, they're showing you that they're doing it on the field, off the field. They're really coming back and giving back at a young age, especially Teddy Bridgewater coming out to help out the team as much as he could. So that's really it. They really inspiring and motivating.
What's going on, Coach? This is Gordon from Section 104. I got a question for CJ. I just want to know how you going to handle the leadership role being such a young player this year?
I feel like the leadership is on me, but I feel like we got guys, seniors, that's been leading and helping me out a little bit and showing that they can step up to the challenge. And the biggest thing about it is when you walk in trash and you see the stadium packed, who gonna lead then? Who gonna step up when the game on the line?
I got a question for the quarterback. So, being a guy that's not from the area, so Coach was talking about the culture. Was it hard to insert yourself in that culture? Was it a culture shock at all?
I wouldn't say so because I played a lot of my league years in that area. But going back to the previous question of the leaders coming back, I would say it's a blessing, especially having Coach Bridgewater come in and helping us out. I would say it's been a blessing having him.
And talk about UAB with Coach Dofer. So Coach Dofer has a big reputation, obviously Super Bowl champion. He started the Elite 11, which is a prestigious quarterback camp. So talk about going to play for him next year in school and what you're looking forward to.
Absolutely. I'm really excited to go up there to Birmingham. As you said, Coach Dofer, the head coach, obviously the quarterback guy, won the Super Bowl with the Ravens. The offensive coordinator just came from Alabama, coach all the two Jalen Hurts. So I'm really looking forward to being developed with the good quarterback coaches.
Yeah, so I appreciate you guys. Any other questions? Oh, all right, you guys can sit down. Appreciate it. So you guys can start making your way to the stage.
One more down. That same format.
This is sausage. That's baby sick. I was going, but I'm hosting a birthday party. My mom and all of them are Westland.
Class of '86, G.
And we got Southridge on the stage. So each player,
Only plus if it was 86, I was born
class,
that year.
and if you guys are going to any schools, feel free to mention that as well. You each have a mic, so you each could use an individual mic.
Good morning. My name is Coach Pierre Sonatas, head coach at Miami Southwest High School.
I'm Joshua McDowell, known as Hot Dog. Alton Smith. Taylor Charles. Gabriel Perez.
Aaron Stephen, class of 2024.
Not much century. Nah, that's my boy though. I grew up with the head coach. I grew up with the head coach from Northwestern.
I think, Coach, if you want to give a brief statement about these guys, about the upcoming season, expectations, feel free to do so.
First and foremost, we'd like to thank Hotbed and all the media for coming out today. First of all, we're looking forward to this season. One of our mantras and models is just to outwork our opponents. These men have really come together as a unit and model that example from conditioning to the work in camp and training camp and patty camps this summer, from the weight room and how we accelerated through training camp. They really model that example. I think it's going to show on Friday nights. The work ethic and the resiliency of this particular organization and group has been outstanding. We look forward to really taking this product onto the field and allowing them to showcase. Another mantra we have is to be all in. I think it's one of the things that we're really extremely proud of is our culture and mindset, the maturity, understanding the business of athletics in South Florida, that they're student athletes. And again, they're trying to become the vision of the student athletes. They're working and goals in that particular. They're extremely focused on attaining that particular goal. And last but not least is respect. As all these media outlets begin to lay out their top 10, their top 20, they give out their ranking of stars, we seem to not be in that particular category for whatever particular reason. So we have a huge chip on our shoulder to give the fight for our respect this season. That's one of the things we're looking forward to providing every Friday is trying to earn our respect in South Florida football.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and open the floor for some questions.
Hey, Coach, thanks so much for coming out. Appreciate you guys for coming all the way up. Had an opportunity to watch you guys a lot during the off season. I'm not one of those guys that don't think you're not going to be good, believe me. I guess this could be a question answered by one of your players, probably Mr. Reed, because he's one of those guys, along with Glenn Smith, that kind of helped to put you guys offensively on the map. Talk about what this offseason was about, because you guys went all over the place. I mean, you challenged yourself against some of the top players at a lot of the camps. How important was this offseason to what 2023 is going to be about for the team?
Just challenging ourselves, like going against harder like opponents, making sure that we're leaving a statement this year. For me, it's important for my last year to leave a statement to everybody to know that Sauger is the right fielder.
Andre from Daily Deposit. What matchup are you guys excited for this year?
Again, one of our team goals is, again, we're very focused on having a goal, having a mission. And our mission statement is to dominate the South. So again, anything past the airport, we expect to dominate. And right now, our biggest rival on the South end is Miami Homestead Senior High School. They're within our district, so it's a district opponent, as well as their the allure and aura around that program right now has been there. They went to the state championship last year. We were able to play them once and we were able to win last year, so we're looking forward to that particular matchup. But any team on the South is a problem for us. So we want to dominate the South end of the county. We do play the inner city, we play Miami Jackson, play Carroll City, we play the GMACG in that game. So we're looking for every single opponent. We want to win every single game in 305. We want to be a team on the South. When you think of South Florida, South football, you pass the airport, South Florida Senior High School football.
I had a question for the quarterback. just stepping into that role as a leader on the team, what does that mean to you? And how has the spring and the summer kind of helped you develop your skills for the season?
So I came into Southbridge late. I transferred out of Palmetto and I came here. When I first got here, I didn't know how to really approach the team. And this summer was really big for me because I got to grow with these guys and really get to find out how they are personality-wise, how good they are in football, and we all just work together. And it really helped me build up my leadership, my confidence. And so, this summer was really a big deal. And all these patty camps and camps in general, we all build together. We have good chemistry now. So that was a big part of the summer.
I guess for any of you guys going off that, what are some examples of kind of just team bonding that I guess stuck out to you over the spring and the summer?
I would say some team bonding things that we went through. One specifically, the patty camp. I didn't go. I wish I went, but that specifically stuck out because I think it gave us the advantage into the season now to work with any new transfers that we got, build up new chemistry with new kids and new linemen such as Chris and Ricardo. It helped us build chemistry throughout the year and off season.
So you talk about new transfers. Does this team look like a completely different team than last year as far as transfers go? Or you guys have a pretty core group that is good leadership role, that have a good leadership role, a core group of guys?
I'll answer now. I'll answer as well. We have been lucky to have a great retention rate. We haven't really lost. Where other teams are merging and student athletes are leaving their program, we haven't had that. We've actually been able to maintain our core group of men, develop those core men, and also have young men come back into our community that were in our community, grew up in our community, played in our community, have come back home to Miami Southbridge Senior High School, which is truly important for us. And then we have actually been able to ascertain some pieces that we know that can help us as well. So the transfer is part of our, it happens in college, it happens in the NFL, now it's a part of high school football as well, where you do have young men coming to your program. So we've been lucky to have several transfers. Ricardo, offensive lineman, is coming in. Chris Nelson's coming as well. Taylor was a transfer. Aaron. So we've been able to, even McDowell has been able to come in. And as our seniors have left, we've been able to ascertain young men have played played in high school games. They're varsity guys, highly rated guys, collegiate guys. They have college aspirations and college recruiting interests. So we've been really blessed to grow as a program and maintain, but also enrich and pick up some really talented young men to add to our program, to add to our depth, to add to our physicality, and understand the pursuit of championship mentality, to be driven as a student athlete. We've been in a great position from my perspective. I'm not sure if the students may feel a little different, but we're definitely better and are sustaining for the future as well.
All right. Another question right here.
This question is for all of y'all. I just want to know, the coach, you mentioned winning the South part of Dade County. I just want to know, what are the main keys of you doing that this year?
So I've been preparing for the rest of these games. We're working hard. We're putting in work in the weight room. The transitions to the field. And we just can't play. And challenge, we try to impact. We go head on. Everybody's iron shot to iron. So everybody just challenge each other and impact it. Offense and defense is how we go.
Our opponents on the south end are South Dade, Homestead, Berlin, Southwest. We do travel out. We have out of town. We do have some, like I said, we pass up and we go into the inner city as well. So, but our focus is 1 week at a time. But those opponents matter. It matters in our community. We have a different energy in our school. The tradition there is different. I think those rivalries are important to continue to enrich. And we look forward to continuing to galvanize those traditions. It's important in Southfield we don't lose those ties. And certain schools traditionally play each other. It's important for them to tell their stories to their kids. And when we have alumni come back, they talk about those memories. Those games mean a lot. And so I think it adds. When we're running on that track this summer, to add to that, why we out here in 100-degree weather on asphalt and concrete and rebar running, I think it adds to the fire, of wanting to beat the guy down the street from me. When I see that guy at the corner store, the grocery store, when I'm on the park watching my brothers, they have kids, siblings, their siblings play youth football, they're wearing their Southbridge gear, and those kids are wearing their gear, it means a lot. It means a lot to us. So we have that chip on it, and we're preaching that all season. All right, so it goes to our conditioning, it motivates and grinds us through. When other teams may be able to kick their feet up and think it's just another game, it means a lot to us as a Miami Southwest guys.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
This way, 5 guys here, 5 guys on the top.
Next, we'll have Booker T come to the stage.
School you went to?
You should have known that by my response to you being a bull.
Did you see that the news? When they said the board was shut down the country. It was going on. Yeah, I don't be hating on that. We shut down the country. They said they ain't saying straight. They said the country.
You got saying, who won't get you off from school? You get shot beyond
Did y'all get a news? They said they shut down. They didn't shut down the school. They shut down the country up there. It was on a news. Did y'all hear that?
No.
You don't play. It was on a news.
Yeah.
same format how you lined up.
Shut down the country.
Sleep.
Guys, when you see your name, look at the camera. Don't look down. The camera, say it out loud. You shot.
Okay, we got Booker T on the stage now. So, Coach, introduce yourself, and all the players go ahead and introduce yourself after that.
Tim Isaacs.
Antoine Smith, running back.
Tony Oakburn, safety. Claudel Sherman, quarterback.
Hey, Hayes, corner. Ryan G. Felix, offensive tackle.
Tony Ward, receiver.
Terry Chamber, lineman.
Anton Smith, receiver. Yearly Junior, safety.
Martell Williams, D-line.
Tristan Rose.
Fabulous Scott, safety. Ronald Belliard, defensive back.
Leroy Taylor, lineman.
Lamar Stanford, corner.
Andre Brown Jr., wide receiver.
Leo James, safety.
And Coach, if you want to give a brief statement about these guys, about the upcoming season.
Upcoming season for us at the historic Booker T. Washington Senior High School football program is about teaching and restoring the culture in terms of how we get where we got so fast. This program grew faster than anybody expected us to grow. And now for us, we have to make sure that we live up to the culture and the standards. They got to make sure that we stand up to where we're supposed to be. We're a national program, and that's how we train. We train to be a national program. Nothing else sets in the way of that. And that's how we have to make sure everything that we do every day is about what we do, not just on the field, but off the field, in the classroom, nationally. We want to make sure that we make a true statement on who we are every day. when we wake up in the morning.
I got a question for you, Coach. So, season, you guys are 9-3, right? But all of your losses were to your rivals. So you lost to Central, Northwestern, and then Northern in the playoffs. Talk about that fire that has built for this group of guys and how it's going to lead to this upcoming season.
You know, anytime that you lose a game, we go back as coaches, as players, and we make sure we watch those situations in terms of what happened, what can make us be able to overcome that. That living up to the culture in terms of where we've been in these situations before, and now being able to overcome it. And that's building the culture in terms of who we are. Now, with that situation said, in all of those games, we was in every game to be able to win it at the end. And we have to make sure, and that's what the training was about this summer. In terms of a 9-day camp, we went 9-day tour to every university, and we didn't go there to take pictures. We didn't go there to line up and be able to walk around and have a campus tour. We trained everywhere we went to make sure that those moments that we went through in those 3 losses never happen again. And that's what we're doing this summer. We went into thermometers. They say, hey, it's 97 degrees. You got to stop. We keep riding. We keep grinding. We push it to the limit. That's what's happening in this training camp. And this team is ready to make sure we show that we're going to step up. In those games that we had problems with last year, we're going to make sure that we can beat people twice. And that's what it's going to take to be able to win the championship and win the national championship. You got to beat 3 people twice. And we got to make sure we win 3 games twice.
Coach, thanks so much for coming. Appreciate you guys. This question's for Claudel. Claudel, you've been at the center of this change as a quarterback, as an offensive leader. Talk about what you've seen over the last couple of years and how this program's kind of matured and gotten better.
It just got better overall. Like our work ethic, like we train, and like when I first came in as a freshman to now, the training is very different. When I was a freshman, when you train, that's how much we train right now. That's the main thing, just training.
This question is for you, Coach Ice. I just want to know, how does it feel with you getting Coach Max Edwards back on your side?
It's been great, man. Coach, we played high school together. We was in every class together in high school from 10th grade to our senior year. So we have a great relationship, and we started together. Our high school coach and our position coach got us into coaching, Coach Ralph Arzer. So we've been under the same tree for a long time. And now to be able to bring it back again, we coached together with Billy Rowe, we won state championship, and we feel now with that happening and what we do defensively and what he brings defensively and what we do offensively, putting it all together, adding in special teams, you know, Max has been what we've been, you know, Coach Storr did an awesome job, and that's what we do at the historic Booker T. Washington Senior High School. We make sure we train not just our players to go to college, but our coaches has been doing a great job going to college as well. So Coach Storr has set a strong foundation. Max coming in and bring his stamp on there, and it's going to take us to another level defensively in terms of what he do. And we're excited about that, and all our defensive players have been excited about that as well. So we're looking forward to great things on defense. Check people out.
Appreciate that.
I got another question for the quarterback. So talk about the history of the quarterbacks at Booker T. So you had Treon Harris, Hard Time, then Scooter. So where do you see yourself amongst those guys, or who do you familiarize yourself with their game the most?
Treon Harris, his pocket presence, the way he could move out the pocket, look downfield, throw, run, all that.
All right, no more questions. All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
7 guys here, 7 guys on top. Let's try to put it out. Good question. 7 short guys here. Yes. Oh, yeah. Shorts up here. Couple here, bro. same road. Go to the ball from the blue team. Shot the ball. Same road. To the ball.
Coach, podium, please.
So we got Doral Academy on the stage now. So Coach, go ahead and introduce yourself, give a brief statement, and then all the players, you guys feel free to introduce yourselves as well.
All right, Eddie Delgado, head coach.
Omar Yakis, tight end, DN.
Ernest Malik, athlete.
Alex Moscoso, offensive line.
Academy.
Andrew Silva, D tackle.
Daniel Martinez, linebacker. Julius Chain, offensive tackle.
Nathan Williams, defensive back.
Shabon Mazada, linebacker.
So Coach, yeah, feel free to talk a little bit about this team, about the upcoming season, your expectations.
We're coming off a real good year last year. We went to the regional final. And since we've been here at Doral for the last few years, we've continued to improve every year. We continue to build our numbers, continue to add good players, continue to build winning culture, and we expect that to continue this year. We have a really good young team. We graduated a lot of seniors and won a lot of games for us last year. But we feel like we have a really good young core of guys and a good group of seniors that are going to lead us into the season, and we might continue to surprise some people.
Okay, so yeah, talk about the growth of this program. So you guys are a newer program. How have you been able to grow quickly and keep talent at the school?
Well, I mean, the program goes back as far as I know, like 20 years or so. So it's relatively new. But we got here the COVID year, so that was tough for everybody. But our second year there, we went 8-2, had a really competitive game in the playoffs. And then last year we were able to continue. We had a lot of experienced guys back and made it to the regional final last year for them. And we lost to Columbus in the regional final. And now this year, I think that just like my previous experience where I was before, it just takes a lot of hard work and dedication. You need good coaches with you. I'm very fortunate. I have a really good coaching staff, a lot of experienced guys that know how to do, how to run a program. And we feel like we have a good system in place, and the players, I think, enjoy the atmosphere. And honestly, as far as keeping players and all that, I mean, that's today's world, right? I mean, I think that everybody struggles with that, or everybody has issues with that. They come and go, and you do the best you can to keep them. And we like having all the guys we have, and we hope they stay all 4 years, but it is what it is, But I feel like we have a really good group this year.
Yeah, so for some questions.
Hey, Coach, thanks so much for coming. Appreciate it. You lost 3,700 yards of offense from last year. We saw you in the spring, young team. Over the last 4 or 5 months, how have you improved on the offensive side of the ball?
Well, I think that's the toughest thing. We graduated a lot of big-time guys, and we graduated a lot of offensive linemen. And I think it's true for any team. When you lose that much experience, it takes a minute. And I think spring for us was relatively short. I mean, we only had about 13, 14 practices, and then we played pretty early. So we didn't really have a lot of time to really work on it on the field as much as we would have liked. We also got a lot of guys in this summer. We got a lot of really good, young, talented kids that are going to give us more depth. Truth is, last year, we really didn't have much depth. We had a great first group. It really was a struggle throughout the year with regards to injuries and things of that nature.
So when one injury occurred, it kind of really affected us in a lot of ways. But this year we feel like we're a lot deeper. And we really worked hard throughout the summer to really get the offense up to speed, because that really was our biggest thing coming out of spring, was that we needed to get up front. We needed to get those guys caught up with our system. And I think we're getting real close to it. It's going to take us a little bit because, you know, it's all new guys, but I think in the end, we're going to be right back where we want to be.
I'm from Daily Deposit, Miami. What matchup are you guys looking for this year?
Well, I mean, every game we play is important. Every game, especially these days with the way that the playoffs are set up, where, you know, your strength of schedule matters and all that. But we look forward, honestly, to every single game. We know each one is important. You know, we're not, you know, we play in a tough district, obviously. We got the defending state champs in our district, so we know that that's a challenge. But there's no better way to find out who you are than playing good people. So for us, I've never backed away from playing anybody. I like playing hard people. So it's exciting. I like going to the playoffs and being ready, you know.
Coach, I know you mentioning kids leaving a program, and I know with this crazy world we live in today with the transfer portal and things like that, I just want to know one of the strategies that you will use to try to keep some of these players that's up here today at the RAP.
Well, I don't know about strategies. I mean, at the end of the day, kids are going to choose whatever they feel like is the best fit for them. The only thing with them, I try to be really honest, straight up, and they know what they're going to get. And I'm going to be there every day working hard for them. And we hope that we're providing a good product for them, and that will be what they want, you know. And if it's not, then hey, go find a better fit somewhere else. I mean, I can't control them. I love all my players. I hope they all stay. I saw a few guys that used to be with us here today as I walked in. You know, you still say hello to them and you're still happy for them and you hope they're doing well. But, you know, that's just today's world.
Right.
You know, you either adapt or you die, right? So.
I got a question, Coach. If you had to give one word that would describe this group, what would that word be?
Good question. Good question. I'd say dedicated. It's been a really good group in that regard. Like, we got a really good attitude. I like the way we've been practicing the last few weeks. I like the group as a whole. They have a really good attitude to them.
Just want to open it up to some of the guys. Which one of these guys do you have the biggest expectations for this season?
Well,
we'll let them answer that.
I mean, truthfully, I mean, we got some guys that are offensive linemen that are up here, and for me, on offense, that's our biggest thing right now, is to make sure that those guys are coming along. And once they get their chemistry, then I think we have enough. We really have some good skill guys, probably more depth than we did last year, to really take advantage of things and be a little bit more, maybe a little more balanced than we've been. I think Larry might fall off his chair. We might actually throw the ball a little bit.
Jeez.
Yeah. So we actually have some really good skill kids. So, you know, but really for us, I mean, Ernie's an outstanding player. I mean, each of these guys is important in their own right, to be honest. And I hate to say that about one guy, but they're all, you know, for us on offense, I think the biggest question is our offensive line. You know, once those guys get together and get their assignments down, then I think we're going to be a good team. Defensively, I think we're going to be a lot better. We got some experienced kids. I mean, Nathan's done a real nice job as a DB. Devon provides a lot of leadership for us. Jimmy's an offensive lineman. Omar's moving to a tight end where he's you know, we have enough depth on the defensive line where he can move over and do that now. And he's really good at that. Ernie's a corner and a receiver for us, and he's outstanding. Alex is an important lineman for us. He's a great long snapper too. You know, he's our big time guy. He's the 3.5 star. All right. let's kid him about that. But he's an outstanding snapper. You can't discount that. That's very important. Special teams last year for us, especially some of them were a little tough because we weren't as deep. But now we're deeper, so we expect to be better there. Yeah, obviously have a very good kicker as well. And then Andrew is one of our defensive linemen. He's been here all 4 years. He's a steady guy, a leader now. And Darian, we expect big things as a linebacker. He's a real physical guy. So each of these guys is going to play a role. We don't have a lot of stars, but you know they're stars in their own right, and they will be stars for us as we go through the season.
For any of the guys, which game are you most excited for this season?
We're just worried about whoever we play. They get it. Like anybody we play, it's your turn. Like we don't specify anybody. We go for the whole season. We just want them to get states. That's our goal.
Got a question for Jimmy, the offensive lineman. So he said the offensive line has to come together. So what are you guys doing specifically to come together as a group? So the offensive line is one of the most, you got to be adhesive together. You got to be a collective group. So you guys doing any team bonding, eating pancakes, any specific thing that offensive linemen do together to help build that chemistry?
So in practice, we have something called pre-practice, where the first one's there on the field, and where the last one's out. We're working harder than any other skill group and anybody else. Yeah.
All right, thank you guys, appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're here for the talk. Four guys right here. Same goes to the ball, so schools need to talk. You can make a shot.
Huh? Huh? Who? Yeah, that blue and red one specifically. It's just really good. Oh.
Yeah. You gonna find the next game yet? This set? Sweet.
Yeah.
Down?
What's up? What, Boca? Couple of cams, couple of 7-on-7. Some of that.
You have to come out for a game.
Okay, well, I did last year.
You chose the wrong
That
one.
wasn't very clear. But,
Okay. It's hard to find.
That's what I'm saying.
Larry, you know anything about Fort St. Louis? We dropped the river for the You'll still be. They're all right.
Definitely looks better for the schedule. 5 minutes.
Yeah, much better. You still, don't you play Ely though?
Out there, I think it would be on your left.
Boy, did it Deerfield last. You beat Deerfield last year. Hey, what's up, Coach? How you doing? Good seeing you.
I'm still trying to figure out whether I asked West Boca a question or not.
I'm sure you've been waiting.
It seems like you've been going for a good. Some of these schools just take more, right?
Yeah. I'm learning a lot about some of the students too.
Yeah, I used to do stuff when I was with hair. I realized hair coming to some of these schools that you never knew you was going to see and all that. I used to make them feel big.
Yeah.
Like some of the private schools down south, you know.
Like we had our own publication, like tell my boy, like, hey, take the 106 pound vibe, put some chains on him, make him feel good, knowing he ain't gonna never play no football. Yeah. Maybe he's brothers. Nah, you see some, you know, you probably won't even see that much. They good, actually good people. Like I'm telling you, boy, dying for some good. Come out there one big time, they'll show you love and everything.
Like we caught North Miami last year when they made it to the playoffs. Okay, Homestead. So we did actually get to catch some of them, and we want to catch some more of them this year too. So.
Yes, like coaches and stuff like that. They show you love too. Like I said, they appreciate that. Just when they get to another school, they appreciate like, oh, now we ain't had anything, y'all were there. Like you said,
yeah.
This does
yeah.
Left. You don't know what to do.
What? But they still made it to the playoffs, though?
What kind of district are they in?
Yeah, the district.
Yeah, but the players that left. Yeah. I don't want to say that. Some of these teams, like I said, yeah, they won district, but they district 3-team district, but shoot, nobody. I don't want to say the name. But I still give them credit because, you know, they did what they had to do.
Yeah, they won. They won. But yeah, it's definitely because. Some of the powerhouses, which is crazy to me. Yeah, they got time in South Florida when like they crazy.
Leave that there. No, put it. That's in the way. That was in the way. That was in the way.
Again, to have everybody that don't know. It's going to say not 3 or 5.
The band saying that Central Street.
It's gone.
Look, this is the only thing I seen. These only things say that he got it.
Yeah, that's all.
Alonzo Moore, HML, Montgomery Beach, Liberty again, Cutting Day, White Wings, Miami, Red Raiders,
Police High School that's downtown.
That's me.
Right there by the business tax at the police school right there.
Okay, we got Miami Killian on the stage. So, Coach, feel free to introduce yourself, and then all the players introduce yourselves as well.
Good morning. My name is Bryce Bishop, the head coach of Miami Killian football team.
Yeah, say your name, your class, and position.
Hi, my name is Jordan Williams. I'm class of 2024, and I play over on the D-line.
Damian Gill, defensive end, 2024.
Good morning. Gerald James, defensive end, defensive tackle, 2025.
Caden Sales, 2024, wide receiver.
Dylan Gill, class 2025, linebacker, strong safety.
So Coach, just to open us up here, tell us a little bit about this group and your expectations for this upcoming season.
This is a group that's been working really hard all spring, all summer, preparation, and day in, day out, they've been giving me everything I need, everything I asked them to do. Our goal is to win the district this week, this summer. Win the district, and with that, we should have a good season.
Let's open up the floor to some questions.
This question, Damien, this is for you. You've been a part of this program for a while. You're a leader. What's it going to take to get this program back up where you guys are used to?
Well, obviously you can see like last year we had a bad season, but like I feel like the squad that we got right now, like the work that's going on, the work that we put in, it's gonna be different this year. A lot of people don't expect us to win, but I feel like we're gonna have a squad to do it this year.
Pull some surprises?
Yes, sir.
Dylan, we were out at your spring game. You're really like a headhunter, hard-hitting kind of linebacker safety hybrid. You seem to really be growing into this leadership role for this defense. I just want you to kind of speak on that a little bit and kind of what you think that means to this group of guys.
My freshman year I went undefeated at Killian, so I learned a lot from Bobby and Quan playing under them. My sophomore year I got a chance to step up and I made a big role. I love to play defense. I'm a great tackler. So I'm a great leader. I make sure my team's great, and I love them.
So talk about the offensive side of the ball, the quarterback position. So obviously you guys lost quarterback, transferred out. How are you guys moving on from that? But who is also going to step into that role to fill that void and lead you guys?
We got a good quarterback, George, came from Durrell, number 13. He gonna play a big role in this season, and he gonna step up. He stepped up in the spring game for us, and we needed that.
So let's pass it over to your boy right next to you, the receiver. So we had a chance to come watch you out in practice. We'd like to talk a lot of trash. What's one game or one particular matchup against a DB you're looking forward to this season?
I don't have a particular DB that I want to match up with this season. It could be anybody. I'm just be ready. I'm what you were saying. Get to the ball, catch the ball, and help my team win.
Any specific game you're looking forward to in particular?
Not really, but actually, yes. Palmetto. I had a bad game last year. Got injured during the game, and get it back right this season.
All right. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
So it's the battery.
Y'all spoke here, shot y'all.
Yeah, we one of the few Northwestern people that's actually working. That ain't there. You still has been playing on the day of picnic. That's rare. It's rare.
I'm hosting a party.
Even if you go out there for a little bit.
That's not too hot. It's really not the thing, it's the sun.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, you're right.
I went last year, I stayed 5 minutes, went home. It's
supposed to rain by 4 o'clock. It's supposed to rain. Supposed to rain by 4 o'clock. So right now, it's still early. That's gonna make it harder. By 4 o'clock.
I pray, Father God, let you live back on rain. Trust me.
Yeah, I've been offered to come a few times in the West and blue and gold, but my soul and my body won't allow me to do it. And I graduated from a school that colors are blue and gold for college.
Be careful, y'all. You got the comments now.
I had to take down my degree for school this week just because it was blue and gold.
Hey, remember you on camera now. The Bulls and all, they gonna get on me. Yeah.
I also realized I have a lot of bull friends too. Didn't know that. You would think I went to Northwestern.
Very demanding. You see our group chat. Very demanding. Got the lowest. That's an understatement.
Yeah.
You right.
To my point, so I'm saying, each class has picked their own police.
Huh?
For real?
Nice.
We ain't had that.
Yeah, we ain't had no.
We ain't had that.
We don't, at my school, we didn't have one.
We had so many people, so
Oh, yeah, y'all had like. Oh, yeah, y'all can have the last. Y'all need to get the air drone. Now that y'all can open air, get the air drone so you can overhead shot.
Yeah, like they did at Carol City Zone.
Yeah.
Y'all.
yeah, they have to be like, not compared to ours.
Y'all go over here.
So, yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. That's not. Like that.
It's better like where
I look legit.
Is that Westminster? Yeah, this is Westminster.
Yeah, it's Westminster.
So that's Westminster.
Yeah, that's what we said. It had 9 hours.
One of them, that's like a basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well, no one, see, I didn't know. I'm gonna ask a question. I feel bad for you. I won't ask him questions.
What's Boca? Where we go?
Most of the people.
Where'd they go?
Westminster
Oh, they have some questions outside.
Yeah, they do that. Individuals.
But that's nice.
This team here is gonna be a lot of people. We saw like
Uh-huh.
and talking. He's not here. They do have Barbara. We got some kids. They're in independent business. It helps them.
Yeah, Central already went.
Yeah. Well, if they could have kept everybody at the bond and all those, well, same thing with the same right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, I know. No. Yeah, oh, yes. Oh, yes. No doubt. No doubt.
I just can't get
You told me years ago you weren't going to do this.
Yeah, I couldn't do
Just, that's it.
After you left, all of a sudden now you're freaking the agent of the stars. Finally have a school song. Oh, that.
You ready, Marlon?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
So you ready?
You ready? Go.
Yo, Atlantic, you guys can come up.
Where the coach at?
He up there.
Oh, okay.
Westminster's the one that coach ain't come back. I'm sure.
Coach Keon, look.
Yeah. Stand behind him. Not sitting down, not sitting to stare behind. Coach, you right there. Yeah. Coach.
Okay, we got Atlantic up here. So coach, feel free to introduce yourself. And then players, you all can go around and introduce yourself, your name, your position, and your class.
Jamel Murray, Atlanta High School football coach.
My name is Jadarius Patterson.
Lincoln Graff, quarterback.
Demaria Albert, running back.
Jaden Parrish, linebacker, class of 2024.
Tariq Hollis, safety.
Marlon Huff, DN, 2024. Kimani Santos, class 25, guard.
Coach, if you just want to open it up by talking a little bit about this team, the upcoming season, your expectations.
Looking forward to having a really good season. Overall, as a young man, to be successful in the classrooms, community, and on the field. Just trying to build this new coach, first year head coach. So the coach is going to be big, trying to implement that, and just show them exactly what we're trying to do. The kids have made it easy for this part, and just having fun right now, having fun, enjoying the game, learning the game, and just instilling what we're trying to do in the classroom and in our community. So they're doing a good job, and they're making it easy for me as a first year coach.
So I would open up some players here. So your coach being a first year coach, what differences have you noticed from him coming in, changing the culture? And how do you think it's different from the previous tenure?
Yeah, I think like with Coach Murray, we got a lot more discipline, and so like practice and stuff, it's just everything moving way more smooth, and we're really getting focused on what we got to do.
I just transferred here, so I'm new, but me being here, it's like it changed tremendously from when I was here my freshman year. It's way more discipline, everybody listening, everybody on the move, it's way more faster.
We just way more faster now. Ain't really nothing changed because Murray been around, so he was always here.
I'll pick up on the discipline part. Like coach is big on discipline. He just teaches that we have to work for everything. Nobody gonna give us nothing. We gotta go get it.
I say like the city more involved. Like a lot of people want to be involved with the football program now. A lot of players that didn't play football back then, like they're coming back, and yeah.
I feel he keeps us for discipline and he's for work.
It's more like a family now. He brought us closer together, so it's more like a family.
Yeah, let's open the floor for some questions.
Coach, I know you don't have any eligibility left, but back in the day, you could play. I can tell you that. Talk about this team. I saw you during the spring. Excuse me. You look, you look very good. A lot of talent, and you got in last year. You came up with some really big wins. Talk about this team.
This team coming in from the spring, like I said, a lot of enthusiasm from it. Looking to have a great year. They make it really easy. A ton of athletes, and my thing and what I'm trying to instill in our coaching staff, what I'm trying to instill on the campus is we have athletes. We know they can play, we know they can move, they can do everything, but if we can teach them the game, the fundamentals, alignments, assignments, X's and O's, and and just understanding doing the right things, I think that can make us an even better program. So for me, on my target this spring, this first week, this first week that we had, my main goal was just understand the science. Let's know what we're doing, and in return, we can play faster.
No doubt. Jaden, you're a senior. You're the leader. Everybody's looking at you. You're getting a lot of college attention, obviously. Talk about your role this year as a leader.
I'm just trying to help my team get as far as we can in the playoff, do it the right way, and work on the little things, because the little things take you the wrong way.
Yeah, no doubt. Lincoln, you're a junior, obviously, but you're a quarterback. And obviously on the offensive side, that means leadership. Talk about your role and how you've embraced it.
Yeah, with being a quarterback, like, I know I'm not as old as some of these guys, but I'm definitely, like, I've been there a long time, and I'm starting to earn their respect and respect my coaches. And they're really starting to listen to me, and we're really starting to, like, gel together. Like, we're all listening to each other, building off each other, and we're just keep stepping forward.
I have a question for JD. So you mentioned you just transferred. I'm seeing here that last year in a game, you had a game where you threw for 4 touchdown passes and then forced a fumble on the defensive side. What do you kind of expect your role to be on this team this year? And how do you hope to improve on that?
My role for this team this year is really just to be a ball player. Like, just play fast, play physical. Everything is going to gel together once we play as a team, so I'm just here to play ball as we can.
So talk about developing that chemistry as a team. What kind of things do you guys do off the field to help develop that chemistry?
For instance, we'll come to the school earlier, be around each other, even though we got FLVS and stuff, but we'll be in there, gelling together as a team in computer lab, just talking to each other, playing chess, checkers, cards. It's just the little stuff that we do.
What's the motivation for the season? What's your guys' ultimate goal to accomplish this year?
Really just to go to St. Thomas and see, beat them. That's really it. That's all we really preach.
Coach, being your first year as the head coach, I know a lot of coaches will try to establish some kind of culture. Maybe it's like a motto or a phrase. How do you think you would sum up the culture you're trying to implement here?
The culture, the motto is culture wins. So you'll see that if you follow our kids, you follow the program, you follow myself, you'll see a culture wins. And I'm trying to build that culture rather in the classroom, community, and on the field. We do the right things, like they said, following the discipline, doing the right things, being respectful at home, being respectful in the community, doing everything you need and you're asked of, and basically the same foundational rules that we've grown up with since childhood. Whether in the school, like I tell them all the time, everyone's heard direction, follow the direction the first time given, from the ground up. We know that. So just the small mechanics, understanding what we should do, and that's going to build and implement into our culture. The community's buying into it as well, and they have a lot of support from the community, a lot of family base, and that's my thing. Now that I'm back in the program at the head, my thing is let's keep our Delray kids in Delray. We've been losing a lot of our kids to St. Thomas, Cardinal Gibbs, and everywhere else. So we have kids that can play. So my goal is, and I'm in the community all the time, let's get our kids back home so we can play and we can win those games.
Yeah, I'm happy you brought up community, and this is open for anyone who wants to answer, but just as someone growing up in South Florida, a lot of the attention is always Dave Broward is the top talent. Palm Beach kind of seems to be like the little brother that gets ignored. What does that mean to you guys? Do you kind of go into it with a chip on your shoulder when you do have those Broward or Dave matchups this season?
I'll answer and I'll pass it over. But we do see it. We do see it, and it is what it is, and that's fine. But that's nothing that we can dwell on. We just have to go out and play ball. So when we have our matchups, we go out and play like under Coach T.J. Jackson. He was here. We played the Chaminade with Coach Jones. Had some good games. We played the Deerfield with Coach Glenn with Jerry Judy and all those guys. We played Coach Bush at Flanagan those runs. So we've had those matchups. We played that team with Johnny Ford at Miami High when we ended up going to state that year. So we play those matchups. So that's what we're going to try to continue to build up. We know we want to win it. We have to go down there, right? And our thing is right now is every day is for one night. And that one night is in November against St. Thomas. It's going to happen. So everything we do is going for that night. And anybody that's in 3A, we know we have to go through it. We have to go through it.
Like when we verse teams from down south, it kind of like it excites me. But like that's what we like to verse in college. Teams like that. Yeah.
I would say like it gives me motivation because I can go down there and show coaches that not that I can not only play in Palm Beach County, but I can play in Broward County and Miami too, where the best talent at.
It really just showed coaches that, you know, we can play under pressure. We don't really play like easy teams. You know, we can go through competition. That's really what separates us from the other Palm Beach teams.
Yeah, like when we're playing teams in our county, like we know, like this is not like the best it gets. Like we want to run through these teams like how we know we're supposed to and go show us what we can really do down south.
Yeah, for me, from coming from Broward to Palm Beach County, I feel that it's the same.
All right, appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Come this way, guys. Come right here. Four right here. Four at the top. Four guys here. Guys on top. And they call it forward. Mike Brown. Over here, let's do some shot y'all. Talk to you really quick. Same formation, four in front. They used to have some really good music.
Westminster, you guys can make your way to the podium.
Hey, chin here.
I started to get this when I was 75.
Safe to take a picture right here. I ain't trying to get them. Come over some, coach. Right there, the straight shot. I'm good. I'm good, right? You good? Okay. Get this quick shot before I get somebody swinging me out the way. All right. Coach, go to the podium.
Okay, we got Westminster Academy. So coach, introduce yourself, and then players, introduce yourself afterwards.
Coach Wall, fourth season, Westminster Academy.
Nathan Graham, wide receiver.
Dwayne the Jr., wide receiver at the end.
Evan Tempero, wide receiver and linebacker.
Anthony Barber, quarterback.
Mikey Barber, linebacker.
Cooper Allen, O-line, D-line.
Coach has given a quick opening statement about this team, about your expectations for this upcoming season.
Yes, this team is it's a team with a lot of talent. We're not really the depth isn't as much as I'd like, but we have a lot of high-powered guys, and I think returning. I think a lot of our returners are kids that are going to make impacts. So I'm excited to see what they're able to do. We got kids that were all state and all conference and all county last year that are back, and we got some new additions. And I think with that, I think we could be one of the most underrated teams, but I think we have some of those top tier talent in the county.
Yeah, let's open up the floor to some questions.
So Coach, being at a smaller program, what does that mean to you to have these guys return? I mean, you're here for your fourth year. How have you really built this culture, and you know, what is the main thing that these guys have been able to buy into?
You know, I think it comes down to you wanting to succeed, wanting to, you know, prove that, you know, they can be part of something that's great. And, you know, we've talked about family, we've talked about tradition, and all those things matter. And watching them grow, some of them, I've seen them go from freshmen to seniors now, and they've really set the tone for our program and what we've been able to do. And they've also helped us to get other kids interested and come over to school. So all that, you know, again, we live in a county that's unbelievable. Everybody knows here that, you know, what the talent is down here, and I think we could be added to that list.
Coach, thanks so much for coming out. I appreciate it. And guys, thanks so much for spending your Saturday with us here. Taking a look at this team, every year you guys got some young kids that seem to come out, 8th graders, 9th graders, that make a huge impact. And being a smaller school, you get a chance to use a lot of your other talent, basketball players and such. Talk about that, because I think that's important at a smaller school, that a lot of your athletes are 2 and 3 sports.
Yeah, I think we're fortunate. We've got, I mean, most of these guys play multiple sports at the school, if not 3 sports, and that's a little unique, but we're fortunate. Obviously, DJ Wembley comes off of basketball, where he's got multiple Division I offers, and came right into football and got offers, and I think that set the tone, you know, for other people to see. You know, you don't necessarily always have to be at a St. Thomas for a football. I mean, again, St. Thomas is a great, you know, thing. Carl Gibbons, Chaminade, they do an unbelievable job. But we have kids that can perform, and you know, coaches are coming in and seeing these guys, and the fruits of the labor are happening, because our kids are getting scholarships, and that's huge for us. But again, to your point, being able to use our 3 sport athletes, our 2 sport athletes, in a way in which they can showcase their talents is huge, just because, you know, in some sports, in some schools, they just may have the numbers. In our situation, the numbers kind of benefit us. So DJ Wembley comes in, and he's able to come in and make it an immediate impact, and that's huge for us.
Yeah. Mr. Barber, this is for you. You kind of like you've been here forever. I mean, you're one of the guys now, you're a senior. Leadership's going to be really important from your standpoint. Talk about that and how much you've progressed over the last couple of years.
Yeah, so, you know, I've been here at WA my whole life, and I've been waiting for this moment to finally be a senior and take leadership of this team. But like you said, something that was big about Westminster is that when you're young, you get to play. You know, this isn't my first year starting. I've been playing, this is going to be my 3rd year as the starting quarterback. And so I think our guys, our captains, are doing a great job leading this team. Since the first week of practice already, we've seen a culture change. We're a different team than last year, and we're ready to go out there and dominate.
No doubt. Mr. Tempro, this is for you, same thing. I mean, you're another guy that's been there for a while, leader. A lot of the younger kids look up to you as well. Talk about that and how you embrace that leadership role.
No, most like being a leader on this team, you know, it's something crazy, because, you know, at a lot of the high schools, you don't get to really see how much of an impact you have on the smaller children and pretty much like the next generation of football. So I'm just happy to be able to be able to show those kids like what a real leader is, and that's just what it is. And
Right.
I feel like as a team we got a lot of unfinished business from last year, so we got to go out there and finish some stuff up.
No doubt. Coach, in closing, how frustrating is it to see a Tovani Mizell or Jaden Chico, guys who kind of started here as real young guys move on? Is that just something that you say, hey, you know what's going to happen and we just have to move on?
Watching those guys have the success they have, I think it's part of who we are, and it's part of who these guys are. I mean, you've got Jabari Brady, you've got guys that started their careers here, got the work in, and then for whatever reason, some of them had to move on because of whatever the case may be, moved out of the area, whatever. Reality was these guys stuck with it, and it's fun to watch the kids that stick with it and have the success they have, and then see them be able to go and have that chance to play college football. I mean, again, that's the ultimate goal for us. I mean, again, we want to win championships 100%, but I love watching these guys grow, and I love seeing them become men, and I think that's important because I think that'll help them at the next step for them, in their careers. And again, for all those guys that left, we love them, and we get a lot of them back. A lot of them come back. It's fun to see Jabari come back out and work out with these guys. It's fun to watch Mizell, do well, and watch him and his next growth. But again, at the same time, we miss those guys, but this is the next generation, and they've stepped up and been able to do it, which is exciting. And they've been able to come up and they're seniors and juniors now, and putting them in that situation, they're just going to be the next generation that has that opportunity.
Question for the guys that play multiple sports, 2-3 sport athletes. What carryover, if any, do you notice from playing multiple sports?
I just really like to win. So like, whatever sport I do, I just want to bring a winning mindset, come out there and dominate. Whether it's basketball, track, football, I just want to dominate in whatever I do. I'm a competitor. Whatever I do, I like to win. So I just want the school to. I just want to leave an impact on the school and just let everybody know that I'm really a winner.
To answer, I know Nate, you played multiple sports, track and football, so.
I'm just very competitive. Whatever I do, I just try to win. I'm trying to be the best I can be. And this year I'm about to be a senior, so I'm just trying to leave my name out there and do the best I can.
I think that, and again, to the point, and DJ and I were talking, there's not many athletes that could do this, but there's not many kids that have the opportunity. And to Larry's point, DJ's got a chance to, I think he finished third in track and the high jump. Basketball, we weren't far off, and obviously we're looking to make a championship run this year in football for our division. So again, like I said, I think there's not many kids that can or have that opportunity to go into 3 sports in a season and be able to conquer all 3 of the ultimate goals. So.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you. Hope you good.
Same formation over here by the wall.
Safe and national champion, Coach Drew Jones. I don't think the coach has ever coached high school football and won a state and a national championship in his first year as a head coach. You did both. I know you are very confident, but is this somewhat down your wide side?
You did good. Go ahead, let's screenshot.
With the first message, we talk about the faith in God, and, obviously that resonates with me. You had Columbus, this is the game that God gets out of here late, a long time away. It's a crazy game.
Everybody know. Oh, yeah. Oh, everybody know about the chef in the bitty. City girls like he lit.
There was a coach, I don't know his name, he was on the elevator going up on the TV crew. And they asked him, what does that bread mean? And the coach said, it's Gucci. And I was the best thing in the television did not understand what that meant. If you had a chance to be in that elevator with that coach and with that TV crew, what would you say to them?
ZB funny.
He's going to say.
No. Want the shot? Like the pictures like I'm taking. Posting all everything.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. I'm sorry.
They didn't make it easy tonight. They seem to adjust to something in that second half. What did they do? What changed?
Just Damien.
They really started to look up some of the formations. It was some tendencies they had going into the game, but second half they had some adjustments made to it. They started running one side, and sometimes they got to take a look at the side. Something I just came out with. All in all, your match has been tested How hard does this team work? How hard dedicated up to the cause of winning this championship and all the accolades that come along with it? Well, I'm good at you work on anybody else. You have a message
Still got you.
You committed to the youth. They were supposed to play very moment just decided
I think it's dangerous. It's a stadium voice. It's a stadium voice.
That's more from Northern.
Put on the logo, drop a bag and get a nigga buried. Lil' bro, since shots out through your car, he think he's Stephen Curry. I done dropped the 8 inside my soda, that mean my drink is dirty. We're supposed to go around 45 minutes. Two of the guys are definitely going to want to see you here.
Cindy, you guys can start making your way to the stage.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys are going to go first.
Girl City.
Hey,
Girl
John,
City, Jessica.
is Dope out here? You want to talk to you? What? What about the money? What?
Hold on. It's not on, y'all. Sit it up. How's that? That's good. I just think
It should be taped.
that's what we have. That's not tape.
It's
Right
got
here?
tape.
Right here is good?
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Okay, you got set.
Let's see.
Slap it. Right here, right here.
Stop it. You need to get in the freaking weight room, whatever.
I'm still, the other day the kids put on 335. I wouldn't want, not even warming up one
That's
time. I had to wake these motherfuckers up. That's what it is. I told you, your fault. I'm gonna just wait.
Okay, we got Carol City on the stage. So, Coach, you want to introduce yourself?
Is it on? Flick it on. Up.
Hello. Good morning, how everybody doing? I'm Coach Vernon Wilder. I'm in Carol City High School football.
Yeah, and every player, if you guys want to introduce yourself, your position, and your class.
Malik Hunter, class of 2024.
Sean Joseph, 2026.
My name Trayvon Black, class of 2024, defensive tackle.
My name is Isaiah Frazier, class of 2024, offensive tackle.
And Coach, if you want to give a brief statement about this team, the upcoming season, what are your expectations?
Well, first, I'd like to give my appreciation to Principal Williams and A.D. McLeod for giving me an opportunity to go work with these young men. This year coming up, it's going to be an exciting year. Put a lot of work, blood, sweat, and tears in. We look forward to grinding.
Let's open up the floor for some questions.
Hey, Coach. Thanks so much for coming. Guys, thanks so much for coming. I know this means a lot to you. Alma mater, Family's been at that school for 1,000 years. Coming back, how special is it for you to take this program and start building back up to where it once was?
It's, you know, it's very humbling. I can remember being at games 4 or 5 years old. Never think about being the head coach of Miami Carroll City, but you know, as life moves on, things happen. You know, you find your avenue in life, and you go forward down the road. Now we're here at this stop, Miami Carroll City. I'll be here for a while. Just getting this thing back to where we're supposed to be is deep to me. To be honest with you, cuts me deep. We just look forward to the grind and getting these young men to become pillars of the community and working and grinding and get back to the window on the gridiron. But it happens off the gridiron, to be honest with you, and everything transitions to it. So we're looking forward just to day-to-day grind again in the classroom, community, weight room, track, wherever we have to do, where we have to get it, that's where we go get it. That's about it.
I'll put this out to one of the guys. Any of you can answer this. I'm sure that obviously you guys realize the past and the great programs that this school's had. I mean, you walk those halls of Carroll City and all the guys that have come through it throughout the years, and tremendous coaches like Coach Walt Frazier. How much does that mean to you guys as far as tradition and building this thing back up to that tradition? Any of you guys can answer that?
Well, it means a lot because we know where Carroll City came from. So, like, we work every day to, like, build it back up to where it once was.
And I'll ask this another question of you guys too. When you take a look at this program, it's easy to quit and it's easy to leave and transfer. But all you have stayed around and made the commitment. How important is that to you and some of the younger kids that are coming into this program? For them to see what you guys are sacrificing for their future?
I mean, it takes a lot of leadership because, you know, the underclassmen, they look up to us as leaders. So we try to show, like, we try to lead by example, like each day in practice, in the classroom, and on and off the field.
This question right here is for any one of y'all. I just want to know what, with the upcoming season, what is the goal? What is the main focus? What are y'all trying to prove?
So our main focus, we want to start back. It might not be 1 year, but we want to put Carroll City back on the map. And that's our main focus right now.
Anybody else would like to elaborate?
So, say prove, we show the work every day, Monday through Friday. Again, when it don't happen just on Friday and Thursday night, when it happens, it's a 7-day-a-week deal. And we understand that as a program, and that's how we attack it. So every day is a win. Either you win or you lose. And our drive is to win every day. Everything we do, everything's a competition, everything's a grind. You know, win the day, that makes everything easy. That's it.
Andre from Ready Deposit. What's your motivation for this upcoming season?
To win. Motivation to win and compete and grind, enjoy the process. You know, the model we use is stay on your feet. Wherever your feet are, that's where you are. So we don't look forward to the next day. We don't look back. We just continue to be where we are and grind where we are and work. Again, I'm saying work a lot because that's what this is. This is work. This is a ministry. Minister young men, minister a program to believe in themselves and believe in what we do and how we do things, go about the right way, do hard work and dedication, perseverance, and do it in the family atmosphere. So, excuse my voice, a lot of discussion going on where we're at right now. So we got a little coach voice, but that's where we are. And we enjoy it, and we embrace it.
I got a question for you guys. So if you go back a few years ago, Carroll City was kind of known for having a prolific offense, Buckshot, Steve Newbold, all these guys. What would you say is the identity of this team this year and this new group, guys?
I'll say our defense is going to be what keeps us going this year, because our main focus is play physical, get turnovers, and definitely get to the quarterback. So I just feel our defense will be the rock of the team.
Coach Kavon Phillips on the end as our offensive coordinator. Her offense. So we're looking on the offensive side. We're looking to be a hot, fast-paced offense and whatnot. We're going to take our shots. We know we're playing with a lot of younger guys, but just to instill that confidence, we're going to play with confidence.
For any of the players, kind of lighthearted question here, but I don't remember when you guys started rocking the zoo on the chest, from when it switched over from Chiefs or Carroll City, whatever. What's kind of the impact of that culture? I know Denzel Curry or Rick Ross have been guys that have kind of gotten that zoo message out there. What does it mean to you guys being able to rep that?
Well, I mean, zoo, the animal is in the zoo. So, like, it basically means to play, like, just play physical, like, without thinking, fast, hard, and that's basically it.
So the zoo is a tribe. We take it back to where it first came from. Start off as a nickname at the school with everybody from around. We CC Zoo. But that happened about last 2-3 years ago, I believe. That's where we at right now. Carroll City will return soon.
Coach Kevin here, the Easy Partners, man. It's a two-part question. One for Coach Wilder, and the other one for Coach Manning. For Coach Wilder.
Coach Phillips.
Coach Phillips, I'm bad. But Coach, I wanted you to talk about, like you said, getting Carroll City back to where they was before, what they were known for. What are some qualities that you're trying to instill into your players that you are very intentional about? And then for Coach, what are your expectations for this season? What are some things that you're coming into it where it's like, I want to, me coming into this position, knowing there's a lot of lights on you guys, a lot of eyes on you guys, what is something that you want to get done, something that you want to pass down and instill into the kids as well?
First and foremost, what I want to install into these kids is pride. Having that real deal, traditional chief pride and everything. This was for as long as I can know, it was a brotherhood. And that's where tribe come from, just being a family, community, all together, all in one. So just basically bring that brotherhood back, having that pride and going out there like real chiefs and, having like that wartime mentality that we used to have. That's what I'm trying to bring back.
Every day is a grind, it's a win. So we focus on just getting better every day. So our deal in Miami Carroll City is to install in our young men a spirit of being a CEO, a spirit of being a great boss, a great father, a great husband, a great employee. Whatever we need to be great at it. And we pay attention to details of everything we do. Everything is a competition, as these young men know. So we just install them, just pushing and find a way to win, and embracing the challenge, because we want nothing easy. Everything's a challenge, everything's a fight. And if it's easy, something's wrong with it.
Last question here. So talk about a pillar of your guys' program, the late Aubrey Hill. What kind of impact did he leave on that program that you guys are trying to, make his legacy live on?
Coach Hill did a great job in Miami Carroll City. Player, coach, state championship winning coach. So if we could follow Coach footsteps, it would be a great accomplishment for the program. And with him being a pillar, with Fraser being a pillar, different other head coaches who have taken the baton and ran with it. And now it's our turn to run with it, and we're gonna run, we're gonna push it as far as fast as we can. As I tell these young men, they're the motor, we're the ones just holding the steering wheel. So these young men are gonna push us, we're gonna compete, we're gonna fight. We look forward to this season coming up.
All right, thank you guys.
So when Aubrey Hill first came in, I was that first, the first class that he got to coach at Monarch City. And I just wanted, I'm glad you asked that question because it's giving me an opportunity to share with these guys what he left with me. And one thing he said was, come to the party, bring the boots, and get down on the dance floor. All right, and then that's just like the process that we gotta have. I mean, I know that's like probably a party terminology, but that's what we're trying to have out there on the football field. We're gonna make it fun for these guys at the same time.
All right, appreciate you guys.
Thank you for the opportunity. Have a great day.
Good luck this year, gentlemen. Likewise, coach.
Yeah.
You were hanging out with me before your ass out. They said, get out of here. That's the same way you talk about that.
Hello. What's up, man? Hey, good luck this year, coach. Absolutely. Absolutely. Get after him. Yeah, bring that back.
City was a good competition.
He came out my year, head coach. We played against each other when we were in school.
Central, Paris City, and Boca was a competition.
Outstanding. That's all.
I got a quarterback coach.
That's okay. It's all right. Nothing personal. Nothing personal for me. I mean, we'll beat you. We'll beat you by 3 or 5 touchdowns again this year. I'm sorry to hear that. But it's a good battle. I'd love that.
Take me down. It's good.
We should be.
I heard him talking like you. I heard him talking like you. I said, oh, shit.
Hey! Gentlemen, the guys I told on the stage, that's all I told you. The rest of you guys spinning behind them.
Say what? Tap that bit. Sorry.
Dobby, myself, Kobe, linebacker.
Most definitely. But what I've been thinking about.
Is it good to miss it? Scott, I want to put one more chair right there.
Yeah, make one game though.
Is that gonna?
Oh yeah.
Is it good to miss it? Shot if I put one more chair right here on the end.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what you needed right there. Yeah. Oh, I mean you ain't do it right.
Get all the pictures you want, brother.
It'll be good for now, wouldn't it?
Hold on.
Okay, look at me right quick. Gentlemen, eyes. On the camera.
Hey, what's up? Just put
Hey, we're not talking. Let's like get going.
Guys, we're good. Hey, guys in the back, represent your brand. You know,
Big chest, don't be scared, slumping over.
You look back, yes, now. That's what most people don't want you to remember. Go to YouTube. Say, hey, look, I play there. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. You can show your baby someday. Or your son.
What does it open up for your student? What can this bring? What can this expose you? Well, first and foremost, allow us to put everything that was with us. And not only sponsor, but the other sponsor.
She said something. She said something. She said, I'm meeting for a second. I went to the things that 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Introduce yourselves.
Shit.
And we got Western on the stage now. So Coach, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Is this thing on?
Flick it up.
What?
Flick it up. It's up.
It's up, but it's not talking. Hello?
You're the one on the table.
The one on the table? Yeah.
Talk. She's on. She's on.
It's on. All right. Coach Rakovich, Western High School. Appreciate you guys having us. Great to be here. No place in America I'd rather be today than Hotbed Media Day. How about it, gentlemen?
All right, so let's go ahead. So we got a lot of people up here.
Yes, we do.
So the guys that are on the table, introduce yourselves, your name, your position, your class, and if you guys are committed to any schools, that as well.
How are you guys? My name is Davi Belfort, 2024 quarterback. I'm committed to Virginia Tech.
My name is Devon Mazel, 2024 running back. I'm committed to Kentucky.
What's up? My name is Kobe Howard. I'm a 2025 and I'm committed right now.
Hello, Brandon Leo, class of 2024, linebacker.
My name is Julie Mendez. My name is Julie Mendez. Class 25, outside linebacker. I'm committed.
My name is Kevion Johnson, class of 2024, University of Akron.
All right, so Coach, just give a brief statement about these guys, this group, your expectations for this upcoming year.
Couldn't be more excited about this group of young men. Outstanding athletes, explosive players on both sides of the football. Expectations are very high. Initially, our first goal is just to win. At the end of the day, every team in South Florida is going to either be winners or losers. Our second goal is to win the district championship and secure home field advantage for the state playoffs. And obviously, our larger goal is chasing that ring. And I mean, as far as the players up here, Davi Belfort is, depending on with ESPN or Rivals, either the number 12 or number 8 pro-style passer in the nation, the highest ranked quarterback in the state of Florida. Julian Mendez is the top outside linebacker in 2025 in the entire state, ranked 19th in the nation. Jacob Joseph's the number 22 ranked outside linebacker in the nation. Tamani Meisel's a 4-star that the entire world was recruiting, was committed to Georgia, decided Kentucky was a better fit for him. And I could keep going down the row surrounded by tremendous core athletes. Linebacker core in specific, some people have said we could make an argument to having one of the best linebacker cores in the nation. We've got four guys starting, 3 stars, all of them with Division I offers. Not a lot of people could say that.
So I'll open up the questions here. So what game on the schedule in specific are you looking forward to this year other than Cypress Bay, of course?
Well, you know, that you kind of took my thunder there, because the reality of the matter is for us, right? You know, there's one, if you look on our schedule, right, there's one team that's in red, and that's Cypress Bay, right? So obviously we're playing Milton, one of the top teams in the state of Georgia, a national power to open up the season. We've kind of proven we could go toe-to-toe with all the top public schools down there. I'm not going to go through the list of people we've beaten when they were ranked between 1 and 5 in the state, but we've done a great job with that. We're chasing those private schools now that with national prominence, and that's why we have teams like Heritage and St. Thomas on our schedule. We don't have to play them. We're playing them by choice. So I think, quite frankly, I'm not overlooking anybody. My alma mater, Miramar, is a hell of a football team. They always battle us. Plantation, great football team. They always battle us, right? But the game that Western High School, without a doubt, it's electric all week in school. People are chanting in the cafeteria. When it's Cypress Bay week, that hits different. It's just, you know, wall-to-wall, standing room only, and Davie, everybody's out there. But a lot of big games for these boys this season. A lot of high-profile games against national powers.
Yeah, let's open up the floor for some questions.
So I got a question for Davi. So Coach Rax obviously talked you up as one of the top pocket passers in Florida, and congrats on your commitment to Virginia Tech. But I've seen you play, and you're an incredible athlete, not to knock your game that you're just a pocket passer. I'm curious, how is your dad, being this UFC fighter, how has that impacted any of your training or kind of your expectation of what an athlete is beyond just being a quarterback?
No, 100%. My dad's helped me so much along this journey. You know, just how you should prepare yourself as an athlete, as a man of God. You know, the way he loves the preparation that goes into his fights, and seeing that, you know, ever since I was a baby, literally when I was born, my dad was fighting against TRT. So just seeing that, like, throughout my journey, how he prepares himself and how he loves, you know, the grind that comes with it is truly special, and it's definitely helped me a lot. You know, I also do boxing a lot too. Definitely helps me translate it. It translates into my throwing mechanics, so it definitely helps me a lot. And just that toughness too that you have to have as a fighter that I kind of have in my game as well. Just staying in that pocket and knowing I'm going to take a hit, but I got to deliver it downfield. So definitely helps a lot, and definitely beyond grateful for him and my mom just helping me along this journey.
And by the way, I'm not the guy that does the rankings. I know some of the dudes that rank never. This guy's got elite speed. He can definitely put his foot in the ground, and we're going to use him in our fast-paced spread offense, running the ball also. Just happens to be the people that rank them have him ranked as a, you know, pocket passer as opposed to a dual threat. So, but you know, some of those guys don't know as much as Blue, so I'm sure Blue knew he was a dual threat guy.
Coach, thanks for coming, and glad you didn't drink any coffee this morning.
Woo!
You're bouncing off every wall here.
2 large Dunkin' Donuts coffee's already Blue, but anytime I'm at a great event like this, I don't need any coffee. I mean, for crying out loud. You know, out here in South Florida with the best athletes in the nation, and an opportunity to come up here and brag about these boys I love. So, yeah, I drank a gallon of coffee today, but I didn't need any.
My first question.
I can hear you, brother.
Okay, I know. My first question to Bonnie and Davie, if I could. Guys, you're both seniors, first-year players at the school. How did this team embrace you when you first got here? Because obviously, you know, you've been other places, and to come into a situation where there's a lot of guys who kind of grew together since their freshman and sophomore years. How did they embrace you?
Well, to be honest, when I transferred down here, I kind of played with a lot of these kids, you know, from Little League on all the way up. So it was kind of easy transition, smooth sailing, and, you know, it was an easy transition, like I said. You know, I'm definitely looking forward to, you know, play with these guys, get on the field with them, you know, and get the season started.
Yeah, same thing with me. Most of these guys I played Little League with and maintained those relationships throughout our high school years. So it's definitely been really fun. And, like, when we say we're family, like, we actually mean it. You know, we hang out on the weekend together. Like, we spend all our time together as much as we can, so it's truly a family here. And I love my brothers so much, and I'm willing to die on that field for them. And I know they're willing to do the same for me too. So I just can't wait to get out on the field with them August 24th against them.
I feel blessed to have both these guys, and Von's dad's in the back, because most that, Vonnie was a Western Warrior right in our backyard, and I've been trying almost his kid's entire life to get him here. So, and his sisters played at Western. They were athletes there. So I wish I had him for 4 years, but I feel blessed to have him for 1, and we're definitely fired up about getting him on the field.
Yeah. This question is for Kobe. Have an opportunity, I saw you last year up in the Pensacola area and at Catholic High School. How you look forward to coming down South Florida? I mean, because it's a whole different world. Pensacola, good area, really good talent, but playing in South Florida is a whole different world. How are you embracing that?
I'd say I'm embracing it well. I came down here, after my injury to showcase my talents against the top athletes in the world. I feel like it was just a part of God's plan after my injury, just coming down here and playing against all the top dogs like American Heritage and Milton, Georgia, and all those top teams, just to show everybody that I'm back and better off my injury.
I have a question for Davi. Most people today are going to ask you a football question. So I want to ask you about your Instagram, 133K followers. Just talk about being under that spotlight with that, I guess, social media following.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's definitely a blessing. To be honest with you though, like I've been trying to stay off social media as much as possible. I actually took all my social media away from my phone as of right now. Kind of want to do 2-week fasting of no social media, just make sure I'm as prepared as possible. You know what I'm saying? Mentally focused. Just want to make sure I'm staying closer to God, making sure I'm staying closer to my team. And social media is definitely really blessing, but I feel like it could be a distraction. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of just wanted to take it off my phone just to make sure I'm as focused as possible. But it's definitely a blessing. I feel like you could use it, to your advantage. You know what I'm saying? To promote yourself, and it's definitely really good for athletes. But also it could be a distraction if you spend too much time on it. So yeah.
I got another question. So, Coach, clearly you bring the juice, you bring the energy, right? So, which player kind of brings that same energy to the team? Because the coach can only do so much. You got to have a player that brings that same intensity to the practice field.
Wow, that's a very good question. I think right now, offensively, the guy that's definitely running the show is Davi. From a swagger standpoint on defense, Kevion definitely brings a certain amount of swagger and confidence, and Julian brings kind of a different type of intensity, and I think Brennan too, a different kind of confidence and intensity. But gosh, I'm not sure. Guys, you tell Davi, who brings the most energy besides the guys I was talking about? What do you think?
On defense, to be honest, I would say everyone, like on that defensive side of the ball.
Jamari's been giving us the business. Jamari's been bringing a lot of intensity, which might lead him to being a captain, or might lead him to get in trouble because on the deck.
No, 100%. Just to speak on the defense, like it's truly a blessing to have the defense we have. The defensive coaches we have. Getting after it each and every single day. Like it's really a competition, and what our coaches try to emphasize, is making each practice feel like a game, and it really feels like that every single day. Like we're really going after it, and to make sure we're the most prepared as possible when that game time comes. So it's truly a blessing to have the defense we have, and knowing too that they gonna get a stop and they gonna get the ball back to us. So it's truly a blessing.
Good question.
I got one more question.
Absolutely.
So, talk about just the growth of this program. So you've always had good players. You guys had good quarterbacks like Wade Freebeck, Elijah Moore was there, Kevin Austin was there. But this was kind of a place that people would go to as a stepping stone to go to other programs. But now it seems to be a program that everyone wants to come to. So what's been the main change?
Well, quite frankly, at the end of the day, we built something special in Davis, right? So we took over a program the year before I got there that was 0-10, didn't score in 7 of their 10 games. Had never won a playoff game before this staff took over. So it was a process, right? It was a building process. So early on, and thanks for bringing up two guys that broke my heart, because You know, we lost in the regional finals to Atlantic that year after beating Deerfield when they were number 1 in the state and beating a number 3 Central team. I think if we had had Kevin Austin and Elijah Moore, we would have won our first state title. That year. But anyways, the bottom line is there were some great players at Western in the past, and that was the battle we had to overcome, right? Cypress Bay dominated the neighborhood, and Flanagan was super dominant at the time, right? And then Miramar loomed large as a public school in the area. The private schools always get theirs. So quite frankly, it was a process that took us the first 3 years to take over the neighborhood and build something special. And it wasn't, you know, it was complete, top to bottom, building a program. Brand new offensive and defensive locker rooms. Our locker rooms are as nice as any small college. Most public schools don't have anything like it. Full-time strength and conditioning coach that did it at the Division I level. Almost $200,000 into our weight room. Battle contractor. Our guys have 6 different uniform options. Not a lot of public schools, and we're one of the only public schools with an apparel contract. Full-time academic advisor just for sports that we hired to help the guys with NCAA clearinghouse. Winning on the field with underdog athletes and that blue-collar mentality, getting a lot of guys into school, even though many of them were small college-type guys because that was their fit, and finding a way to win. And it just kind of built on itself. And 5 quarterbacks in a row throwing for over 2,000. And Colin, if not for COVID, Broward County's all-time leading passer, would have been second all-time. Those things kind of all built on top of themselves. You take care of kids, you build a great program, and then they want to be part of it. So you stop losing guys in your neighborhood, you know, and then it kind of builds from there. You mentioned Tyler Monaco early on. You know, getting Tyler Monaco as a Davie kid, so getting our first Division I quarterback, getting him back from Gibbons, getting him to believe. Him and Jalen, Division I corner. We got 2 Davie kids back from. They were our first 2 big kind of signees, even though they were FCS level guys. And they were the guys that kind of helped start turning that program around. And then, so I said a lot there, but we've been building, we've been working. It's become a special place. There's great men around these young men that are mentoring them as human beings to be better people, not just football players. And you can't fake that stuff. The kids know, you know, they know they're being fed. They know they're being taken care of. They know they're being tutored. They know they got first-class training. And quite honestly, we plan on doing great things on the field also.
Looking forward to it. Thank you guys for coming out. Thank you, Coach.
All right, thank you. Woo! Here we go. Come down that way. All right, guys, we're going to go take some pictures.
No, this is my first time meeting. He didn't need the mic at all.
Yeah, good job for getting in. Where's up? Hey, we're public.
They coach you, yeah.
Yo! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Nope. Sorry.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Reggie, step off that side. Make 6. Not chosen. Please chosen in the back. Reggie, step down to make 6. Jimmy and I got you. Hey, you got your head. Got it. Got it. They want to be back there all the time.
Broward County and Miami-Dade. Craig Damon, Executive Director of Florida Hospital Association. Just wanted to wish you all the best of luck. We wanted to be able to come down this weekend for your media day. But due to some family obligations, I'm not able to make it. But wanted to send my best of luck to each of the teams on there this year. Wishing you guys the best of luck. Enjoy your media day. If there's anything that we can do with the Florida Athletic Association to help or support you, please don't hesitate to reach out to our office. Look forward to seeing some of you play on the week of August 24th through 26th in the Broward National Showcase. We wish you the best of luck this year, coaches and players, Broward County and Boca.
You talked about, you showed your speed, you've always had some of that and been playing in the main count, but how does it take that person and what you do to make it just talk about balance? In a game like this where, the team didn't want to give up, you guys have had tough battles, Columbus, the West, all of these things even tonight. What goes on in the leadership that a guy like you and the seniors to make sure the team things are that right? Nice. What's on the next year's arrival that we practice? Where do you think you fit in? Congratulations, Jesse, and that's
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Apologize.
One second. Try that.
Okay, we're back. We have Miami Jackson up on the stage. So, Coach, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, and then players, you guys can introduce yourself, your position, and your class as well.
How you doing today? My name is Awan Lee, or they call me Coach Lee. I'm the officer coordinator at Jackson.
My name is Brandon Messi. I'm the quarterback at Jackson, class of 2026.
Hi, my name is Desmond Aces. I play cornerback at Jackson, and I'm class of 2027.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Joseph, class of 2026. Play receiver. My name is Anthony Joy. I'm class 2026. I play receiver.
My name is Brian McQuay, class 2026. Wide receiver.
My name is John Jones, class 26. I play receiver too.
My name is Coach Larry, defensive coach.
Yes, so Coach, if you wanted us to give a quick statement about this group and your expectations for the upcoming season.
Well, basically, this is all of our first year over here at Miami Jackson. We all made a transition to come over to Jackson and take advantage of the opportunity. Basically, the guys that we got, they all is guys that, people may not talk a lot about, but we don't talk. People know we ain't out here saying we got this, we got that. None of our guys got stars, or none of our guys in the top this, top that. But I can guarantee you that the guys that you see standing right here, around next year we'll be having a different conversation about these guys. All of us, even to the coaches, we all building a name, building a reputation for ourselves. But I can start off with the quarterback right here, Brandon Messi. Kid right here, I can guarantee you right now, I don't believe that is a kid that's going to be a sophomore this year that's better than this kid at quarterback. He might not get talked about a lot because, like I said, and there's no disrespect to the sports media, man, they pick who they want to talk about. So I always tell him to tell the rest of the guys, we're gonna let our work speak for itself. Because like I said, next year around this time, they're gonna be having a different conversation about this kid right here. And then this kid, he's gonna be a ninth grader this year. Like I said, he came in over there to practice at Jackson. He's worked hard with or without equipment. He's in the weight room. He's grinding hard, and I think he's gonna bring a lot to the table at Miami Jackson this year. Josh, he's a kid. He set out 3 years of football because of the things he had going on in his life. But the kid, man, ever since I met him, since day one, coming from Miami High, he didn't get a chance to play football. But that kid is going to be a kid that's going to be talked about every day when the season come on. When the season come up, the kid make big plays. He's a big time receiver. Like I said, he's one of the kids that they don't talk about because, like I said, they pick who they want to talk about. So next year, we'll be having a different conversation about that kid right here. Now, DeAnthony, he just came around like 2 weeks ago. But let me get back on Josh. Like I said, throughout the summer, 707s, anybody that stepped in front of us, he showed out. He came and played. The Centrals, the top cornerbacks, the Chaminade-Madonnas, whoever stepped in front of him, we gave him the work, showed him that the ratings and none of that never matter. It's about who worked the hardest because there's 4 stars out here that don't work harder than guys that don't got no stars. They just got the stars because, they put in their work and they what the media and what people like. Anthony, like I said, he just came over to Jackson. I just met him about 3 weeks ago. He's going to be a receiver on my offense. He's like I said, just watching him on the field. I can see he could be a playmaker. He can go up and catch some passes, get some balls. He runs some good routes. And, I think he's going to bring a lot to the table for us at Miami Jackson. And Brian McCoy, we call him Cheetah, because the speed, he is a small receiver. But like I said, we played Chaminade and the teams like that in the 707. He stepped up to the table. The guy, they said the 4-5 stars, he was going at him. He was making big plays. He was out there showing them that the size don't matter. And so you got to catch me. You got to catch me. You got to stick me. You got to cover me. And he brought a lot to the table. Like I said, throughout the summer, this is my first year over here. And I only had experience with them in the summer. Like I said, in the summer, we went to 707s, FIU, and different 707s. And like I said, any 707 we went to, they could say Jackson, Miami Jackson came to play. We ain't laid down to nobody. So Brian McCoy, man, I think he's going to be great for us this year on the special teams and then the slot for us at receiver. John Jones, he played for Miami Northwestern last year. He was one of the top receivers on the JV. I went out, I was recruiting for a while, maybe like a year. I've been telling them, like, man, I want you to be a part of what I'm, like me, trying to build wherever we at. And I told him, man, I know a lot of people. I know a lot of scouts. I was a highly recruited quarterback at Boca in 2005, 2006. So I told him I do know people, and I guarantee him one thing, that I was going to make sure all of them get a chance to get looked at. John, like I said, John Jones, he a big time receiver. He one of them guys you can count on. Like if you need a big play, you go to him. If you need a first down right now, you go to him. And like I said, he came from Northwestern. Like I said, he was a big time player over there. He's been a big time player since the Aquinas. So he gonna bring a lot to Miami Jackson this year. But that's what I got to say about the player.
Yeah, let's open up the floor for questions.
So Coach, first year here, you got a young team. It might seem to a lot of people like it's kind of this rebuilding phase with Jackson, but I want to ask you how you've been able to start creating your own culture and kind of rebuilding this program from the ground up while at the same time respecting the tradition, the legacy that Jackson had through guys like Quentin Flowers. I mean, you always are going to have the Soul Bowl every year. So, how are you trying to balance those two things?
So basically, like I said, we basically starting off with the recruiting. Because like I said, last year they did pretty good. We don't have the players they had last year, but right now currently we recruited and we building a solid team to bounce back off last year's 7-3 season. And like I said, right now we trying to live up to the expectations of Jackson, of what Jackson had last year. Like I said, they had a great season, and we trying to keep that going. We don't want to fall short this year. So basically like we got guys that coming in after our 707. We had guys coming in, and like the team is building slowly for surely, but it's gonna take work though. Definitely gonna take work.
Hey, Coach Lee, thanks for coming. I appreciate you. Jackson, thanks a lot for coming up. Had a chance to see you a couple of times this summer. Impressive. I saw you up in Coral Springs. I told you that I was really impressed by the young kids. Talk about that. I mean, usually you have seniors that are going to kind of guide the way, but you guys have so many young kids. Were you worried at first because you didn't have that senior leadership, or you figured things would work out?
Yeah, we was worried at first because we was like, it was looking a little shaky. But then when we seen the guys that started coming in, it gave me faith. And one thing about it is I never cared about going to a stat school or whatever it is, but we have a lot of people that say Jackson this, Jackson that. We don't worry about that. Like I said, we got kids over there, and we gonna work with what we got. We coaches, we gonna coach. You know what I'm saying? Because like I always believe that guys who have stat teams most of the time, they don't know how to coach. That's what I say. But I say, like, man, Coach Larry, we young coaches. We every day in the weight room. We coaching these kids, man. And like I said, we don't have the best kids over there, but we got kids that want to work. And we got kids that's willing to work. You got something to work with. So, you know,
I had a chance to watch you in high school, and obviously you were a gamer. You played some of the tough teams, Armwood, all those schools like that from around the state. How much do you share with these guys as far as how much you were taught? Because you had really good coaching as well. And I know that's important for you to be a good coach and to be a good mentor. And because you got that when you were younger.
So basically, I always tell the kids, I always tell the players that, you know, I played for one of the best coaches in Dade, Broward County, Tim Ice Harris, and my coaching style comes a lot from him. You know, I always just teach the kids. When I came into Booker T, you know, Coach Harris made me a different player. So I always implement that to the kids. That he always told us that, you know, if you work hard, you gotta earn everything you're gonna get. Nothing's gonna come overnight. Nothing's gonna come fall in your hand. You gotta put in that work. I was always telling the guys that in the summer, our workouts was harder than it is now. You know, we was running 110s, 400s every day. And you know, now the kids, they kind of run away from the conditioning. When they hear, oh, we got some running today, we got some running tomorrow, they won't show up. So like I told them, that little bit of work you get to help you out. Because when you go to college, they got conditioning tests and things that you got to pass. So, you know, we try to mentally and physically prepare the players, man, for their future. So that's what we're doing, and I'm glad we got a young group of kids, so it'll give us time to build chemistry, to build up what we got. Like I said, this year we're gonna go hard. Whoever step in front of us, we're gonna go hard. We're gonna go hard at them. We're gonna play them tough or whatever it is. But we building for the future at Miami Jackson. We're not just building for this year. We're building for the future. And I think with what we got, the young talent we got, I think like in the up and coming years, man, we gonna be knocking at the door. But like I said, we under the radar. We don't talk. You know what I'm saying? What you see is what you're going to get. We guys, be quiet, be home. That's all you're going to get out of us.
What's going on, Coach?
What's up, Mom?
I'm just going to reiterate on you keep talking about the future. Everyone's saying that you have young kids and you're saying you're molding these young kids. So I'm just kind of curious what the next 2 or 3 years at Miami Jackson is going to look like.
Well, the next 2 or 3 years at Miami Jackson, I can guarantee you we're going to get, next 2 or 3 years, we're going to be stacked at Miami Jackson because my plans is to stay at Miami Jackson. My plans is to recruit. My plans is to build the guys we got up. And like I said, these guys that we got up here, next year we'll be having a different conversation about them. And as long as I got these guys that's going to stick with the program, and as long as we keep the loyalty, the coaches, the players, and we keep the grind, I think that, man, in the next 2 or 3 years, we're going to be able to compete with the national schools. You know, like I said, as of right now, you know, we're in the building process. And sometimes you got to crawl before you can walk. And we're going to crawl. We're going to crawl and we're going to grind. And like I said, a quarterback right here, that's the key right there. We got a quarterback that's humble. We got a quarterback that's going to get out there and he can compete with the top quarterbacks right now. Because like I said, I don't know the history of Jackson with their quarterbacks, but one thing I know, we got a quarterback right here that's going to put Jackson where we need to be offensively.
How you doing, Coach? I wanted to ask you about, showing some love to the coaches that's not here, the guys that's behind the scenes, and also the players that's not here, guys that you're going to be counting on, leaning on, that's not sitting up here right now, man. Who are them guys for you, and who are those coaches for you behind the scenes?
Well, to be honest, like, I gotta congratulate Coach Larry right here. Coach Larry been day one since he came into Miami Jackson. He don't care if he had 5, 6, 7 players in the weight room. He was always there. His workout on the board, got the kids grinding. He don't care who showed up, who didn't show up. He was always there, making sure the kids getting their work and making sure the kids focus. And he always tell the kids, like, listen, them little extra crunches or them little extra push-ups or that extra set of bench press will help you get better. And from Coach I've been around Coach. He played at Booker T. Washington too. I watched Coach Aquinas, and he always coached the kids tough. So, he came to Jackson, it was kind of new to him. So I said, Coach, you got to coach these kids tough, man, because if you lay off, you be light on them, they're gonna take off. So now Coach, he's strict on them, he's hard on them, and I can see the improvement from the kids. Like I said, Coach John Harris is our head coach. He's behind the scenes. He's doing the paperwork. He's doing what he's doing. And and us as young coaches, we gotta take over the program right now to replace what he's not doing right now. Like I said, he's a great guy. He's doing everything he can for the program. He's behind the scenes with everything. But we don't have a lot of coaches on our staff. I brought one of my high school buddies, Joseph Jackson. Me and him signed the University of South Florida to get out of Booker T. Washington. I brought him on the staff, me and Coach Larry. Coach Larry asked him to come be a part of the program or what we trying to build. We ain't promising nobody that, hey, we got 5 stars here, we got a state championship team. We don't promise that. We just promise that, man, you can come on and we gonna build these guys together. And we got Coach Nate. He come around. He's helping us deal with transportation with the kids, and he come in the weight room. He kind of like a guy that comes and makes sure the kids working out and things like that. But we got coaches. Alex right there. He makes sure the kids get videos, films, footage. He makes sure all the information we need. He makes sure we on point. Like all our 707s, he was the one. You got to be filled this, you got to be filled that. He's a big key to our program, and we glad to have him because he brings a lot to Miami Jackson. And we got Coach Brian. He's going to be our linebackers coach. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today, but he played for Miami Jackson. He's a great coach, and he got a good relationship with the kids. And like I said, they start off from the relationship you have with the kids, And that's one thing. That's the one reason why a lot of the kids trust me, because it's not just about football. When football season over, win or lose, we don't make a championship, whatever it is. Hey man, we're gonna go hang out. They can always call me 2, 3, 4 in the morning. I try my best to get to them, but I'm gonna always answer the phone for them because it's always bigger than football.
I got a question for the quarterback. I seen you putting a lot of work in behind the scenes. You may not have seen me there, but I seen you working with King Cato. I just want to know, how was that working with one of the Dade County legends, one of the best quarterbacks that came through Dade County?
He would teach me how to read the field and tell me what I need to work on and stuff.
You're a little nervous, man.
No.
We all nervous. We all nervous. We never did this. Like the first time we did it.
You the quarterback, you got to get used to it.
Let's go.
Take your time.
You all right, Brandon?
When I first met Cato, my mom called. When I first met Cato, I was at Blanche. He told me I was gonna be nice. So we came back down. My mom set me up a training session, and that way we started working at every set after that.
Yeah, that's special. I'm gonna bounce back on what he was saying. So, Cato, he was a great quarterback, and I was a great quarterback. So I told my sister, I'm like, listen, I ain't hating on nobody. Cato was a great quarterback. There's a lot of things he did that I couldn't do. You know what I'm saying? And I respect all great quarterbacks from Miami-Dade, Broward, from Florida. He was a great quarterback, and I told my sister to sign him up. I'm working with him, and he working with him. That kid is going to be amazing. And the work Cato put in with him and the work I put in with him is all showing on the field now. Because you got to remember he only played 4 or 5 years of quarterback. And I've been behind him with the quarterback because, like I told him, you getting coached by one of the guys who was the best. was one of the best at that position, only playing 2 years at quarterback, and he blessed to be playing 4 years. Because last year, he was my quarterback at Miami Core Park. You know, I know it was a small school, but he put up numbers. We didn't have the talent, but he was our goal man on the offense. We didn't have the O-line. He was taking hits, delivering the passes. And, you know, the guy, Terrell right here, he's not up with us. That's our senior safety right there. You know, he was at Core Park with us. He don't got on the attire, so we made him sit right there. But that guy's a big key to our team right there. That's what it's all about. Like I said, he's an honor. Nobody know about him. Nobody know about him. So like I told him, you got to earn it. And like I said, this year, with some of the people that I reached out to, you know what I'm saying? One of them in the stands, Coach Thompson. I told him a lot about him. I said, man, Coach, man, I need you to help me with this guy. I need you to push me. He's like, Coach, I'm going to help you out with him. And I appreciate you for that, boss. And, you know, like I said, hopefully in the June, he get his grades, get his test scores right, man. You know, he'll be blessed with the opportunity to play at a D1, D2. He'll be able to get a full scholarship. And that's our main focus on just getting full scholarship, getting a kid out of the community, getting them out of the inner city and showing them that there's different things outside of here. You know what I'm saying? Even if you don't make it in football, you can go to college, get a degree, and be something special.
All right, I appreciate you guys taking the time. Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
Yeah, what Broward, you guys can start making your way to the stage.
Is that good? It's not good. Hey, squeeze.
Bobcats? Yeah, the schedule's mixed up, right? But ask him, I'm not telling
Can I commercial? What's this way? What school is this? Everybody look this way, guys. It's West Broward. West Broward, right? West Broward. West Broward.
You gotta be stopped, dog. Huh? You gotta be stopped. For me? What I did? Just saying, it's a big group.
So they can't get on both of them. They straighten up there.
I heard it.
None of that. No,
Just to make sure I got on this side. Only straight. I don't like it. This side.
So far.
Quarterback.
I can get that coach before. I can get that coach before.
Uh-oh.
Girl, you know I'm keeping.
Uh-oh. They commented.
You want to introduce yourself?
Kadeem Goldman, offense coordinator and wide receiver coach, West Broward.
All right, the players, you guys want to introduce yourself, your name, your class, and your position.
Jonathan Lawson, class of 2024, I play slot receiver.
Joshua Moore, class of 2025, wide receiver.
Jonathan Murillo, class 2024, quarterback.
Jalen Stevens, defensive back, class of 24.
Nicholas Vasquez, class of 2024, I play safety.
Kelvin Reyes, class of 2025, I play DB. Zai Pierre, 2025, I play corner.
Hey, Coach, if you just want to give a brief statement about this group, what are your expectations for this season?
Expectations are to exceed our last previous, basically how we played last year. So last year we ended the season 6-5. This year we're aiming for either a 8-2 to undefeated season. That's what we're looking at this year.
Talk about the offensive philosophy. So I know that when West Broward started to have some success a couple years back, they're running kind of that wing tee, wishbone, old school offense. So what does the offensive philosophy look like in the identity this upcoming year?
So this year, our offensive identity is to we have a lot of weapons on the offensive side of the ball, basically spread the ball around. We have a lot of different guys that can touch the ball and a lot of different guys that came in.
Y'all, we gotta take 5, please.
He gonna take more than that.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it's a little convenient. That's how we disconnected. Excuse the turbulence. We had a big lightning strike.
They sickness was strong. They do though.
I guess it's doing this to show present.
Oh yeah, it's gonna do that. Right. Bro, I made the lights go hot.
Yeah, tell them to bring some snacks or something.
Real, I'm hungry.
Tell Brandon to bring some snacks. Got the catering. Jackson Catering.
Huh?
I didn't eat.
No. Oh no, that's Hotbed.
Oh, y'all on something different.
We section 104. Section 104. On Facebook and YouTube. Yeah, they screen gonna go up because they was connected to the Wi-Fi and all that.
Oh, okay, because it's still showing Jackson.
Yeah, once the TV done went out and all that, because that's what theirs connected to. That's this Hotbed zone right here. That's all you was talking about.
Yeah. I see him throwing the ball at the same. He's putting it there now.
She said you're waiting on Chaminade-Madonna.
There it is, Chaminade. Really the pick. Everybody else came. Sin already came. Yeah. Basically, yeah. They ain't really want. They ain't really want. I'll tell you who you missed though. Ice. You get the ice. You missed
Ice did his thing.
Yeah.
Him and Westland coach. Westland coach.
Oh yeah, Westland coach was live. He was on coffee on the mud. But
cocaine.
Yeah, Ice did his thing. Talk.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I was
We ain't back
Jersey.
We
He said, I was about to throw on the tornado.
Well, he had me
I bleed green and white.
He had me hurt. I'm like, all right, go. Yeah. Ice that guy. They was supposed. This shit ain't going to.
If they're not over, because Goldman started off Westminster.
Sony's parents still working.
Yeah.
They it's way out of whack. Way out of whack. I want to see Edie too. Yeah, I want to see Edie too. Yeah, first game of the season. Who is that? Eric Jackson. That ain't Pokemon West.
Nah. Tony was on the line too.
Yeah, I seen Tony on there. He supposed to be coming with Hialeah.
Yeah, but they ain't here yet.
Like everybody on this side ain't come yet. Well, American Heritage on the other side. Nobody on this side came yet. But Stranahan.
YouTube comment.
Popped up.
I know. That's the one I put up there. Shout out to those who's tuning in on YouTube.
Duke Johnson's brother goes like in fact, Sanders like the Booster Club president. Yeah, I saw her when I went out.
Thomas supposed to be here too. They ain't come yet.
Saints on it. We got American Heritage, so I ain't sweating that. I want to see Chaminade. I want to see Homestead. Calling Gibbons. Wi-Fi is back up.
Yeah, we have to do it. This ain't doing
Right. Chicken parmesan today? Chicken parmesan today?
We don't know as of yet. We're not sure if St. Thomas will be showing us today.
St. Thomas was supposed to be here at 9:30, 10 o'clock. So
Okay, we're back now.
Still waiting.
We got some lightning. It was scary. We're good. Okay, we have West Broward up here. We're just gonna restart. Yeah. So, Coach, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself again?
I'm Kadeem Goldman, offensive coordinator and wide receiver coach at West Broward High School.
Jonathan Lawson, class of 2024, wide receiver.
Joshua Moore, class of 2025, wide receiver.
Jonathan Murillo, class 2024, quarterback.
Jaden Stevens, defensive back, class of 24.
Nicholas Vasquez, class of 2024, safety.
Kelvin Reyes, class of 2025, defensive back. Zai Pierre, class of 25, defensive back.
Okay, so question for some of the players here. If you had to use one word to describe this group, this team, what would that word be?
The word would be family.
Family? Okay, anyone else have any questions? I'll open the floor up.
Welcome, guys. Thanks so much for coming out. Joshua, this is for you, obviously. You're getting a lot of national attention, one of the best in the state easily for 2025. You bring in a lot of the college coaches to practice and such, and it's really helped the rest of the team get a lot of exposure like John and some of the other players. Talk about that, because obviously sometimes, you know, when you have a top player, you get a lot of college coaches come in to watch you, but while they're watching you, they get an opportunity to see some of your teammates as well.
Yeah, so like when they have practice, they watch me, and I ball out. Me and my teammates ball out. Most of my teammates under the radar, and you know what? And so they watch them. They on the radar, and like we want to get at them because nobody else know them. So it's like when you get your first offer from somebody, you offer a kid his first offer, they gonna remember that first offer, especially if they was under the radar before. So just help them out a lot, and help the program out a lot as well.
John, this is for you. Obviously, people don't understand how under the radar you are. You're one of the top guys. Does that frustrate you? Because I know how hard you work, and I know that you put a lot into this game. Or do you just don't let it bother you?
I mean, it used to bother me, but it don't really anymore because I know God got a plan for me. So it's just He making it happen the way it happened for a reason.
Right. Nick, on defense, you're another guy that doesn't get a lot of publicity because of the fact that you put a lot into the game as well and into the classroom. Talk about that because you've kind of learned how to balance, you know, what you do on the athletic field and what you do in the classroom. Does that help you as far as colleges, maybe, you know, more interest from colleges because you not only play football, but you also academic-wise, you're one of the top?
Yeah, it definitely helps me because I know one thing that a lot of coaches may overlook me because I don't have the best size. You know, there's kids that are a lot taller than me, but so I know one thing that I rely on is my brain. So I know I'm top in the classroom, also top on the field. So I could read the offense and probably tell my own teammates what might even happen before the play. Watch a lot of film. So I got to just come into every game prepared so that I do have that competitive edge because although I may not have the height or the size other players have in my position, I can always get an advantage by just watching a lot of film. So that just helps me out a lot personally.
One more question here. So what would you say is the identity of this team?
I would say our identity as an entire team is, I guess just we want to be intense. That's like team-wise, we want to come out to every game, first play, and we want to show you we're not the same West Broward that we were 3 years ago or 2 years ago or even last year. We want to come out every game, whether it's the team we've played before, we want to show you, like, we're a new team. We might look the same, but we got new players, we got new coaches, like, we're ready. So that's just our goal. We come to practice every day with a high energy because we know we want to come out into that first play of the game and show you we're a new West Broward. We're not the old pushover team. Like, we're here to make a run at state, like our head coach says, you know. That's our goal for the year. Like, no matter what, we want to make a run at state. Some people might call us crazy, but if we come out, we could take on a nice run all the way to states.
All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it. I'm gonna have Stranded come up next if you guys want to start making your way towards the table.
We need some duct tape up there.
Yeah. Everybody look this way.
We the show. All right, next up we have Stranahan. So coach, you want to introduce yourself?
115, I think.
Just having issues with the stream.
Yes, sir. Tons of planting that seed. That guy, I'm telling you, he's the guy that Northwestern. We're about to get to the
All these at the same time, so smoking the city. Yeah, how we used to be FCA, sitting there waiting, everybody in there.
And we leave at the same time, so let your bus be next to our bus. Keep doing that.
Smoke, man.
You make sure West Broward is
Doing that.
Yeah, now.
They still out there.
Still out there.
Look at them.
In the rain.
What's for you?
She got the smoke. I would have go ride that pass when I did here.
The 10.
Ain't nobody up on it. It's flooding. It's raining. Oh yeah, they do that. For real. They said it was gonna rain today. It's hurricane season. Like the hurricane season was over. That's forever the hardest line to me. you had the same reaction I did. I'm gonna have to see that. Yeah, that's crazy. Did he kill him by being ugly? That's a ball. I mean, his name is Ugly God.
Testing.
Eric's in Texas. Yes, it's raining down here in South Florida right now. Eric, we are in hurricane season. How hot is it in Texas? What part of Texas are you in? Oh, okay. So no more. It's great. What's the stream on that? I guess I'm assuming 4 o'clock. That's what it said on the last school's early on.
Test.
There's nobody that's tired. I'm trying to get back to some of the things down. My sister wants us to come back. Yeah, it's not the side. There's no money to teach. Major teacher at America. Teach special ed. You know, there is on the side. Okay, what's going on? Oh, downtown here. Okay. I'm sure stay off. When I say it's cold, it's cold. I go there. You say still good. You need to check me. Once I go back and forth, at least it's cold. Somebody just saying still could be true. Yeah, that's what's up.
You're not. You're nowhere near me. Don't even waste your breath. He ain't. Come on.
Testing, 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 testing.
Say that. Okay, let somebody just give out one question. It's gonna come out. It's gonna come out. It's gonna be like, what? No. Let somebody come in right now and talk about one question. Or say something bad about it. First one standing. Who said say something about bad about no what? See, look at you're a media person, man. You're supposed to be neutral. Yeah. I can say something bad about him. We about to smash him. Oh, okay. What school? What school? Oh, I can't wait. The thing is on, so I can't sing nothing. Keep up class. But see, no, he's supposed to be but no, I might have some shots.
Okay, we have Stranahan on the stage. So
I'll look up
coach,
to see.
I want to give you the chance to introduce yourself, and then players, introduce yourself afterwards, say your name, your position, and your class.
Travis Harden here, coach here at Stranahan High School.
Tyler Jackson, class of 2025 athlete.
Giovanni Alcaceres, class of 2024 receiver.
Chris Thorne, class of 2024 receiver.
Eric Morris, class 2024, edge rusher.
Miles Mathis, class of 2024 DB.
Tavares Miller, ATA, class 2024.
Demetrius Hickson, class of 2026, offensive tackle.
Demetrius Hickson, 2026, center and guard.
Boys twins.
Raheem Hall, class of 2024, guard and tackle.
Yeah, Coach, if you want to give an opening statement, tell us a little bit about this team and your expectations, going forward this year.
Well, this team here is relentless. They're tenacious. They have a sense of tenacity that we put forward since the end of November. We gave them a couple of challenges within our 3 phases of our all season, and so far they exceeded those expectations. Moving forward for fall camp, I'll be emphasizing the little things, focusing on the little things, because we believe that once we take care of the little things, the big things will fall in place. You know what I mean? My expectation of this year, to have a successful season, make the playoffs, and have a deep run. One thing about this team, what I must say is that they love one another. You know what I mean? It shows day in and day out, from our team bonding activities to how they react with each other off the field. So once that locker room is going and have a healthy relationship, it's going to transfer over into the field.
Let's go ahead, Noah.
Hey, Coach, thanks so much for coming out, guys. Appreciate it. Coach, we talked the other day about this program and never backing down from challenges. Last year, playing in the Broward Showcase. This is a team that always loaded with talent. Talk about this year and what you expect.
Well, this year, man, it's going to be a year of exceeding expectations. We have set expectations within the locker room, within our team, and these guys are ready for the challenge. Like I tell them, it's us versus everybody. We can't worry about what goes on outside. Just take care of what we can take care of, and everything will fall in place.
No doubt. This is for any of the seniors up there. As far as leadership, this is an important year for you guys because you have a lot of younger players, a lot of first-year varsity players. How important is it for the seniors to step up this year and kind of lead by example?
It's a very big deal. We're just trying to get everyone to fall into place like how they should, know their role. We're trying to get everyone's discipline fine because attitude really reflects leadership. So we're trying to get just everybody to play their role in the team.
Nice.
I'm hearing expectations, Coach. I wanted to know what was the biggest difference over this summer that you've seen in your team that give you that confidence that this year will be different than last year?
The biggest difference that I've seen so far is, I must say, how they attack the day, attack each drill, each session, each morning session, each afternoon session. I just feel like with these guys to my left, their experience last season. You know what I'm saying? So that bad taste in their mouth from last season, I just feel like they don't want to taste that anymore. You understand what I'm saying? So I just feel like once these guys take that charge, everybody else will fall into place as far as the underclassmen goes. You know what I mean? So, but they know it all starts and ends with them. So they understand that. Coaching staff understand that it's their team. You know what I mean? So what we do this year is all on their shoulders.
All right, appreciate you guys. Thank you, Coach.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, let's have American Heritage start heading over to the stage.
Everybody look this way. Just look this way. You not just come on. Just look this way. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we got American Heritage here now. Coach, you want to introduce yourself, and then players will go around and introduce yourself as well.
Mike Smith, head coach of American Heritage.
Jermaine Dice, class of 24.
Levy Kinlock, that's a 24, defensive end.
Timothy Burrows, class of 24, defensive tackle. Byron Lewis, class of 2025, running back.
Dia Bell, class of 2026, quarterback. Jafar Kittle, class of 2026, receiver.
Malachi Tony, class of 2026, receiver.
Martin Morales, class of 2026, yeah.
Jimmy Williams, class of 2024, offensive tackle.
Xavier Lucas, class of 2024, defensive back.
Brandon Bennett, class of 2026, wide receiver.
DeAndre Desnor, class of 2025, running back.
Zay Thomas, class of 2025, DB.
Yeah, Coach, these guys, your expectations for the season.
I mean, the expectation is pretty much the same every year. We have a standard at American Heritage. We've always had a standard at American Heritage. I think anything less than a championship, would be underachieving for us. Obviously, our goal is that's our mindset again heading into this season. But right now it's just one game at a time. We're going to focus on Booker T.
Talk about your role and how it's changed. I know you were the strength coach for a long time there, doing some of the strength stuff. A lot of these guys, Tony Michelle, Isaiah McKenzie. How has your role changed now being the head coach, if anything has changed?
Listen, the football part has pretty much stayed the same. It's all the other stuff that comes with being the head coach that's obviously, been a big adjustment for me. Heading into year 2, it's getting a little bit better, but, like I said, from 4 to 6 when we're on the football field, that's probably the easiest part of the day for me. But other than that, everything, it's basically, like I said, show goes on. So.
Yeah, let's open the floor for some questions.
Coach, hey guys, thanks for coming out again today. I appreciate it. Jimmy, this is for you being a senior, because when they were all introducing themselves, there was a lot of 2005 and 2006 kids, which means there's a lot of young players. Being a senior, being a leader, talk about that, because I think that's really important, especially in a year like this where you have a lot of players, especially Dia, who's a 2026 player, and Byron, 2025, Malachi, 2026. Talk about being that leader and being somebody who will lead by example.
I take big pride in leading by example. Guys like D and Byron, them boys straight. Them boys, I don't really have to get on them a lot because they know what they're doing. Sometimes in the locker room they'll play around sometimes, and I just make them tighten up. But really on the field, it's not really too much to talk about because they know when to tighten up and do things like that. So it's really nothing else to do.
Yeah, Byron, this is for you. Obviously, last year, arguably one of the best and deepest running games in the entire state. Now you get to step up and be that leader. Talk about that.
It's a blessing to play at a school with a lot of great talent coming ahead of me, with Mark, Sony, Khalil Herbert, all of them guys, and I'm just just keeping up the legacy and just doing what I do best, really. This question here is for the two young wide receivers. How is it adjusting to the new quarterback, and what are the things y'all doing to make the connection stronger in between y'all?
We really had a bond 7-on-7 versus when we played SFE, so we already knew like our connection will be there, just going on the field, and we just gonna work. We really don't have to work on our connection as much because like on certain days, well, I played with him last year, and we had a bond last year. 7-on-7, we played with each other. Then sometimes in the summer, like on our off days, he'll come throw me rocks and stuff like that when I work out.
How you doing, man? Appreciate y'all for coming out. Malachi, since you already got the mic, we're gonna stay on you, man. Tell me about making that transition, being a quarterback, coming and being a wide receiver. Did you know coming into it, like, I was going to be special at receiver, even though this was something I didn't practice at? How was that, transitioning? And then I want you to tell me the role that somebody like De-La played in your life, an all-time great athlete in South Florida, and then somebody like your mom, that's your rock, we already know. So just tell me the role that your parents play, and then you making that transition from quarterback to wide receiver.
My mom and dad play a big role. Like when I was younger, my dad used to make me go at Moore Park and work out every day throughout the summer. And my mom, she just pushed me in some ways. Like she makes stuff happen. She just do stuff for me that other people wouldn't. It was really a big transition, but I always wanted to play receiver. But my team needed me at quarterback, so I just played it to help the team out. But I always wanted to play receiver.
I got another question. So from the quarterback, talk about your dad and what it means to have just a dad and as a professional athlete, so you can see that work ethic. Do you think that's made an impact on you being at such a young age?
Definitely. He really leads by example for me. Taught me everything I know really from media to work ethic and stuff like that, as you stated. But having that kind of role model in my life has definitely helped throughout my career and my growing up.
Do you have a chip on your shoulder a little bit just from being so highly recruited without even really playing yet? Like, is that something that you think about, or you just go by your business?
I do go about my business, but definitely have the chip on my shoulder since most people think it's just given to me since I have somebody like that in my life. So definitely having that chip on my shoulder that I know I got to work for what I get, and it's not just given to me. It's definitely what stays on my shoulder.
Any other questions?
This is the last question right here. Coach, I know y'all played for a state title last year, ultimately losing in that game. How do you get over that hump this year?
I think it's easier for the players to get over that hump. I think it's easier for the players to get over the hurt from last year than it is maybe for the coaches. It's a new group. We had 27 seniors last year, so we had to replace a lot of those kids. We have some kids coming in that don't really know the legacy of Heritage yet, that are learning that legacy. The seniors that are coming back, I think that hurt is still with them a little bit. And then the younger guys that have to step up, a lot of those guys were forced into pretty major roles last year. So it's just continuing to grow for those guys. But, once again, we don't start the first game of the season in the state championship. We got to go right back through that whole journey again. So, right now, I know it sounds cliche, but we focused on game one and Booker T and moving on from there. But, obviously for myself, that hurt's going to be there for a while. I have 5 rings as a strength coach, and I could win 5 after this. But for that group that we had last year, I hurt for them because I couldn't deliver for them. So, what I'm saying? For me, there's a little extra motivation going in, to this season, trying to get over that hump for these guys.
Appreciate it, Coach.
Cheers for coming out, Coach.
You guys are good.
All right, Blanche, you guys can proceed to the stage.
What's she saying?
Okay, we got Blanche on the stage now. So, Coach, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Mike Bailey, head football coach at Blanche High School.
Okay, then players, go ahead and introduce yourself, your class, and your position.
Michelle Williams, class of 2024 receiver.
Dion was the third, class 2024 athlete.
Edward McIntosh, the third, 2024 running back. Richard Hollis, 2025 receiver.
Quincy Classes, class of 2024, outside linebacker, defensive end.
Yes, so Coach, I just want to give a little statement. Tell us a little bit about this season, your expectations, and what are you hoping to accomplish this year?
Well, for this year, I think this group of kids right here, they have realistic expectations to be playing on Thanksgiving and ultimately, compete for a state championship the following week after. So, pretty much from December up until now, we haven't took many days off. Every chance we had to display our talents, regardless of the stage, I think, we put our best foot forward and always let it be known that we were, a force to be reckoned with, and that, going forward will be a real statement type of situation for this school, for this football season.
Let's go ahead and open the floor for some questions.
For Coach or for any of the players, Blanche leads the program. We've had guys like Patrick Peterson come out, yet you're still kind of overlooked, I would say, in Broward County and Dade County area. What would you say to these guys who seem to be mostly juniors and seniors, older guys that are leaders? What kind of values have they been able to show to the team and kind of help out the rest of the roster with?
We have a great group of kids, especially these guys right here. Other than Edward, who came over last year, all of these guys were here when we went 1-9. So they understand what it means to win. And they also understand what it means how to go through adversity and how to push through and persevere. So, with them understanding how much of a sacrifice it was to get to where we're at, they didn't cut many corners. They made sure, like I say, just every day, just getting 1% better, and understanding on those days where I may not feel that I'm strongest, I can lean on my brother next to me and he could give me some hope and give me some motivation to push through, whatever the situation is, whether it's in the classroom, in the weight room, or on the field, we have each other's back. So that's important for them to understand that.
Coach, thanks for coming out. Appreciate it. One thing, when you told me a couple years ago when you first got there, you said, listen, if these kids buy in and they work hard and they do what we want them to do, we're going to have success. While last year was a surprise to many, it wasn't a surprise to you, obviously. Talk about that and how you build from a 10-1 season where you beat your arch rival Dillard twice, coming up short against St. Thomas. How do you build on that great season?
One way how you build is just letting these guys know that last year's group was last year's group, and this is a new season. It's a new journey that we're embarking on, and to just ultimately not take it for granted what we did last year, to continue to grow and get better. We went 10-1 last year. The goal is, like we say, state championship aspirations, and they're realistic state championship aspirations. So just understanding how, everybody has that goal to be playing for that state championship, but most people, it's not a realistic goal. So for us to know how important it is and how realistic it is for us to attain that goal, it's important that these guys understand, and I know they do, because we have a lot of, candid conversations, and they understand what's at stake, and they want to ultimately, blaze their own path and just let it be known, like, yes, that group was good, but this group can also be great. And just understand that and just continue to build.
Right. This is for any of the players who want to answer. Last year's season obviously was really, really productive. But Coach wouldn't let you rest on that. You worked extremely hard in the off season. Talk about that, how much work you put in to not be satisfied with what happened last year, but to take it to the next level.
Don't all answer at once. Just how you weren't, how last year's success, how you want to build on it this year, and you worked hard and you weren't satisfied with just how the season came to an end.
Yeah, so last year we kind of us falling short. It felt like like we got all that way for nothing.
Right.
So like this year, our goal is we gotta finish the job. Win out, get it done. As a senior, it's gonna be my last trip, so I'm trying to go out with a bang, contribute to something, leave a good legacy on our school. We undefeated last year, so we gotta get over that hump and get that state ring.
And I want to speak on that, Coach. You guys was 1-10 the year before and transitioning to a year after you guys went 10-1. Tell me what went into that summer for you guys preparing to change from a program that was seen in the light of a 1-10 team to a team that went undefeated through the regular season.
Well, it didn't even start in the summer. It started literally when we lost in the Soul Bowl. I guess that was like beginning of November. We didn't even take a day off. That following week, Monday, we turned in equipment and we ran the weight room. So like I say, from when I took over in the middle of May 2021, I don't remember many days where we took days off for. It was like a block of time where we weren't moving, doing something, whether it be via Teams, not Teams, Zoom, meeting, doing, different type of things, going to different sporting events, just ultimately building a bond with one another, and also too, just understanding that in those moments where, again, if we're on a team together, we're family members, we're gonna have uncomfortable conversations, meaning I may disagree with what you're doing and you may disagree with what I'm doing as well. But again, if we keep working towards that same goal and not get driven by somebody's ego, we'll have great things take place. So it was a full circle moment, from the kids, from me and my coaching staff to, the community and the parents. It was a major commitment, and we're prepared to continue to do that going forward. So I think anytime you have those things working in your favor, everybody has the same end goal, great things will take place.
All right, thank you, Coach. Appreciate you guys. I know you guys can start making your way to the stage.
Head coach. Stand up on the other one.
Thank you, Mike. No problem. Number 1. Marshall.
Everybody look this way. 2, 3. 2, 3. One more. You know me, Bird. Let's get that shot.
Okay, we got Miami Northern on the stage. Coach, you want to introduce yourself, everybody?
Good afternoon. I am Coach Heidelberg.
Head coach of Miami-Madonna Senior High School. Going into my 15th season, I believe. These are a few of my players with me.
Yes, to the players, if you guys want to pass on the mic, introduce yourselves, so say your name, your class, and your position.
Jermaine Carter, 2024 D-Home. Jeremiah Marcelin, linebacker, 2024.
Hialeah Poor, quarterback, 2025.
Tyson Lumen, defensive end, class 2024.
Juan Rodriguez, class of 2024, running back. Anthony Madison, class of 2024, linebacker.
Tago Lumen, class of 2024, defensive end.
Shaheem Miller, class of 2024, DB.
Ivy Akins, class of 2024, wide receiver. J.E. Carr, class of 2025, wide receiver.
Terrence Honeywood, class of 2025, wide receiver.
Joaquin Reed, class of 2024, wide receiver.
Noah Sidon, kicker, 2026.
Yeah, Coach, if you just want to give a brief statement, about this group, about the upcoming season, your expectations.
The expectations for this group is like always, to win a state championship. We know that that's what the goal is. We've started this journey kind of just like the last coach. After our last loss, we didn't take any days off. It left a bitter taste in our mouth. So we just got back to work and keep trying to grind so we can get over the hump.
Yeah, to talk about last season a little bit, so you guys were 9-3, ended up losing to Central in the playoffs, which is obviously a tough loss. But one of the positives is you guys did beat Boca in the playoffs after losing to them in the regular season. So talk about adjustments, since you guys you play the same teams over and over again. So talk about what the adjustments you make after facing them for the first time.
That's basically what it comes down to in our district. You're gonna have to play. Most people don't realize, but you're gonna have to win the second game. That's the most important one. So you're gonna have to play Central twice. You're gonna have to play Booker T or Northwestern. Whoever makes it to the playoffs, we all just sitting there waiting on where we land in the seeding. So at the end of the day, there is no ducking it. There is no going around it. I express to my players all the time, we can't sneak into the playoffs. There's no sneaking a state championship. We literally have to go through a gauntlet. We're gonna have to beat some of the best teams ranked in the state. We know it, we accept the challenge, and that's just where we're headed.
Yeah, let's open up the floor for some questions.
I have a question for Ennio. I saw you at the FAU 7-on-7 tournament. You guys obviously won that 7-on-7 tournament, but football in about a few days is obviously a way different story than 7-on-7. How can you translate that success, though, from that tournament or any of the 7-on-7 tournaments into the regular season of high school football?
What I say to that is man, I just really built chemistry with my team and my receivers. Really what translates from 7-on-7 to that is I took my chemistry, for example, with Jade, Wah, all of my receivers, and it translates to the field because that's the timing. That's the plays. That's everything that we build over time through 7-on-7. That we do that, it translates to the field.
Coach, thanks so much for coming. Norland, appreciate you. This is a question I've been asking most of the day. I'm huge on senior leadership. Jeremiah Marcelin, you're a guy that's been on this team for a while. You're set at the college level, at the next level. How important do you think that senior leadership is, especially when you have a lot of younger players on this team?
It starts with how you act as a senior. You can't let feelings and emotions just dictate how you act. You got to understand that you're a leader and that you got to carry yourself that way. All the seniors around here, because you got a lot of guys that are younger than you that's looking up to you.
Coach, obviously, as you said, 15 years, that's an eternity, obviously. This is without a doubt your most talented team that you've had. You've had some really good teams in the past with Duke and some of the other players in one state and all, but this potentially might be your most talented team. Talk about that.
You're correct.
Position for position, I would believe this is arguably, one of the most talented teams I've been a part of. I mean, I had one, like I said, with Duke them, and then I had one at Central, where we came up short, but the talent on that team with Brian Patta and things like that, where we just came up short. So like you said, I'm taking it personal, you can pretty much, it's on me. With the talent that we have, it's on me to get my staff and the players and get us prepped so we can win every game. Because talent is not an issue. We can compete with any school in the country, pound for pound. We just have to make sure our strategies are right. We have to make sure that we're doing the proper things as far as game planning, our practice habits, it's the little things, the team bonding that we do. All of those things are going to play a factor in getting us over the top, because talent-wise, yes, pound for pound, my quarterback can go against anybody else's quarterback. My D-line can go against anybody else's D-line. So it's just going to be up to me, to get them prepared. I want to take the pressure off them. I want them to have fun. I tell them all the time, just have fun and play. I'll do the heavy lifting. And in the event that I get tired, that's when they should come in and pick me up. If I call a wrong play, hey, it's their job to make it right. If I call a bad defense, hey, it's their job to, somebody got to hustle to the ball and make me right as the coach. And that's what it boils down to.
How you doing, Coach? Definitely, man, somebody, like you said, I played under you, Coach Bird, graduated 2014. What are some of the qualities that you're intentional about instilling into these players, like you've instilled into a guy like me and the rest of the players that came on your tutelage?
We're family first. If anything, I'm trying to, instill it to them. Just about being a family, just about being your brother's keeper. I speak about that a lot to them. It's not about you, it's the we, not me. So once they understand that and they start playing for each other, it'll make the game a whole lot easier. But just like with you and former guys, I'm still making jokes. Like I said, we still having a good time, but we have to understand that, business is business and, playtime is playtime. So with this team, with all of the talent, I just want them to understand that, they're their own roadblock. I say it all the time to them, only Northern can beat Northern. So if we stop ourselves from, getting in the way, then we should be good.
And secondly, man, for the guys that were there from a freshman year, Joaquin, you got Jeremiah, Mighty Mouse came 10th grade. I want you guys to speak on the development of the program since you've been there. Joaquin and Jeremiah, you guys been there since freshmen, so you've seen the team under Dion, you've seen the team under EJ. Tell me how y'all seen this team progress over the years.
Honestly, like the chemistry within the team, like we have more team bonding, the team is more closer. The amount of like how the coaches are on us, that like they very hard, but it's all because they want us to be successful in the sport that we're playing. You understand what I'm saying? Like everything they do is for a reason. They make us run all of the sprints, it's all for a reason. Everybody say every game has 4 quarters, but we practice to go 8 quarters. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like understanding how the coaches are hard on us, but we have to understand like it's all for a reason.
Okay, appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
All right, have Hialeah turn him over.
Tony, come on now, Tony. I know you ain't never try you like that, Tony. This way. Everybody look this way. Oh, sorry. Okay, good. Good.
Hey, we got Hialeah on the stage. So, Coach, if you want to introduce yourself, everybody.
I'm Coach Tony Smith.
And players, you want to go one at a time, say your name, your class, and your position.
Jalen Jackson, class 2024 athlete. Abdullah Goshe, class 2024 athlete.
Charles Lillian Jr., class of 2024 quarterback.
Jermaine Jr., class of 2024 athlete.
Darius Jackson, D tackle, 24.
Desmond Jefferson, class of 2024 DN.
Laurie Jordan, class of 24 receiver.
Caleb Duncan, class 24, D tackle.
Alex Barnett, class 2024 athlete.
Hey, Coach, just want to give a brief statement, about this upcoming season, about this group of guys.
Especially group of kids I have here. They sacrificed, came to Hialeah when they could have went a lot of other places, and they decided to be here with me. A lot of kids that I coach on the park that's here with me. I do the freshman who've been with me since the 3 years that we've been at Hialeah. A special group of seniors that I know on senior night is going to be emotional. I'm waiting for that night to come, but I'm honored to hire these kids.
Yeah, so open the floor to some questions.
Hey, Coach. Glad you can be here. Appreciate it.
Pleasure having me, and pleasure seeing you again.
I know one thing that you told me is that these kids have worked extremely hard. People don't realize last year was frustrating, falling a little bit short. Talk about that, because I know that you have some young kids, but you also have some veteran leaders.
Yes, definitely have better leaders. We started off 0-3. We ended up losing our quarterback to a concussion, to an injury. Ended up dropping 3 straight games without him. We lost a total of 4 games by a total of 14 points. So kind of put it on myself and figuring out a way how we get these kids over the hump. Never could put it on the kids when you lose 4 games by a total of 14 points. With the nuclear that we have coming back and what we added, we definitely be strong this year. I'm looking at a 10-0 season. But once we get to the playoffs, whatever going to happen, going to happen.
This is for any of the seniors there. Obviously, when you have a situation where you have a lot of younger kids on the team, which you do, we have a lot of incoming 9th graders, some 10th and 11th. Talk about that leadership role, because I'm huge on that, especially when you're a senior, because they need that. Your younger players need that. They need to see you lead by example. Talk about that, any of the seniors up there, if you can.
Well, we just bring them in, treat them as little brothers. Day by day we help them. Just keep them up. That's all. Just keep them up. Because when they go down, they're gonna be there to help us. So that's really.
Coach, just for you and the team, tell me what areas you feel like you've improved the most this offseason, and what areas you came into the offseason wanting to improve on.
Definitely O-line, D-line play, also running back. So we end up getting 4 running backs. We got Knowledge Barnett that came in, Ryan Mathis, who played with the Golden Army, also TJ Jabo and Travis Delaney, their little brother, transferred in from Miramar Rapids. So three good running backs that help us. O-line got better. What we didn't have last year was an O-line coach, so it kind of helped. It kind of hurt us a lot. By now having an O-line coach, now we have one, and they getting that work every day. It's definitely gonna make us better, because You got to win the game in the trenches.
And also, I want you to touch on, you said these guys been with you for years. So tell me, as a coach, what are you doing to retain your talent at your school, right? What qualities that you possess as a man that these guys want to sit up here and follow?
One thing is we family. That's the first and foremost. We talk about everything. We don't just talk about football. We hang out. You know what I'm saying? It's a love thing. You know what I mean? Like Jaden, me and his dad grew up together. You know what I mean? So that was like my brother. You know, Travis Delaney. Most of the kids that's up here, they've been around me. They've been around me on the park since they was like 9 years old. So it's kind of a loyalty thing. Not only that, I'm close to the parents. So it's kind of easier coaching when you're close to the parents. You can kind of coach the kids how you want. These nowadays, you can't really coach kids how you want because of the parents. With these kids, I pretty much can do what I want to do. I can choke them. You know, I won't choke them, but I pretty much could say what I want to say to them, and it's okay because the parents gonna back me, and they know, but they know it's love. You know what I mean? And I explain to them certain stuff that, this why I'm on you because this what you did. You know, I'm just not gonna beat them down and then, don't tell them what's going on or pick them back up.
And how important is that to have a presence on the youth football circuit, the youth football league, as far as getting guys to come to your high school? How important is that?
Very important because you gotta have kids in order to win. And it's hard now these days with a lot of, not gonna say recruiting, but a lot of kids jumping schools. And, with how Tallahassee made it now that kids can just pick up and leave when they want to, it's hard to coach now. So having that, you gotta have that background because you got, especially at a school like Hialeah, a lot of kids not gonna go to Hialeah. But with my background from the park, I get a lot of kids to Hialeah and building from the ground up, that's the most special thing about it. Like last year we had 28 kids. We have 45 now.
I got a question here. So obviously everyone talks about the mentality, so you seem like you have a serious mentality. Who in the locker room, this is a question for the players, who in the locker room is kind of the one that keeps everything light, kind of makes it, it's kind of it makes everything light, kind of makes everything kind of funny?
Me.
No, he's the serious one. He's the one that, he keep he's the one that come to, hey, yo, stop playing. You know what I mean? Abdullah, I love him to death, but he's aggy.
I feel like it's me because, just playing, because this is a serious sport, but sometimes you gotta know when to play and when to not play. So we kind of balance it out. I balance it out in the whole locker room where, like, I tell them like, oh, we can play, and then it's like a time where I tell them, boy, all right, let's focus in. Especially the younger guys, like the older guys, we already know the schedule, like but that's me, buddy.
All right, I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Let's get Chaminade coming up.
Preparatory footballhotbed.com. Jamal saying, listen, you did. You turned the team, put the team on the back, team not rushing, not playing of your career. Not only your track, the whole career.
Everybody look this way.
You have one thing, but be honest, here in some training position, all these great guys that came through their families, now their name is listed among them. What is we showing on the field?
Why you looking crazy? You see that?
They wasn't. Yeah.
got Chaminade on the stage now, so Coach, if you want to introduce yourself.
Coach Toro Wallace, offensive coordinator.
The players, you want to go one at a time, introduce yourself, your name, your position, class, and if you are, committed to any schools or you're going anywhere, that as well.
I'm Cedric Bailey Jr., quarterback, class of 2024. I'm committed to NC State.
Sawyer Cheddar, class of 2024 receiver. I'm committed to UM.
Jakari Lewis, class of 25, running back.
Kyle Washington, class of 25 receiver.
Yeah, Coach, if you just want to give a brief statement, about this upcoming year, season expectations.
Pretty much the expectations the same. We got one of the best teams in the state of Florida. We're just looking to go out and prove it.
So, for some questions?
I had a question for Jakari. I've heard you being called Trig, and I got to know a little bit about your story, especially playing youth football, having like a severe injury, and just learning about your mentality to come back. I know your team has a lot of big name guys, and maybe you fall below them sometimes, not get the same recognition. What do you kind of have to say about that, and how did that experience really shape you as a player?
I had to adapt to it, so really I had to make them my family. So I had to come close to them as brothers and really just adapt to my whole team. So being that I came from Dillard, I just had to adapt to all of them and the coaches.
Hey, Coach, thanks so much for coming out. Appreciate you. Same thing, Chaminade. Cedric, this is for you. Obviously, your leadership coming into the season is going to be really important. You've played a lot of games. You have a lot of younger players on the team. You have basically a new offensive line. Talk about that and how you kind of rally the team around during practice and, make some of the younger guys feel comfortable.
My leadership role is very important in this offense and this team as a whole because we have a lot of young guys, especially on the O line. So they really don't know what to do kind of when things go left. So and they don't know what to do to make it right. So but we there as leaders, as seniors to pick them up and keep them right on track. And there's gonna be games like that where we keep punching them out, but we gotta punch back. So we let them know every day in practice, like keep your head up. And fight every day.
Coach Rowe, this is for you. Obviously, being an offensive coordinator and coming back with your entire offensive backfield intact, two of the best receivers in the nation, you got to feel pretty confident. I mean, even though you have a kind of a newer offensive line, I'm sure they're blending in pretty well, but you have to feel pretty good from a skill position aspect because of the fact that you could do so much with this team.
Very well. I mean, without goes without saying, I know we got the JJs and the JoJos, but we have a very talented group. Guys like Kyle Washington, Jakari Lewis, them guys make a lot of plays on the field for us, and that's what we just looking forward to see those guys growing.
This question here is for the players. I know y'all got a lot of tough games on y'all schedule this year. Which game do you think is going to be the most difficult?
St. Francis game is going to be a big one for us. Mainly, once we get that out of the way, the season should be a lighter.
Anybody else want to answer? No?
My question,
we got Northwestern.
Northwestern.
August 17th. That's the only game we focus on right now.
There you go.
My question for Josiah Trader, man. I know, being in a receiver corps with somebody like Jeremiah Smith, him not being a vocal guy, but you guys are 1-2 punch, but you are the vocal person in the group. So tell me about you being a leader of that group as far as being a vocal leader, getting everybody in line, getting everybody in order.
Being a leader of the receiver group, really, the young receivers that we got, I got to help them on things that I got coached on when I was young. So really, there's me teaching what I got to teach, really, and tell them, getting ready for the mental part, because that's the most hardest part of really football. Football really like 90% mental.
Yeah,
And I also heard somewhere that from Coach Bro that you brought the celebration to Chaminade. So tell me about that. Like, tell me about why it's important for you to have fun when you playing football. And why is it important to spread that?
I feel like it's important to have fun doing football because make everybody smile, feel me? Everybody celebrating. Have everybody have just joy, you feel me?
Yeah, that's real. And last question for Kyle. How is it, playing under these guys like a Josiah Trader, Jeremiah Smith, Jakari Lewis? You got these guys, and you still got, hey, I'm Kyle Washington. I can compete just as good as these guys. Tell me how that role has been for you.
It's a great feeling because I get to look at like greater players, not just like average players and like the upper class. I get to see like really the best in the nation. And it's like I just take and add it to my game.
I got a question for the QB. So having all these talented receivers around you, how do you keep everybody happy?
Spread the ball around. There's really not no selfish players on our team. Everybody wants to eat and everybody go eat because that's what the offense do.
All right, appreciate you guys.
Section 102 on Facebook and YouTube.
Sometimes you guys can make your own stage.
Love in the whip, Chance said.
Say Thomas.
When you talk about the contributions that you made and the recruitment you become, you're right there on the line. You did put in that work. So, what is it about the next year and just go back on the line and make you want to go down that line?
Roger JV and varsity.
Uno, Ryan, Raw Madison, right here on the corner with the blue one. The one he played. They moved in the corner now. Yeah. The one next to him, I think he also played corner too. He played corner on the other side of him. The running back, where he at? As a matter of fact, the running back number 1. No, he's going on 100 No. You talking about Stacey? You talking about Stacey? No. He there. But this dude, he was up last year. Number 21. Yeah. I'm talking about Jordan Loud. No, number 21 from last year. Thomas, who just committed to Ohio State. He's the Uno. No, I can't get this. I don't know. This one, I think they got a new quarterback.
Coach, you want to introduce yourself?
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Scott, assistant head coach. 25 years experience in coaching, and that's my 13th year at St. Thomas.
And if we can get the players in the front row, introduce yourselves.
Ron Knott, defensive back, class 24.
Jordan Law, running back, class 2024. Michael Kern, punter, class 2024.
Idris Rodriguez, linebacker, class of 2024. James Madison II, wide receiver, class of 2024.
Coach, yeah, if you want to give a quick statement, you're going to talk about this team. You've been around a lot of great St. Thomas teams. What are your expectations for this group?
Speaking for the staff and Coach Harriet, who's had to leave because of his son has a game. Just our expectations of the team is just like we do every year. We expect. I have a high standard for these young men through our senior leadership and other things that we do over the summertime. The team builds their identity, and we go forth. We have set forth high standards going this year. We're coming off of another state championship and looking forward to continue to strive for the best.
Yes, open up the floor to questions.
I got a question for Chance. So earlier we were able to talk to Jose. And we asked him about Coach Sly. If you could talk a little bit about your relationship with Coach Sly and your athletes, and just how they've helped you.
I've been going to Coach Sly since I was about 6 or 7 years old. So basically, like going to Coach Sly, he really helped me develop my game a lot from my sophomore year, my freshman year, all the way up to my junior year to now. So I still go there today. And, really just all of us go there, Jeremiah Smith, Josiah Turner, me, Jose Leon, all of us that, the names we all go there. And he just teaches us, even the little kids, he teaches everybody. And, he helps us be elite on the field, and just day in and day out we go there and we just work and get better together and just, become great.
Hey, Coach, thanks for coming out. Appreciate you guys. Nicholas, I think I asked you this the other day. At St. Thomas, there's a thing about the seniors and how they become that automatic leaders. You have so many other younger players on the team that are coming up, very talented, but still no experience. Talk about the role of being a leader on a team like that, especially because they see you going to college and go to Missouri and having an opportunity to be the starter the last couple of years. Talk about that role.
First of all, it's a great experience to be out there and that you have the ability to be that prominent player and lead the team, not by yourself, but with every senior on the team. And we try to do the best that we can to teach these young kids, these young men to do the best they can and enjoy the process while you're at it. And that when adversity comes, just get motivated and do your best to get past it, make you a better person, a better player.
No doubt. Coach Scott, you've been around a lot of running backs at St. Thomas, and certainly over the years, this group you have now is pretty darn good.
Yes, Larry, I've been around a lot of running backs. I think this stable is probably one of the best that we have this year. Those guys with Lyle and Gage and Montgomery coming in from a legacy, and the other guys, other younger guys, it's kind of hard to weigh out who's the best. Over the history of time, a lot of people go back to Darryl Porter and Keith Wilkinson, and then you have lately you have Anthony Hankerson in that group, and then you also have some other guys. We'll say even Roger Harriet when he was there. So the
you're going really back now. Come on now.
Well, the staples. You can't forget about Gio and Giovanni Bernard. So you got
James White.
James White. It goes deep. So the running back game at St. Thomas is running back high school. So it's a lot of guys.
Like I said, you've been around plenty of them, definitely.
This to open up to the players, man. I just want to know, what does it mean to you guys to wear St. Thomas across your chest? That, like Coach saying, you have a rich history of a lot of great players that come through that program. Just tell me what it means to you guys to have to play at a school like St. Thomas and to be able to be coached by some of these guys that coach these great players. Anybody?
Well, again, it's a blessing to come into the school and wear the same jersey that other great players have worn, and following that with great tradition that the school has. It's just great to be part of the process.
Yeah, I need to hear from somebody else too. Pass it to one of your teammates.
Yeah, man. It just feels great. We just wear, the St. Thomas logo with pride, and we just do everything we can to just uphold the legacy.
And another question, Coach. What are some qualities that you are intentional about passing down to some of these young men that's not in the game of football in life?
we do a lot of mentoring. Like I said, with our seniors, we do a senior leadership class that starts in May, and they go through every month. We have a different class. They're writing essays. They're going through character traits. They're learning how to be leaders. We like to say when we talk to our parents, incoming freshmen coming in, we're not just coaches. We're going to be a parent extension from you. So when you drop your child off, you know that one thing's not going to happen. We're not going to be cursing your child. We're not going to be abusing your child. So everything that you instill at home, we're going to instill here, and together make a better person, a better social leader, a better father in the future, you know, and we'll go from there. And football will take care of itself if you take care of all this stuff in the classroom, with your society, with your parents, and everything else.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you guys.
Hotbed.com, here with Isaiah Hart. Listen, this has been interesting here from day one. You've been having to play both sides of the ball. Can you just talk about your commitment to help the team in any way you could, and then what led to that, especially with the first game and then lately sometimes this game?
That's actually kind of worse than me because I ain't been yet. Yeah. I got the You say,
Oh, that's smart. I got it tight on one
we counted. I don't know. You probably still tell them like Killian did. You know what I'm saying? When they just walked in and came straight up. Cause they.
What the biggest legacy you ever take on? How did you gain that trust of that almost zero?
Just the coaches trusting me for my ability, and just Coach Harry just trusting me and my ability to play.
What message did you send to your dad? He's been with you, coaching pretty much since I know he's 10 years old. This is maybe the last game you'll ever be with him. What's special about your relationship?
The relationship is strong, the bond is strong, and since he has been teaching me since I was little, he just kept me on drive and kept me hard working, just to be strong and mentally ready for the next level. And just I gave a call to him. Love you guys, and thank you for everything you did.
I don't.
Congratulations. Appreciate it.
He just texted me that he told me that in like 3 hours.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, we got West Boca on the stage now. So, coach, we want to introduce yourself.
Dylan Potts, head coach, West Boca Raton.
Yeah, the players want to introduce yourself as well.
Mason Mallory, class of 2026, quarterback.
JV and Mallory, class of 2026, running back. Xavier Reed, class of 2026, tackle.
Demetrius Gavin's class of 2026, defensive end and tight end.
Maddox Hawes, class of 24, safety.
Brandon Hogue, class of 2025, wide receiver.
Jaden Broadnex, class of 2026, corner.
Zach Rice-Walsh, class of 2026, wide receiver. Malik Joseph, class of 2026, O-line.
Roger Gonzalez, class of 2026, athlete.
Herbert Gamboa, defense coordinator.
Yes, so Coach, you really have a brief statement, about this team, about the upcoming season. What are your expectations?
Well, we have pretty high expectations this upcoming year at Westwood. I mean, as you can see, we have a very young, but I believe a very talented team where I think we filled in a lot of gaps of some places we were lacking last year. We went 6-4, playing in a pretty tough district and a pretty tough region, but the expectations are high. I believe we have all the pieces to do what we need to do here, so you can definitely say the expectations are very high this year at West Boca.
Yeah, it's open up the floor for questions.
Yes, sir.
I have a question for the two Mallory cousins. We'll start with Javian. How does it feel to play with Mason? And then after Mason, can you say how it feels to play with Javian?
I mean, we've been playing together since we were kids, so, reuniting with him is pretty cool.
Yeah, just to reiterate off of what he said, it's been a lifelong dream to be able to play with my cousin. Finally be able to get to do it and succeed together. It's a blessing.
Hey, Coach Potts, thanks so much for coming out. Appreciate you guys. Had a chance to see you during the spring, in your spring game. Impressive. And then I saw you during the summer, and you guys, again, really impressive. Talk about this team and how far they've come, because I know that when you got there, the objective was to build this program into one of the best around, and you guys have certainly made some moves in that direction. Talk about this team as you enter 2023.
Well, the thing about this group more than anything that, people don't realize is not only are these kids all, excel on the field, but every one of these kids up here excel in the classroom, excel off the field, excel in the weight room, and that's what we're big on. Not just bringing in kids, not just having kids on our football team that are, excel on the field, but we want to, develop kids athletically, academically, socially, in every aspect. And that's one of the things I've been most proud about this group is, I believe these are a bunch of well-rounded athletes up here.
Yeah, no doubt. Javian, this is for you, obviously. You're one of the best running backs in the nation for 2026, which is a great thing. But the better thing is you're going to bring a lot of college coaches on campus, and they're going to get a chance to see your teammates. Talk about that.
I mean, it feels wonderful knowing that I use my platform to get my teammates recruited. It's been a long journey. I'm just happy to see everybody succeed.
Right. Any seniors?
We have one senior right here who just made ESPN Palm Beach top.
Yes, I did that. I saw that. Congratulations. I'll see you next Saturday up there. I'm going to be up there. Talk about this team, because being a senior, a lot of these younger players are going to be looking up to you because you have the experience, you've been there, you've done that. Talk about your leadership role and how you're embracing that this year.
I think being selected for that, I think it shows a good sign for all the kids coming out. And as they get older, they can do it, they can do better. It just feels good knowing I'm a leader on the team and the senior and all that.
Yeah. Coach District this year, obviously you have an opportunity to do something that other West Boca teams haven't done. You guys are, like I said, you're a underclass-oriented team, but at the same time, you got some experience and you got some talent. Talk about your district and how you think you're going to end up this year.
Well, I believe we're in one of the toughest districts, not just in South Florida, but in the state. We have some really quality teams, Coconut Creek, Ely, Deerfield, and we know, the goal is to win the district. We talk about, we want to get to the playoffs. We want to make a run in the playoffs. We want to do all this stuff. But, at the end of the day, the first goal is to win that district. Because I know if we're winning that district, we're going to be pretty well going against some, very talented teams, Coconut Creek, Ely, Deerfield, all teams year in and year out that are going to be very good football teams. So we know we're going to be ready for those teams when it comes time to go for district play.
I have a question for Coach Gamboa. Obviously, last year the defense was really, really good, but there's some new faces. The defense is now older, obviously, because it was a young team last year. Just what are your expectations against these top offenses? But I don't think your defense is going to shy away.
I think one thing we've been preaching all the way 8 months ago is that there's no shortcuts in this game. Right? What we've been preaching for the last couple of months is the work has to get put in. There has to be sacrifice. And the expectations are high this year, right? But I can promise you one thing, there's going to be 11 hats in football.
Yeah, and speaking of sacrifices, I believe we saw you guys out at the University of Miami 7-on-7. Talk a little bit about making that trip all the way from Boca, just how far that is and kind of what each of these guys has put in to try to play better competition in preparation for the season.
I think we don't shy away from the high competition. It's really not about the other opponents, right? We tell our guys it's about what we do right. How do we do things? So when it comes to playing, high-level teams like the team that's here ahead of us, right? The standard never drops, okay? That's what we teach. That's where we're going to go. So the expectations will always be there.
Talk about your schedule a little bit. So when you play guys, this is a question for players. Do they talk trash like, oh, you're from Boca? You can't play football. Because people think Boca, they think ritzy kid, the gated neighborhood. That's the stereotype.
We have players great players from Boca, so we've been a bunch of us been playing for a long time, and we're just ready. Oh yeah, most definitely. You hear a lot of trash talking, but they don't know our mindsets are different than most kids. Like the way we were raised, I know I can speak for everybody up here. We were raised a different way than everybody else. Like you might think, oh, one bad thing happens, we're gonna quit. Now we're gonna keep coming. So they can keep talking trash. At the end of the day, they gotta see us on the field.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
They gotta be next. Yeah, they gotta be next.
Yeah, you just sit over there.
High school football, go out on top, third championship for you. Amazing pick in this game, great defense. Oh, okay, so 4. You've been on 16 your entire career. What's your legacy? What did you leave here to say something?
No, yeah. No, yeah. He gonna transfer. Yeah, he gonna transfer. Daddy won't. He transfer. Daddy won't. Him in there. They know where they going there too. They not. They playing right now. Know where they going. They don't want to they mean they ain't going to the youth. I ain't say that. I said you know where they going. The only player that did that is the basketball player that transferred from Florida State to you. That's not happening in football. We don't want none of that trash. Y'all take every player we got right now. Nathan. Couple. Sleep. Nathan. Sleep. Take Jordan Trafford right now.
Houston.
Guys, over here.
Oh, we'll Gibbons in the building. Gibbons will be next.
How'd you know that I was on?
Finally made it to the party.
Did you hear me or something?
All right, feeling behind?
Just a kid, right?
Yeah, they can feel the seats up there feeling behind.
Coach, you at the podium, Coach. You at the podium.
Yeah, right there. Squeeze in, stand up. Now look at me. All right, look at me, fellas. 2 and 3. And. All right.
Hold on, y'all. Hey, you get one in a minute.
Oh.
Okay, we got Homestead on the stage, so Coach, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Coach Ronnie Thorne, Homestead head coach, Homestead Senior High School head coach.
Players, go ahead and introduce yourself, your class, and your position.
My name is Blanche, class of 2025. I'm a cornerback.
Eduardo Nunez, 2024 linebacker.
Dario Harper, 2025 receiver.
Joshua Townsend, 2024 QB.
Cortez Mills, class of 2025 receiver.
Isaac Brown, class 2024 running back.
Jamel Carter, 2024 lineman.
Michael D, that's 2025 offensive tackle.
Jones Mega, 2025.
Yeah.
Sean Snow, class of 2024 cornerback.
James Randall, class of 2024 receiver.
Hey, Coach, so give a quick little statement about the team this year. Obviously, you guys had a great year last year. What are your expectations for this year?
This is a player-led team, man. We bring back a number of experienced guys on both sides of the ball. So, you know, these guys are leading the way. You know what I mean? These guys are leading the way, making everything easy for everybody around them, including myself, walking into this head coaching position. And expectations, man, you can expect us to continue to put on for down south football. And represent well for the city of Homestead, Florida City Ghouls, from the G to the 1. We're going to get it done.
Obviously, you guys have good history with a lot of good players. Part-time, Reverend Lane, Antonio Callaway. And you guys have kind of a little dry period where you guys didn't really hurt as much. So what has it been in the past couple of years that has really brought this program back?
You know what? I'll speak a little bit on it. I'll let my associate head coach, Coach Herman Reeves, speak on that one as well. It's the kids. The kids, man, they want to. A lot of our kids are from the Homestead, Florida City area down south, and over the past couple of years, we've done a really good job of creating a program and an atmosphere to attract the kids so that they want to come and play for their backyard and be neighborhood heroes.
Just to piggyback off of what Coach Thornton said, I'm Coach Herman Reeves, assistant head coach. But we kept our talent at home. Like you said, those guys, Antonio Callaway, Herman Lane, and Hard Time, they all left to go get exposure. But right now today, we showing that we can lead by example and keep everything home at home. And with that being said, look around, we're making a lot of noise now when we stay home.
Let's open up some questions.
Coach, thanks so much for coming out, guys. This thing could have gone sideways because, you know, when Coach Simpson left, everybody could have left with him. You guys could have gone, but you and Coach Reeves stayed and kind of kept everybody, you know, together. Talk about that, because I think that's probably so important that you have the same nucleus as you did as being a state runner-up.
That's a great question. Really good question, man. It started with kids. Over the last 4 years, this will be our 5th year as a coaching staff. I mean, we didn't want to break up what we had. We had a really good situation. Coach Simpson did a phenomenal job of putting the staff together and stuff like that, man. And the relationships that was built with the kids, it made our transition a lot smoother for me to step into the head coaching role, to elevate Coach Herman into the associate head coaching role and stuff like that, man. And the kids are also bought into it as well. It was something that was done the right way. It was something that was done the right way in the sense of it wasn't just something that they weren't a part of. They expressed their opinions on who they felt should be the next guy up. And, you know, I just so happened to be the lucky man to step into this role. And I'm really excited to do it.
Joshua Townsend, this is for you. Probably the most underrated quarterback in the state by far. You've got weapons around you. And guys that you played with the last couple of years, Isaac obviously running the ball and catching, Cortez, now Daryl Harper comes along. You got to feel pretty good. You got to feel actually pretty blessed.
Yes, I do. I'm ready for the season. You know, I'm gonna get my guys the ball, and they're gonna do what they do.
Yeah. Being a senior, a couple of seniors up there, maybe you guys could talk a little bit about this. What this has all been for you guys. This has been a kind of a magical ride. To be the first team from Homestead to ever be in a state championship game. Kind of talk about that and, you know, what it's like to come back and hold your head high and know that you were the first team ever from the high school to go to a state football championship. What has it been like for you guys?
It's been a building process since me coming in my sophomore year. We brought a lot of guys in too, so it's just been building up. So last year, I was making it to states. It's a sign. It's tough, but like, yeah, we're here.
Well, Larry talked about you guys making it to state and experienced about that. I just want to know what are the keys for you guys to make it back to state and not just fall short this time, but also ultimately winning.
Shit, just practice. So just practice hard. Like you just practice, go to school, do all type of stuff.
This question is for any one of y'all, coaches and players included.
Hey, so you see, I have a group of pretty shy guys when it comes to the microphone, man. That's fine. I think this is really good exposure for them. Listen, man, it's going to take these guys getting tighter, right? I mean, we came up short. We came up short in the state championship game last year. You know, and we weren't pleased about it. I mean, I think it comes with the preparation that kind of comes with the game. You know, kudos to, St. Thomas on edging us out there, man. But we'll continue to fight, man. We'll continue to fight and we'll continue to come together and prepare every week for a state championship. Every game for us would be, the approach would be a state championship mindset. And it also comes down to these guys as well, man. Because as I previously mentioned, this is a player-led team. However far that these guys want to go is going to be directly related to, their preparation and the will to fight and the will to get over that hump. And then, of course, for us as a coaching staff, man, we'll continue to push them to reach new heights and to get over that hump.
So you guys, these little shy guys here, they want to talk about coaches. They're all laughing, so I want to know who in the locker room, who on the team brings the juice, brings that energy.
Oh, I bring the juice.
All right, that's it. I appreciate you guys.
Thanks so much for having us.
This way. Yeah.
But you can start making your way up.
Squeeze in.
Okay. Yeah, you can start making your way up.
Hi, Brandon, Hotbed.com, Conrad Hussey. Conrad is a long time coming, but it's done with high school football. Go out on top, third championship for you. Lane's big in this game, great defense. Oh, okay, so 4. You've been on 16 your entire career. What's your next? What did you leave here and say something?
Yeah, I mean, that shows everybody what we want
You still would come here and say something to the person, you know, and tell you not to come here because you're not going to play. What would you say to people as far as like, well, this would be here to work? You become a big time group, not late, you know. A lot of people are looking for what you can do. Before you blew up, you remember the times before you blew up, how that felt versus how it feels now? How did you feel it down?
Yeah, it was like that. A lot of people that was there for came around and showed me like what happened to get the thing. Not even with the thing, but we get known for certain parts.
Start listening to me.
So your legacy at the end of the day.
You could have won it without doing them like that.
I went to 200 on them.
I heard it was the coach who looked like Cena.
No. This nigga be giving an all good right here. They been waiting on Gibbons. I'm not gonna lie. He got the pieces and stuff for us, I guess. Here.
All right.
Okay, we got Cardinal games up here. We're gonna get started in a minute.
Yeah, you said he was what?
We had 3 guys that were 5 minutes away.
And he got his own thing.
I'll drink. I'll bring you.
All right, we got Cardinal games up here. So, Coach, go ahead and just introduce yourself, everybody.
Matthew Buck, head football coach.
And then the players, let's introduce yourselves. So, say your name, your class, and if you're in
Casey Etienne Jr., class of 2024 DB.
Colton Irons, class of 2024, tight end.
Michael Andrew, class 2024, quarterback.
Trevor Buck, class of 25, receiver.
Brandon Tobias, class 2024, DN. Ivan Dugan, class of 2024, linebacker.
Ryan Long, class of 2025, offensive tackle.
Patrick Anderson Jr., class of 24, running back.
Antonio Lindsay Jr., class of 2024, receiver. Jamarcus Pierre, class of 25, DB.
Jalen Young, class of 2025, receiver.
Bryce Webb, class of 2024, linebacker.
So, Coach, just want to do a brief statement. What are your expectations for the season and what are you looking forward to?
The expectations for the season are the same they've been the last 7 years that I've been the head coach. Make the playoffs, contend for the district, and then obviously compete for a state championship. And that's what we've been able to do over the last 7 years. So with this group that we have right now, I don't see why that would be any different. And these guys have prepared. A lot of them have experience, and they're ready to take on the challenge of this year and make the most of the season.
Let's open up the floor for questions.
Hey, Coach, thanks so much for coming out. Appreciate you. You two guys, I appreciate you too. Last year, you fell a little bit short. In some areas, you were young, but those areas this year have really improved. Offensive line-wise, you're a senior-oriented offensive line. You have your quarterback situation. You lose one, you get another. Colton Heinrich now is a senior. You have more senior leadership. Talk about that, because I know that when you won your state titles, you had seniors that kind of stepped forward and led.
Yeah, this team really looks a lot like the 2018 team, where you have a lot of character in places that you need in order to win. And then obviously losing a few guys, we were able to plug guys right into play. So even though we lost some pretty good players, the guys that were either backing them up or sharing time with them, now it's their time. And I think with that being said, we're going to be in another good position that we've been in. We fell short in 2 games against American Heritage, where the ball bounces the other way a couple different times, and it's a different story. So, we talk about every play, we talk how important they are, and I think our theory and the motto is going to be every play is 4th and 1, so that when you play a 4th and 1 play, it's not the end of the world where you're going to panic. But first down to me is now 4th down. So every play for us on offense, obviously I coach the offense as well. Everything that we do is going to be a 4th down play, and I think that's going to give us the ability to get over the hump when it comes to tough times.
Colton, this is for you. Obviously, huge commitment to the University of Georgia, team that's obviously one of the best in the nation year in and year out. But the most important thing is you're becoming a senior, and a lot of these younger guys are going to rely on you for leadership. Talk about that and how how you look to embrace that.
It's definitely a bit of an eye-opening situation where I'm realizing that there are people looking up to me, and I am the one who has to lead by example and set the tone right for not even just every practice, but the whole year, just having a very successful offense, and just lead the receivers who are great here.
Michael, this is for you. Stepping into a big role as the starting quarterback. University of North Carolina thought enough of you to accept your commitment, and certainly somebody who has an opportunity to turn some heads this year. How much are you looking forward to this year?
Man, this year's going to be, obviously fun. One, it's your senior year. And I'm super thankful to get to do it with great guys around me. I'm having Coach DeBuck, a big reason why I'm here today. He's helped me out a ton. And having weapons like Colton, like TJ, like Trent, and a bunch of other guys, it's a blessing. And having a senior offensive line is even a bit bigger blessing. So I'm really excited for this year, and the sky's the limit. I'm really happy.
No doubt. Trent, what more can you say? Playing for your dad, I know it's never easy. I'm sure he kind of tells you a lot of things at home that you kind of shut him off a little bit. But you've developed over the last couple of years into a really, really good and reliable football player. Talk about that as you head to your junior year with the opportunity to send his team back to state.
Growing up, I watched some of these teams that he coached, and they always had good leaders. So seeing Mike and Colin on our team, it's good to look up for him. But definitely playing for my dad has been tough, but I learned a lot of good things. And I expect us to have a good year this year. And that's pretty much it. I think we're going to definitely perform better than people think.
Yeah, another question for Mike, the quarterback. So what was it about North Carolina that made you pick them? So obviously they've had a lot of success as a recent, but historically they're not a great football program. So has it been really the success of the last couple of quarterbacks here now, Drake May?
Well, for one, having Simon Howell start a true freshman, and then Drake May start as a redshirt freshman, and having the season that he has, being a pretty much top 5 draft pick. And, there's offensive system, the air raid system, they rely on the quarterback just like how we do. So I feel like it'll be easier transition with that. And then, I'm big on education. North Carolina is a public Ivy League school. It's a great location. The campus is beautiful. I fell in love when I got there. But more so, I really believe in Coach Mac Brown. I know other head coaches, different schools, but Coach Mac Brown was definitely the guy that I felt, at home and comfortable with. And to me, he's the second most winning coach of all time. That's, I want to go into a program where we win.
Another one for Trent. So I remember when you and your dad, you coaching was struggling. You'd be like a little kid. So talk about the full circle moment that you played for Gibbons being one of the top receivers after watching it from such a young age and now you're in this moment.
It's definitely a full circle moment. I mean, the amount of talent that's come through Gibbons, I've just watched. I've been amazed by a lot of them, and it feels great that now I can contribute to a team that I grew up, like, I would come here since I was like 2. Like, I basically lived at the school growing up, coming with him on Saturday practices, just watching everything happen. I mean, it's gonna be a fun year.
All right, I think we're good. Thank you guys, appreciate it.
Let me just say one thing. All these guys up here, and a lot of guys that are not here, these guys do it in the classroom, academically. That's why they're getting opportunities at some of these great schools that we've been talking about. And that's happening all over Broward County. But I'll tell you this, at our place, academics are important. And these guys, all of them, everyone on the stage performs not only on the field, not only in practice, but on the academic side. So that's a testament to you guys, obviously, and I'm proud of that just as much as I am proud of the part of the football I am. So thank you.
Let's come down here. Five in the middle. Second row. Good seeing y'all again. All right. Good work. 3, 2, 1. One more.
Broward, you can take the stage.
Come over here. Who's next?
I got that. You up. You up.
You school transfer? I know I saw them.
Over here, guys. Come over here. All right. Thank you. Hey, y'all there. Hey, what's up there, all right. Everybody else? Game today? Pizza down. I think it was a record. First game? Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Be back next week to win.
This is your opportunity. You know how I am. You want to go eat? You better go eat right now. I don't do all that stuff.
Okay, we got South Broward up here. Coach, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Coach Charles McCray, head coach South Broward.
The players, if you want to go individually, introduce yourself. So let's say your name, your class, and your position.
My name is Jonathan Ward.
class of 2024, linebacker.
My name is Sean Thompson, class of 27, receiver.
My name is Antonio Lane, class of 25, center.
My name is Marquette Roberson, class of 2024, wide receiver.
My name is Mark Kenny, class of 2025, DB.
My name is Devon Francois, class of 2025, DB.
Sean Bird, class of 2025, tight end. Hey, Coach, so talk about your expectations this season.
Well, the expectations is pretty much like everybody else. Prepare to try and win the state championship. That's the goal that we strive for. Every day that we hit the field for practice and every game preparation, scrimmage, pretty much everything is win state.
Talk about this group in particular.
I think this group is probably the most talented group that we put together so far. Lots of athletes, pretty good, pretty solid on the D-line, some pretty big young talent that we have. But the senior leadership is oozing all over this team, so I'm excited about that.
What would you say is the identity of this team? Going back to last year, what are some things you think you could have worked on that this year you're looking to correct?
Leadership, accountability, responsibility. That was a lot of where we were lacking. We had a lot of young, talented kids, but we were lacking that real senior leadership, and we definitely have it this year.
That's a good source of questions.
Coach, thanks so much for coming out again. It's like deja vu. I just talked to you the other day. Tell us, you had some kids come back, which is really, really good because they were players that obviously guys that will really help you this year. Talk about that because, you in some areas last year, you needed that injection of talent, and now you got it back, and I think you could, and I know you can make a serious run.
Yeah, it was just, how could I put it? Mind-boggling at first because, we had some kids leave and then they come back, and it was, I'm all for you. You can go test the waters and see if the grass is green on the other side, but once you see that, you see that we were doing it the right way the whole entire time, and we were setting you up for success from the jump.
Right.
Like when I played Randy Phillips as a freshman, everybody's looking at me like I'm crazy, but I see the upside. Coach Burke seen the upside, and look at him now. He's thriving. Having a Chris, Hellcat, playing as a sophomore. He actually played as a freshman, sophomore year, junior year. We was on him. Hey, you got to run this year. It's going to do some big things, and he believed in the system and took off. And so he opened up a lot of doors for a lot of these kids that's sitting on the stage right now. So having him back and having Randy back and having Bert being a staple of the program, it's like you said, the sky's the limit for us this year. I think we're going to do big things.
I don't even have to tell you that, because you grew up in the area, but Hollywood's a very underrated place for talent. No matter if you go to Washington Park, you go to Northeast Hollywood, they've churned out some really, really good talent over the years, and you're getting a chance to tap into that a little bit. You guys are closer now with the youth football than you've ever been. Talk about those benefits, and you look at, as you said with Humphrey. Here's a guy who kind of grew up in the situation. His dad played at South Broward, just like Burke's dad played at South Broward. So there's got to be like a sense of family for you.
Yeah. Now, adding to our coaching staff, a lot of coaches that played at South Broward who played for Northeast Hollywood, and myself playing at Washington Park, being from Carter Ranches, and a lot of these kids up here on the stage are from Carter Ranches as well. It's like a uncle, a big brother, a dad type of situation because our expectations are here. And when you got somebody that really, really believe in you and that really have a lot of faith and trust in you, they tend to rise to those expectations and, pass, and the ceiling is very high. And so we want to set the bar high, push them, and let them know that we're just not going to settle for anything. You got to give us your best every day.
Right. Let's talk about the schedule this year. So you guys finished at 500 last year. Kind of an up and down season. Some wins in a row, some losses in a row. Ended up losing to the South Region in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So what would a successful season look like this year, for you guys this year?
I feel we're better. Like as you know, kind of my opening season as the head coach at South Broward, we had a pretty good year, and we had a lot of those kids that were staple kids that we just were talking about. So now that we kind of went in full circle and got back to those same type of kids that we love and that we trust in the program, if we're not in the top, in the top tier in Broward County or just in our region, it's kind of a low point for us. We want to. I mean, everybody strives to go undefeated, and that's our goal. But I don't feel like we should lose any games.
Which game in particular do you have circled on the schedule?
Miramar. It's like MacArthur, Hollandale. Those are rivals for us, but Miramar is a staple point. Coach AJ does an awesome job over there, and I haven't beat him yet since I've been here. So it's a circle. Once we put a stamp on that, we know that we arrived, and we're looking for big things in the future.
Let's open up to the players for that question. So he says Miramar. What's the first thing that comes to your mind? Any player, if you want to answer that.
Dominating them, really. Like he said, you haven't beaten him yet. Looking to change that.
I don't really got too much to say, but this season, I just feel like we got a better chance than last year, and that we can really stop that.
Yeah, just gotta give one word for Miramar. First word that pops in your head when someone says Miramar.
Really, Miramar don't stand a chance. What's up, all got going on? Just keeping it real.
That will wrap it up. That'll be a mic. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Next, we're gonna have Westland Hialeah come up here.
Necessity. That's the same reason why we couldn't use money. Kicking me off. You know what it be though? It could be the computer. And it probably dropped or something. It could be messing up.
So you got here.
You know what I'm saying?
Straight from Mullins. Nice. Go sit him over there. You next. Right over there.
We're good.
What happened?
I said outside.
Yeah.
So she left me out there.
Yeah,
we're gonna go back on and see what's.
Where are you going?
No, I go.
Where's Larry? He said to him, "You ain't coming."
We'll call him. I told him what was going to say. Try to help him out. That's
We should be. We should be the last. Should be. That's your school. It's not coming. They were scheduled. Sometimes being his own word. Yeah, a few schools texted me because they see me. How come you want to? South to Miami, Sunset, they all the link. Somerset, so got him all day.
We got our some of the stuff that we know we can't put out there. Because it be under the wraps until it comes out. One said it's cool in the bird now. It's like heart problems.
Here we go, Westland, Hialeah.
What I heard.
So, Coach, go ahead if you want to introduce yourself, everybody.
I'm Eddie Jackson, first-year head coach at Westland, Hialeah. We're a young program. We're going to put in a lot of work, and we're going to compete.
As these players, just go ahead and introduce yourself. Oh, yeah, 2025, offensive lineman, defensive lineman.
Tyrell Williams, class 2026, QB and receiver. Daniel Nunez, class 2025, right tackle and left guard.
Yes, so Coach, talk about if you had to sum up what your expectations are for this group for the season, what would you say?
Chuck.
My expectations are to still win, to come in with a winning attitude. Even though we're young, we're still working hard, and my expectation is to compete for that district.
So I got a question for the players. Whenever you go ahead and tell someone, play for Westland, Hialeah, and their reaction might not be great, is that motivation for you? Is that fuel to the fire?
Yes, that's fuel to the fire because they don't know what we could do yet. And we just got to show them, we got to prove to them that we're better than anybody else.
Yes, it's open up the field. Some questions.
Being a first-year head coach, how are you gonna what's the strategy? These guys buy into your march, your goals, and things like that.
So yeah, the people that buy in, they're young, so it's kind of easy. They're young, and my better real far as coaching.
Kids from the inner city. How are you building your roster?
To be honest with you, word of mouth. then that, you know, like I said, I'm a seasoned coach.
Right.
They believe in what I'm going to do. And I can, like I said, at the end of the day, I pretty much tell them it's about going to school. And once they believe in what I'm telling them, all I do is just say, give me a chance.
Right.
Give me a chance, and the program will speak for itself.
Program known mainly for baseball, obviously.
Yes.
And
I'm looking for a quarterback.
yeah. Well, check the pictures out. Coach Gross told me last year that, you know, trying to get kids always is a chore, but he seemed to get some type of players. How many seniors you have returning?
Actually, they only have one.
Yeah. So you're starting like from scratch.
Yeah. Basically, like I said, all these guys are transfers.
Yeah.
There you go.
And they showed, I mean, they could win. I mean, you know, over the last couple of years, I think, 2 years ago, they won 8 games.
Yeah. So, you know, we're going to, like I said, we're young, but my eyes on that district title.
Right. Good stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, we appreciate you guys very much.
NSU, you can take the stage now. Thank you.
American info coming? No. Wow.
University School over there.
No, that's ATM.
University School coach. Go ahead and introduce yourself real quick.
Yeah, how you doing? My name is Mike Norman, head coach at University School. I'm going in my 3rd season there.
The players, you guys want to introduce yourself, say your class, your position.
Sean Garcon, class 2025 linebacker.
John Dixon, class of 2025 running back.
Jair Gladys, class of 2024 quarterback.
Joshua Houston, class of 2026, position DB outside linebacker. Shane Martinez, class of 2027, center.
David Bassan, class of 2024 offensive line.
Ronald Johnson, class of 2024, wide receiver.
So, Coach, if you want to give a brief statement about the upcoming season, what are the expectations for you guys?
We definitely have a lot of high expectations for this group. We're going into our third season after a rebuild, 2nd year of having varsity football back at University School. This will be our 1st year going into league play. We're getting to the Sunshine State Athletic Conference. So, you know, our expectation is to host the 1st round of the way. That's our mindset from last January all the way through.
Some questions?
Hey, Coach, thanks so much for coming out. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
I know over the last couple of years, you've really been building. You got some very talented young men on the team. And I think that moving into the conference is great because I think you have a real opportunity to come out of there with 8 wins, 9 wins, which is not terrible. The thing about U School is everybody lives on the past and they look at the teams of the past, which is a whole different regime. Talk about this program and where it is, because obviously you guys are making major strides.
Yeah, no, and I think that, getting right out of the gate, it was important for us to know that we couldn't just step right back into that, right back into what it was. It's going to be a step-by-step process, developing younger guys, development within our middle school program. And that's really what we've stressed this, since I've come in, is building some sort of feeder program within middle school, obviously attracting younger guys that we can develop from 8th, 9th, 10th. And, you look up here, there's guys, Shane, for instance, started at center as an 8th grader, all 10 games last season. So there's opportunities for guys to come in, to play early, to get developed, and keeps us on track to where we want to be in a couple of years.
No doubt. Jeff, you You're like the elder statesman here. I mean, you've been here, you left, you come back, and I know that all the players look at you as for leadership, somebody who is a really solid quarterback, a tremendous athlete, does really well in the classroom. Talk about this program, and you came back to kind of give it a boost, and you have.
Yeah, so when I came back, didn't really know what I was coming back to, but was just ready to work and get everybody on just a winning mindset and just keep working to get better and just every day, just little by little, just getting better.
Right. Mr. Dixon, you're the guy that everybody's looking for. You're a underclassman who has a lot of athletic ability, a lot of talent. You kind of showed what you could do last year. You must be excited looking forward to this season.
Yes, I'm very excited. During the offseason, we've been putting a lot of work in, getting better every day, making every 1%, putting in work.
Go to the end, Mr. Basson. I mean, you, another one of these football players on this team that has given a lot of heart and soul to its team. As a leader, as a player, I followed you. I mean, you work extremely hard. Talk about this and, what it means to be a leader on a team like this.
Like Jay, I didn't really know what I was coming into. I came in like 2 weeks before last season started. But I came in, I stepped up as a leader, and like we put in the work every day. We're in there off season. So, I think that's important. We just keep getting better and better and better and taking small steps, but those will eventually lead up to something bigger.
Just, I guess for some of the players, do you think about the history of the program at all when you guys are out there? I know it was the Suns and now it's the Sharks, but for instance, you were a quarterback, right? They've had a great history of quarterbacks. A lot of guys, Division I, NFL even. So is that something you think about when you put the pads on?
Yeah, obviously there's like a tradition behind playing for university school. Everybody looks at when we had Zay Flowers and everybody comparing it to this team, but that was a while back. But yeah, for sure, definitely look at like the history and just, because I played with a very good quarterback as a freshman. But yeah, for sure, I think of the history we're putting on the pads.
There's one matchup this year that you guys are looking forward to. You have Circle on the calendar. That's tunnel vision for that game. Which game is that?
Probably week 1 against Archbishop.
Week 1, good job.
One at a time.
All right. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
That will conclude the media day from Hotbed High School Media Day. Section 104. We appreciate y'all. Yeah, we'll conclude our broadcast. We appreciate all of y'all for tuning in.
On Facebook and YouTube.
Yep, joining us today for this Hotbed Media Day. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I hope you got to see the teams, your favorite players that you want to see.
Shout out to Football Hotbed for inviting us out, man. We appreciate it, man.
Yes, sir. We got some closing statements.
All right, Brandon O'Doy, footballhotbed.com. I want to thank everybody for being a part of our second annual media day. We appreciate our media staff in the back, Alana and Jessica. Appreciate Chuck Bell for the GOAT. Appreciate everybody coming out. Larry Bluestein, the GOAT in his own right. Appreciate Section 104 and all the media outlets that are here. Guys are still gathering content behind, but I just want to talk to these guys. And you guys did a wonderful job as hosts today. This is Oscar and Marlon serving. These guys have been a part of Football Hotbed. I covered these guys when they both played high school football. Now, he's an attorney on me, and he's doing some great things in the real estate game. But they're going to be calling games on Football Hotbed this year, doing some very good things in the community. So we want to just break down Media Day, and I'll start with you, Marlon. What are your biggest takeaways? Give me your top 3 takeaways from Football Hotbed Media Day 2023.
Top 3 takeaways. I would say each team is very different.
Yeah.
Some teams have 3 guys. Some teams brought 3 guys. So it's cool to see the differences in that, and also just the coaches. The coaches have such different approaches too.
Absolutely.
Some coaches are rah-rah. I want to bring in. Some guys are a little more laid back. So it's just cool to see those differences.
It definitely is. It's cool to see just how different programs conduct themselves. One of the things we've been fortunate enough to do at Football Hotbed, we've been able to go across, the whole of South Florida. Since I've been covering football since 2009 down here, I've probably been in and out of 50 locker rooms in this area, and it's been interesting to see. And then you do the same thing on the college level with our football hotbed spring tour and everything that we do going to the colleges. And you've been on that with me, Oski. Every college is different. They value different things. Some people have huge nutrition bars. Some people have huge locker rooms. They emphasize the weight rooms more. Some people have great practice facilities. It's just no program is different. It's kind of like churches. Churches are different, but they all play the same game. We all read out the same Bible. Just the interpretation of it is kind of different. From you got a chance to facilitate the questions and ask the questions of your own. You did your research as always as a journalist. What are your top 3 takeaways from today?
Marlon kind of stole it from me. Marlon kind of.
He's grabbing the mic real quick, but.
Marlon kind of took it from me. I was going to say my biggest shock was seeing like 50 guys from St. Thomas on the stage.
Well, they came big last year. One thing, the big thing I would say, and we're fortunate, and on behalf of the Hope Church of Christ, our senior minister, Alvin Daniels, I serve here in the capacity of assistant minister here. One thing we are blessed with is space. So I tell teams, look, you can bring everybody. We have plenty of room. It's just St. Thomas literally takes that to true meaning, and every coach does it. And they've always done it. And I appreciate Coach Harriet because they have a very strict schedule. Like, they have to fit us in every year, and they tell the guys they prioritize it. Coach Scott, who's the associate head coach there, I've known many years. He's actually the first person I ever knew at St. Thomas. And so they do a good job of allowing their kids. And here's the thing. We take headshots of every single kid that sits up here. So it's important. Some kids may never get a headshot. Because if you don't play very much, what's the chances of you getting a shot with you in your jersey? So it's a keepsake. And so we'll be making those available for every kid. You can purchase them for less than $1, a digital image. And I think it's something they can have. But yeah, they roll deep.
Yeah. I'll say the other thing is just kind of seeing the difference in approaches between coaches, like you mentioned, but also just looking at the differences in experience. We have some first-year head coaches. Some guys have been there a couple years. Some guys have been there over a decade. And you could really get a sense of what that locker room feels like just by seeing how those men leave.
Yeah, how they conduct themselves. You talk about first-year program, first-year coaches. Last year we had a first-year head coach here, Juke Joseph of Miami Central, and all he did was go out and win every single game. And he won a national championship. He's never lost as a head coach. Now enter Michael E. Harris into Dade County, a very similar, big-time Dade County program. What were your impressions of him? You played at Northwestern, albeit for a spring. You've been in that locker room. You know that community, and kind of had some real run-ins with that community. What is your takeaway about Coach Harris and what you think he can do at the West?
I think the West, no shade to Coach Harris. I think he'll do a great job, and they're definitely stacking up a lot of talent. And what I've seen from them from the 7-on-7s has been super impressive. How they're hanging guys like they're even beating teams like Central.
Yeah, they went to the finals with Tutu Atwell against Chaminade.
But just looking on Instagram this week, it was Bulls week, so everyone's putting up their grad pictures or
Did
their
you put a
Bulls.
picture of yourself up?
I had to. I'm getting messages like, when were you? You were a Bull?
I can validate he was a Bull for a spring. What spring was that?
2014.
Yeah, now listen, that's street. These guys have street cred. Forget how they look. He played at Moore Park in the city his whole life, and you played for Miami Northwestern for a spring, and would have played the fall if it weren't for ignorant people. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's just yeah, that's a different place.
Yeah, it's definitely just a super strong culture. The alumni or just the community. They're there on the fence every day watching practice, just waiting for 4 o'clock or whatever we start practice.
We got a Bull alumni behind the camera, Sister Annette, so she's representing, it's Bulls week. She can't be at the picnics anymore. She's a church lady, but God bless her. She definitely represents around the church, so we know. You talk about the Bulls. Let's talk about Central. Let's talk about the big dog here. I think they're top 5, top 6 ranked nationally. Do they have the juice to do this again? And what's this quarterback situation about? I heard you ask about it. That was smart.
I think they do have the juice. I mean, they really have the talent. Position to position, they're as talented as anybody. The quarterback position is the thing that's kind of up in the air.
Yeah, and you know a lot about quarterbacks. Both of you guys.
Yeah, because you have 2 all three of them are very different kind of players.
Right.
So like I was
And that's unique. Like it's never been done that a guy can go in and out of the game, but they almost could.
They could. Yeah, and I was asking him like what kind of offense you run because it depends on which guy's in there. They have one guy that's a little more mobile, two kind of pocket passers, one of them 6'6", and one's like
the other one's kind of like a compact guy.
Different kind of passers. So it's just interesting to see what they're going to do.
I can't wait for 2 weeks from now when we finally see who's going to be the first guy out. The conventional wisdom says that they're going to go eventually with the hometown team. And this is what I tell people. AJ Snipes has done more with less. Like, this is probably the most talent at quarterback he's ever had. 100%. Save lights out, save key. And this is what people don't understand. And this is the benefit of kind of being in the game for some time. Before lights out shows up, give me a central quarterback that plays significant time in college. Like, name one. Rakeem Cato, who is arguably one of the best. But, I mean, from Cato to Kiwan, that's a long time. There are a lot of guys you have to look their hands up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's one of those.
But that's March. Little brother James Cook. So.
Well, those are the backs. But, I mean, name one quarterback between Rakeem Cato and lights out. That's a trivia question. You know, you really have to know your day kind of football history. But getting back to Coach Snipes, he's been given a lot of, a lot of gifts to these quarterbacks, and he's a really talented offensive coordinator.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen him basically interchange each quarterback at all these 7-on-7s, whether there's two guys getting more drives, all three of them are going to get some runs. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. But genuinely, they're all talented enough to just plug and play, it seems like.
My personal opinion is that Central's going to go back to what they're traditionally known for, being a run team. They went and got, I won't say went and got. Someone walked in the door. His name is King. King came over from Miami Northwestern. He's one of the most talented running backs in Dade County. You already have Nick, who's in the backfield there. Then you have Nitro Jr. I mean, those three guys right now, you can say, hey, that's done. Then you get Johnny Ford, the little Ford. I don't know his first name. And Jaden Ford, and they got a couple of guys behind that. So it's like with Coach Tim, and he's been coaching running backs forever. If Central just goes back to being what they've been, which is just, and here's the crazy part too. You got the best possibly running back talent, and you got the most experienced offensive line of anybody in Dade County. These guys have been starting since they were sophomores. These Purple Machine running back, Miami Garden Raven kids, Luke and the gang, and these guys are all now seniors, and there's no game they haven't seen. So I just think they get back to running the football, running it down people's throats, and kind of, just kind of like making this quarterback thing a distraction and being like, man, we're just going to run it.
If they want to do that, you should go with J.C. Evans because he has the ability to run the football. I know in the spring game he took around 7 yards, and that's something that coming to South Florida, people might think the speed might not match up as well. But
he looked fast enough in the spring.
Right away.
So at the end of the day, you talk about J.C. You know what that makes me think about? It makes me think about the Wildcat and Jones when they used to go to when they went with Joe Yerby at quarterback at Sun Life Stadium and kind of some of that like trickery stuff. It's like, wow, what if you don't know who's gonna run the ball? Yeah. Like, what if you're not sure if the quarterback? It brings. I'm not even a football coach, but it's got my mind spinning with the kind of things you could potentially do offensively. Let's talk about probably the second best team or 1A, 1B, depending on who you talk to, Chaminade-Madonna. And I wasn't in here for that interview, but, Coach Toro Wallace, who's the offensive coordinator over there, Josiah Trader, CJ Bailey, who are all here today, and a guy that doesn't even get a lot of pub. He's probably one of the best receivers they have, Kyle Washington. I don't know if you got a chance to see him in the 2-2 Atwell. I mean, that dude's a freak.
Yeah, they're probably the most loaded team, I would say, top to bottom, especially their receiver position. They have two receivers that, if you just look at them, they're NFL receivers. It's just a matter of 3 years before they're NFL.
So here's the thing about those guys, and Jeremiah Smith and Zaquan Patterson weren't here today, but had they all been here, I don't think I've ever known of a team that had
3 5-star kids. Have you ever heard of that? I don't think that's something.
Unless it's like IMG.
Yeah, well, IMG, but yeah, no, a regular Joe Blow team that, I don't think I've ever heard of that. Talk about Chaminade. What do they have to do? Because they do play Central this year, and they get Miami Northwestern out of the gate, and that's going to be an interesting game. I don't know if it's, that's a tough first game for Michael Lee Harris. I'm not judging him off of that. I always say this: if you go to Chaminade and you make them sweat, I think you have something. You know what I mean? But if they beat you fairly well, I don't think anybody is discouraged. I'm like, that's a veteran team with 3 5-stars and a bunch of seniors and great coaches who won 4 straight championships. I mean, you can lose the worst of teams, So what do they have to do, Chaminade, to establish themselves this year?
Yeah, I think, seeking that 5th state championship in the last 7 years, and I think the other 2 years they were the runner-up. So they're seeking 7 straight appearances now.
Which is,
I think Central is a tough matchup just because of what's going to happen in between the trenches. Chaminade, we know that they have all these great skill guys, but it's only a matter of time to see what happens with full pads.
I think the trenches is the thing we're super concerned about with Chaminade. Did you ask about that?
Yeah, that's what Coach mentioned. He said the line is the only place they really don't have much experience.
Yeah.
He said he's confident they're going to gel together and they're going to put together.
I mean, if you're going to have an experience anywhere and you have talent like Davion Goss, who also was here, but, we know about him, and you've got the bevy of receivers they have. This Denarius Gray kid, who's a sophomore, might be the best kid since JJ that they've had. He looks incredible. To be a sophomore. They're loaded. Now, the biggest threat to Central, obviously, is Booker T, who was here today, and also Northland. So let's start with, Booker T, Coach Ice Harris. He's another guru, longtime coach, and now they turned around and gave him a defensive coordinator who's basically another head coach in Max Edwards. What is Booker T? What did you take away from them today, and what are they going to be as far as what you brought away from them and what you've seen from them in the offseason?
So I really like Coach's statement, just saying how quickly the program grew to prominence. But it does appear that they're kind of in this rebuilding phase compared to what they're accustomed to. But I think Northland will be the team that will kind of give Central some trouble this year.
You gotta agree with that?
Whenever Coach Ice Harris is the coach, you got to change. He just demands respect when he speaks. When he speaks, everyone listens. So that's what sticks out to me. Even if they're a younger team, those guys are going to be great.
Well, they've got talent. They've got, the quarterback is good. The running back, number one, he's one of the best in Dade County. He's got some things he's trying to work through to get back to 100%. They've got good defensive backs. Ben Hanks Jr., his dad was a big-time player at the University of Florida, big community guy in Overtown. There's no shortage of coaching. Shanton Crummy, offensive line coach. You got Max, you got Ice, you got Torian Bean, my fraternity brother. You have coaching at Boca T. And here's the thing. It's qualified coaching. It's state championship, national championship level coaching. They're not. Ice has been at Miami several times. These guys have gone and come back places. At the end of the day, that to me is what gives them, it makes up for some of the talent that maybe say more Northland on paper. I look and say, yeah, they're more talented than Booker T, but the gap begins to be bridged. Not to say that Northland is not a well-coached team. I don't want anybody to misunderstand me, but I'm giving them more credit than I would on paper because of that coaching.
Almost like Columbus.
Is the Columbus, yes.
Pretty much turning into that situation. They were always the most talented guys. When you look at the Treon Hair series when they would play Bishop Gorman on TV, they were a college team. Every position on offense was stacked. It's ridiculous. So now they're kind of going back from that.
Right.
But they still have the discipline, the coaching that they can kind of overcome it.
Right. And you talked about discipline. Just watching guys walk around, and it's a church, and it's not a locker room, it's not a gym. Seeing who honored that, seeing who didn't, seeing who kind of had some of the discipline, how are they carrying themselves? You can learn a lot from teams. Who's the all I learned from watching you, all mannerism team today? Who'd you take? Like, those guys, maybe they don't have the talent, but the way they're conducting themselves, that's going to buy a win, a half a win, or something like that. I'll go to you.
I know Marlon's not gonna like this answer. But yeah, definitely Western. Not to say that they don't have talent, because they definitely have talent.
They definitely have talent.
But just the moment they stepped on stage, you had Coach Rack come here, bring the energy.
Right.
Joking, he has like 2 cups of coffee already in the system. But he's a veteran guy that he's clearly already established, and that's infectious to the rest of the team, clearly.
Well, he takes Hotbed seriously. He takes this opportunity seriously. You saw that. And his kids, when they came, they all had, they walked in together. Some people, and I think you have to give glory to God. Some people look at the platform, they look at Hotbed, this is our 12th anniversary today, August 5th. We put the website up and start covering youth football in South Florida. We went to PPO. Today is our 12th year anniversary. We give glory to God for that. But some people know what Hotbed can do. And you take a Dalvey Buffer, who was on football Hotbed middle school All-American team. You take guys who have played in the games and who've been at the 7-on-7 tournaments, who've been, in our All-Star games in Atlanta, Georgia, or even from our middle school games that I played in Broward County every year. This will be our 10th one coming up in December. They know the brand, they know what the platform can do, and they get kids excited about it. But it's just like you said, they came in here, it doesn't matter, it could have been anybody's media day. They're like, this is who we are, this is how we're coming. They had their media people, they had their own media people. They didn't need Section 104. They had everybody, you know what I'm saying? And they were locked in. There are guys doing documentaries on these guys. And it's been like that for like the last, because when you guys were in school, Western was an easy win, you know what I mean? Like, well, I mean, at the end of the day, they've come a long way as a program.
I mean, the people that stood out to me, honestly, was West Boca. Because I was kind of tripping a little bit. I got years from Boca. I can't play football. Right. They obviously answered that very well.
Well, listen, they have a running back that may be one of the best we've seen since Dalvin Cook, this J.V. Mallory kid. He's from the Hotbed tree. He's already been offered by Georgia. And I told him, I said, listen, man, you've been offered by Georgia and you're at West Boca, which is a school that has no football reputation. You don't have to go anywhere. That's the biggest offer you can have right now. Now it's time to bring guys in. And you talk about it. They bring in a couple of guys from Cardinal Gibbons. It's right below Broward County. You know what I mean? West Boca is literally above Coral Springs. So, a little bit above Parkland, but like kind of right there. So a lot of kids can kind of get to West Boca. It's not very far away. It's a sleeping program. Dylan Potts, the head coach, he comes from Broward. He's a Blanche guy. I mean, he comes from Dade. He knows the Dade tactics. He understands how to put programs together, how to piece it together. They're a well-resourced team. You saw them in those Adidas elite jerseys that they have. I mean, they're wearing the same jerseys as Cardinal Gibbons. The only difference is theirs are fresh out of the box. You know what I mean? And so it's one of those situations you walk up in your media day with those icy whites. There are other kids who are sitting on the bench in other programs. They see how you walk in the Hotbed media day, and they're like, you know what? I'm going to check these guys out in December once things are over. And, I say that tongue in cheek, and this is not from my good friend Garrett David at FHSA. I hope he's not tuned into this part, but let's talk real. This is Hotbed. We don't shy away from what's really happening out there. That's what happens here. That's what happens here. And this is why it makes it so hard to build a program, because you always have to protect your bag. You can't put anything down, because if it's not tied down, it's gonna be moving across the street. All right, let's wrap up here on the Football Hotbed Media Day wrap-up show. And thank you so much for live streaming and appreciate everything here. Final takeaways to you. Let's go to you, Oski. And what are your final takeaways from Media Day today?
So I kind of want to end on a fun note, because I'm really into the jerseys. So
okay, who had the best jerseys?
So
I'm gonna tell you what mine is.
who had the Jordan jerseys?
St. Thomas had Jordan, and someone else had Jordan.
Jordan, you know what? And they didn't even wear their best jersey. Dude, they've got a smoke jersey. They have a smoke jersey that they wore in the spring game. It is. But I go to James Madison and I say, James, well, why don't you guys wear the smoke jersey? He said, well, Coach Harriet doesn't like it. We played really bad at it one time. He's like, we can never wear it again. I'm like, Coach is a religious guy like me. You don't believe in superstition. Like, wear the jersey, come out and drip. But all right, give me your jersey, give me your top 3 jerseys. I know it's hard to pick one. Give me your top 3 jerseys today.
I'm not gonna lie, I like seeing the zoo across the chest.
Zoo?
I think that's different. I think Mark James could benefit from like embracing their
Carol City
culture.
still has that.
The Bulls always have clean jerseys to me, and then
The Bulls is the Bulls.
why am I blanking on the red Jordans? Who are the red
Westminster.
Westminster Academy. Sleeper pick.
Okay, so we got a little bit of a studio audience here. All right, give me your top 3 jerseys.
I like the round.
I'm gonna tell you the jersey I think
The Westminster ones were the best. I pointed out right away. I'm like, those are sick.
They're a little stylish.
Yeah, no, they have a really good program. They have great facilities.
The inverse.
That's like the home of football hotbed. We have all that stuff at Westminster Academy. Shout out to the coach here at Wall-Off, and they have a really good basketball program as well.
Other jerseys. I was gonna say my main takeaway. I mean, again, it's just seeing how different coaches approach it. I honestly like the Jackson coach a lot.
Yeah.
The stuff that
And
he's
Wong.
teaching. I mean, I'm a little biased to that program also.
Yeah.
I wore a G.
You're more part general.
Yeah. I think he's building it the right way. Honestly, he's bringing in young guys. They're believing in him.
Those guys are all like freshmen and sophomores.
Yeah, freshmen and sophomores. They seem to believe in what he's doing, and they believe in his approach. So I think
He was a pretty good player down at Boca.
Yeah,
He played
he's a good
5
player too,
years.
so he also could back it up.
Coach Lee's a special guy. I think, first of all, I think the best jersey in here just sat here not too long ago. That South Broward black jersey that the young Roberson kid had on. I think that shut this place down. Second, I'm gonna go with the Doral jerseys. Doral had some bomb. They came in here and shut with that red home jersey, that Doral Academy. I'm like, Coach E, you gotta give me one of them Doral jerseys.
Like, that's like Ohio State.
Yeah, that's like, wait, who is that?
Them things was like, what the hell? They walked in here like, yeah, and they put the jerseys on. Like they really had, kind of the juice and I kind of like the black Booker T F5. I'm an F5 guy, man. I'm sorry, man. Chad, Major 9, when they came in and knocked Central off and they tried to knock them off. They lost the game. But I mean, those years, they were the first ones since I've been covering the winning Natty. And when they went and beat Bishop Gorman and the Treon's my guy. I think Treon to me, and I was asked this recently, Treon to me, and he's above Dalvin, I'll explain why. Treon to me is the best kid that I have seen. Now, I didn't see Lamar play high school football. Lamar was good. He became better in college. It's not a surprise what Lamar did. Lamar was always special. But Treon put it on tape. You could pull up any tape from Treon's sophomore year, because he played on the park as a freshman. He played overtime Rattlers. They won a national championship at Disney. You could put on the tape with Treon every one of his years, sophomore, junior, senior. The kid, I don't know, did he lose more than one? I know they lost at least one. I don't think he lost more than 1 or 2. That's 3 years. That kid was that dude. He was him.
Yeah, I was just gonna bring that up. I think that must have been like 2011.
In the stadium.
He was him.
Threw like 5 touchdowns.
He was him. Dalvin is a very close second. Dalvin Cook. And there have been some others, but he was him. Boy, Treon was great. So we appreciate you for logging on with us. Thank you for watching live. Thank you to all our media partners. My good friend Michael Tunsil's in the building today. Chuck Bello, Chuck, and our good friends from Section 104, New Era Prep, the Miami Herald, Andre Fernandez, Manny Navarro, my good friend Marcus Benjamin, who used to be in Hotbed World. He's now running Rivals, Kane Sykes, Zach Bolson for 247, Joseph Hastings from On 3, Pratt Recording, PMO, my boy Napo, Overtime was here. Overtime coach Tom from Overtime, not Overtime Tom, but Tom from Overtime was here, which was crazy. We just had a heck of a media day. I mean, it was just a really, really bomb event, and appreciate everybody that played a part, played a role. For Oski Servin, Marlon Servin, I'm Brandon O'Doy. 12th anniversary of Football Hotbed, signing off 2nd annual Football Hotbed Media Day. It's a Hotbed world. Peace.